others here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
The type metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Erangel has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination classes to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The two Imagination Plazas are located at Stauber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Marhaban ya syara Ramadan ya syara siyam marhaban ya syara Ramadan ya syara siyam.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Ute. Ute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali. Pemburu or jumper? Jumper. You hide or Fredo? You hide. Demrut or Mika? Mika. Ryzen or Zuxi? Ryzen. Team Secret or Yudu? Yudu. Ararkio Athena or Bigetot Esports? Bigetot Esports. Nasi lemak or nasi uduk? Nasi lemak. Magi or Indomie? Indomie. Rendang or nasi kandar? Nasi kandar. Sirap Bandung or es cendol? Es cendol. Durian montong or durian Musang King? Durian apa satu tu? Durian montong. Durian montong or durian Musang King? Montong tu apa? From Thailand. Oh, durian Musang King. Okay. Thank you Manpa. Okay, thank you. Locking is just like that.
Hi jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be by. Oh, said I only love it when it's high.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex three-dimensional architecture and compact two-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Pew pew.
PUBG versus Strats.
Pew pew.
PUBG versus Leaderboard.
Damn good.
Erangel versus Kuala.
Damn good.
Erangel versus Spring.
Damn good.
Erangel versus Erangel.
Damn good.
Erangel versus montage.
Putih. Putih the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali. Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yohai or Fredo?
Yohai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
Ararkio Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bikin Sport.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh. Durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, jumper. See you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be right. Oh, said I only love it when it's touch.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Suvin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija Esports dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Hello everyone, we're back for more action for today. It's week 2, day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring, and I'm your host for today. I'm Khairul, and a little bit of flashback of what happened yesterday. We saw that in the first half of the day where Thailand teams were dominating, and then on the second half of the day where Thailand teams were a bit slow, but then Indonesian teams and Philippine teams step up their game and got their own winner chicken dinner. Oh, and look who's behind me. We got Alter Ego, and maybe can I invite Rosemary? Would you like to join us for this interview? Looking very good, looking sharp for today. It's day 3, and I believe that they are on top of their game. So, hello. All right. So finally, all Indonesian teams have achieved their own winner chicken dinner in PMSL, including your team. So, was there any struggle from week 1 until yesterday for you guys?
Jadi kan semua tim Indonesia akhirnya dapat chicken nih. Nah, di week pertama itu apa sih kesulitan dan halangan-halangannya?
Kesulitannya paling kurang percaya diri aja, makanya kurang perform di week 1.
So he said the team is lacking in confidence. That's why we cannot perform at our best.
All right. Hopefully you guys can get your confidence back. But then everyone is amazed by your team's excellent performance yesterday, especially you, Rosemary, who managed to get 10 kills. That's a lot per game that they could get. But then could you share with us what was going on for the team at that moment?
Nah, jadi kemarin tuh banyak semua orang suka lah terkesan sama performa kita. Apalagi kamu dapat 10 kill gitu dalam satu ronde. Nah, gimana sih keadaan kemarin tuh situasi komunikasinya?
Ya kalau untuk komunikasi paling cuman seperti biasa kita main, nggak ada yang lebih nggak ada yang kurang. Ya cuman main seperti biasa, apa yang ada di depan kita lawan, kita perangin aja semua. Makanya kita bisa dapat 19 kill.
So basically we play as usual. In the communication and everything, we just fight everyone in front of us, and finally we managed to get 19 kills.
That's bravery, my friends. And the games are about to start. Which team are you most looking forward to compete against and why? Maybe you can send a bit of message to them.
Gamenya ini bakal mulai nih. Nah, ada tim yang pingin kamu lawan nggak? Dan kenapa? Coba kasih pesan-pesan.
Mungkin RRQ. Soalnya sering ketemu di in-game rotasi.
Pesan-pesannya?
Pesan-pesan buat RRQ, hati-hati aja ketemu kita nanti.
Okay, basically he said RRQ because we meet them a lot in game. And his message is basically be careful. They meet us next time.
Watch out, RRQ. Someone is looking for you in game. And last but not least, any words you want to say to your fans or maybe your haters?
Ada kata-kata nggak buat fans atau mungkin haters mo?
Ya mungkin buat fans kita, tetap doain kita biar kita bisa kasih hasil yang lebih baik lagi. Yeah.
For all fans, we hope that we manage to get the best result.
Alright, that's good to hear. And good luck, all the best for Alter Ego in your future games. I think that's all for this time around. Thank you so much for joining and passing the mic back to the casters. See you again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of the PUBG Mobile Super League. Together with myself, Sir Cloud, as well as the amazing Juju beside me here will be your storytellers for today. And that was an interview, of course, together with Rosemary from Alter Ego, and they were lacking in confidence.
Back then, yesterday not so much, and so far when it comes to I actually did a bit of digging, and I think for the latest patch, I think Rosemary are holding up the most highest individual kills per map or per match here. Compared to last time, it was Jonathan with 16 individual kills in PMSL 2020, but that was before the latest patch. That was before we have the free aim thing, right? Like no auto aim anymore. But if you guys just join us here today, you do have the overview of the format so far.
Yep, so here it is. Of course, you guys, if you join us for the past week till now, you know how it works. So we will have the initial groups last week, but this week's groups will be different based on their last week's final ranking at the end of the week, and we'll shuffle it again next week. At the end of the day, our objective is to look for the top 16 teams who will be playing the grand finals later on. Every day, these teams will be playing 6 matches a day.
Yep, when it comes to the total prize pool, it's going to be the Mullah here. Line share of 250,000 prize pool. Definitely will be a lot at stake. But not just that, the point system is going to be different when compared with all the previous ones. It's going to be less for the chicken, but the price of the chicken is still valid when it comes to like a sort of consolation prize, right? So far, the one that actually making out top 16 on the first page, first week, maybe still on the first page, second week, it would be super comfortable. But those are actually not really great. First and second week, they have to push up now.
Yes, because week 2 definitely will be very important, especially those teams that are in the bottom. But we'll look at that a little bit later as we review again the format of the bonus points. So whatever placement that you get by the end of the week will be the bonus points that you can see on screen. 50% of the total bonus points will be brought on to the grand finals, but the bonus points as well will be determining which team will move on to the grand finals too. So the bonus points will be really important to be collected every week. So far, we know that there are a couple of teams down there last week. This week still down there. But let's review again the groups.
Yeah, but for today, Group C will not be playing FaZe, Udo Lions, Geek, DBD. Now, FaZe is definitely number 1 right now with Bacon Time on top as well. And Geek. So you can see that a lot of coming out from Group C, 2 of them will be FaZe and Geek will not be playing. That shows how fearsome it is when it comes to this group by itself. But so far, we do know for a fact we haven't seen the best of Vampires yet. Will they push back up here when it comes to Group A, B, D, E playing today? And nonetheless, we are waiting for the teams down there to wake up. For the teams down there who have a bit of a push, including GE, including TX, maybe PBE got themselves a good run yesterday.
Well, just to remind everyone, how's it like right now in the overall charts? So FaZe Clan is currently at the forefront, and they open up a little bit of a gap, 23 points in fact, over Pasija EVOS. But Pasija EVOS not too bad. No chicken, no problem for them. Still 108 points. But on the other end, Team Secret already played 12 games, but only managed 16 points. We got a number of teams who play only 6 games, but they're all on top of Team Secret. So they really got to work it out.
Back towards the other teams, though. We're talking about Vampire starting off day number 2 of them today. And Void as well. And this is going to be the top teams last week. They are playing it today and they will stop non-stop pushing, speaking of which, because they already had a break yesterday. They weren't here yesterday. So there's going to be straight 3 days for them. While the Group C, definitely one of the luckiest group if you happen to be in Group C. Because you get to be in the center of the break. There's 2 days playing each of the before and after. But so far, when it comes to the most knockouts, we have to give it to FaZe for now.
Yo, wow, look at the gap between FaZe and Geek Slate. That's like what, 35 gap? And then you have a smaller gap between Geek and Procedure Evos, and then an even smaller gap between Procedure Evos and Bacon Time. I mean, FaZe Clan yesterday, they were amazing. They got a couple of chicken dinners, and not only that, despite them not getting chicken dinner, in that particular round, they will get maybe a second place finish, or they will get a good amount of elimination points. I mean, last week we talked how strong Vampire was, but this week so far it is FaZe Clan's week.
Bacon Time, Procedure Evos. Well, didn't mention about FaZe not be playing today. Same goes for Gig. But on the side of Bacon and Procedure Evos, there's going to be the top contender when it comes to getting those top 5 as well. So far, pretty much the same for both of the teams, except for the top 5 rate. It's more consistency to the side of Bacon. One of them in a reason they are playing in the middle of the circle. Always, every single time. If you're looking at the circle, the Thai teams always be in the center. Procedure Evos are the one playing around the edge or in between the circle, whether it's going to be slightly outer circle or just mostly in between the middle circle, so they don't play at the center. Hence, you're looking at over the top 5 rate for Procedure Evos is a bit lesser, but when it comes to kill volume, when it comes to dose average, damage, eliminations, definitely on the side of Procedure Evos for now.
Yeah, no doubt. But yesterday, how they played was they were really objective. And they prioritized the elimination points. We saw how they went around just eliminating everyone. But we gotta check out the highlights, the recap from yesterday. So we're gonna give a little bit focus on the Bacon Time, Sem9 as well as Boom. But seeing how the teams are starting to play, some teams like Procedure Evos also like to focus on to elimination points. We will expect that to continue on today.
Today, definitely going to be super interesting. Sunhawk starting off. We do know it's going to be a bit of a wild Sunhawk. Sometimes it's going to be quiet. But so far, it has been really aggressive, really proactive. Boom, Sem9, Bacon, Time. Now, Boom, we definitely see a lot of Yummy playing a lot yesterday. I mean, like when it comes to the stat itself, it doesn't lie. They don't lie. Rosemary, I'm pretty much on the same part when it comes to individual. I mean, like, if you give me an opportunity to form an entire new team of Indonesian team, Yummy and Rosemary will be in a team for me. That's going to fit perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. They are definitely very consistent. And so happy that Yummy happened to show up in the highlight there. Jump shot with the shotgun. He's there. So far, we see that Boom is one of the most substituted team. But it's been a long time since we saw Yummy being substituted. I think only day 1 he was changed, but after that he was never changed. I think that was a very good decision by Boom. Looking at how he's performed, his stats don't lie as well. Every time they got a chicken dinner, he's very likely to get an MVP. Everything favors towards Yummy.
Yeah, but in the end of the day, we still close out with a bang coming up from Rosemary. I mean, like that 10 individual kills, those eliminations, that was huge coming up from this new patch with no auto assist or aim assist coming out. But Procedure SLD, Vampires and FaZe, this is going to be the team to watch out for when it comes to some hot performance, especially Procedure Evos. They have been going aggressive since yesterday. When it comes to week number 2, hopefully their momentum going to set a tone for the entire week. But for the rest of FaZe and Vampire, there's always going to be a one-tie teams up there, at least 2 on 1.
Yeah, you kind of speak it from the Thai teams, right? Last week, 5 or 4 Thai teams got like top 5 in the overall chart, so it's really hard to deny them. So when they say that, oh, we are here to stay, we are one of the best in the region, in Southeast Asia, and so on and so forth, they're definitely walking the talk. So it'll be interesting to see that whether a Thai team will still be up there today or getting those chicken dinners and so on. If we look at yesterday, even though that round has no Thai team chicken dinner, but they will be at least in top 3 somewhere there. But let's check out the predictions too. So You have FaZe Clan there. Okay, there you go. Gotta have one.
Yeah, for me, Voin, SLD, and FaZe. SLD always being the middle bracket. I'm waiting for them to actually push today. We're talking about they have what it takes for consistency to be in the top 5. I want to see them to push themselves even further more. If they can secure those chicken more and get themselves in the top 3. Voin, we do know they are very consistent. I'm hoping for them to push themselves here today because they have an entire day rest yesterday, so definitely they are pumped up, they got enough rest. But for FaZe on the other end, I want to see if they can beat Vampires when it compares to consistency. Bacon time for me is just almost that bit difference with FaZe, not too much, but it feels like FaZe is a bit better with Bacon. But when it comes to Vampires and FaZe, for me personally, FaZe can actually contend that spot.
Oh, and let's not forget as well, yesterday PBE got the chicken dinner representing the wildcard region. So I gotta put GE there since PBE already got it. So now GE, it's your turn representing the wildcard region to do it. And Alter Ego, of course, it was because of the last game yesterday, right? They are now holding the record for the most eliminations in the round, plus chicken dinner. So Alter Ego, at least they've shown something that in that last game. Hopefully they'll be able to carry the momentum across. Team Secret, I know, everyone will be like, why Team Secret? Why? Okay, this is just me channeling the energy to Team Secret. Hopefully they'll be able to find their footing because I'm at the point of, if I remember yesterday, if you guys remember yesterday, I was at the point of I have nothing else to say about Team Secret.
I just hope they wake up earlier because right now we're down to half of the week, second week now. We don't have that much time. And speaking of which, 5 more days possibly for this team. Let's make it 7 for most of this team, including next week before we're heading into the playoff. Where the playoff will only have 16 teams. Now, who will be relegated? So far, we have a bit of review between the teams. Last week were not so great for Alter Ego, Team Secret, GE, and PBE. And these are the teams that high chances will be relegated from getting into the grand finals. But so far, on the side of Alter Ego, they've been doing great, especially when it comes to yesterday's performance. That was remarkable. But can they maintain is one thing. And the teams that actually got themselves in the bottom 4 last week cannot afford to lose or being at the bottom again this week.
Yeah, not at all. The risk is very, very high. If they are still in the bottom, like last week they were in the bottom, this week they're in the bottom 4. Next week they have to come up with something incredible, like be in the top 3 or something like that, and to just revive their hopes to get into the grand finals. But if you want to say that, oh, okay, maybe some teams that confirm they're still in the grand finals, no, they're not going to let it go because the bonus points will be the starting point inside of the grand finals later, meaning that even those teams that consistently be on top, they will still want to collect those bonus points in the last week to do well, to have a good start at least in the grand finals. So it's a really, really tall order with this sort of format if they do not do it this week. This week have to be a 180-degree change for a couple of teams. Looking at you guys, looking at GE, looking at Team Secret, looking at DBD, some of these names.
And speaking of a tall order, definitely it's going to be really tough on the side of TS. But yeah, but this is really something baffling. We're talking about these are the teams that are supposed to be having big organizations backing them up. I'm not sure what happened if you compare with all the other teams out there. They're definitely supposed to be one of the best teams back then. Now I'm saying about ancient times, right? Maybe past 2 years, but for the other teams on the other end, BTR one of them, Ryzen. I'm not sure if Yohai will be playing here today, but for Vampires, definitely they're gonna have the same roster. They haven't changed too much. But Mela have, Vampire, Tony K have been quite a performance. Newsy as well. But so far, when it comes to Stone's the only one that not popping off like the rest of the teams of Empires.
Well, at least he got the interview chance. So that's something. Became the face of Vampire for a bit. Xavier, looking at their lineup, it's going to be the same lineup still. So no changes for them. I think as always, we will be looking forward to seeing if Boom, what kind of lineup will Boom put? I think that's always the golden question, right? Looking over at the Hill Esports, not as hot as last week though. So looking to find a fitting still. They are trusting a familiar face lineup too.
Speaking of hill, they are pretty much in the middle bracket, just like how I would put who do I say, almost very similar when it comes to them. Maybe it feels like a bit like SLD, where they are there to maintain consistency, but when it comes to the performance, they're not too flashy. They don't have those flashy plays with sort of a boom bang ending. So they just kind of consistent. We just following the textbook sort of rotation, and they have it rinse and repeat and just maintain those top 5 or even top 8. So I'm waiting for them to push a bit more, to push something even further more. Make a surprise all of us, surprise all the other teams out there, that they can bring more of an impact than just rinse and repeat of textbook play.
Yeah, because well, the textbook play, yes, it's okay. It's something that you're comfortable with, but because of sometimes the teams change. Oh, wait a second. Speaking of change, wow. Okay, iShots is playing. iShots is in the lineup. Okay, this is very much needed. Okay, I know I want to talk about the textbook thing. Team Secret not doing their regular textbook. iShots is in. I want to see this. He's back in the house. My man, iShots.
This shows how desperate Team Secret right now to put in their coach to play alongside with the guys. And we do know iShot has been one of the, pillar coming out from Team Secret. But will it be impactful? That's always the biggest question. It doesn't matter who's playing, but as long as it's working, it's impactful, it's more than enough to push for this guy.
Well, let's see if anything changes for Team Secret. Will their destiny change? Let's head on to the one and only sign up for today. And Team Secret, inside our sign up, not the best of record. Let's see if they can fend out this round. Yesterday, they dropped into the left side of Paradise Resort. Will they go back to Kampung Lakawi? Or will they drop on the left side of Paradise Resort? Let's keep an eye on that.
So far, no hot drop just yet, and the flight path feels a bit on the northern side, favoring that over there. But at the same time, it's within reach. It's going to be a very small island. It's 4 by 4 kilometers, half of what Miramar or even Erangel have to offer, and never mind 6 by 6. Back towards the side, I think it's 4 by 4, right? I forgot about Vikendi. But when it comes to the drops, we're looking at TS and Void. Happened to be a bit of a share there. Coming up from TS is going to be 1-3 formation. Void taking the entirety of Bootcamp. But Paradise Resort a bit quiet for now. But I have a feeling TX will want to fight box. They want to take over that at the same time. No early clashes, not too close, except coming up from Void and TS, where we do have iShot, surprisingly, very separated from the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's an interesting formation because normally if you want to play the L house, you would drop like in a straight line around the areas of L house. Don't always see this happening, but hey, it's not a textbook play, right, that they're trying. So iShot's doing something a little bit different, and that's kind of okay as well. Because the probability of if any other team were to drop into boot camp is that they would drop inside of boot camp itself because there's enough loot for 4 players. Don't really need that kind of spread, so it's very unlikely that they would drop on the outside. But I guess he kind of made that calculated call, and it's a good one. So he could loot onto the we call it the 2 warehouse on top of just on the side of boot camp. So free loot for him there. Very good.
Kampong a bit quiet on the side of hill. I feel like after maybe almost entering second stage, or when the second circle just pops, that's why we're gonna have a bit of a massive scrappy plays coming up from these guys, because they need to get into the circle. If the circle happens to be really a tough one, then those coming up from different directions, they will have to clash to take all those best compound. We're talking about the ties always taking the center. I'm looking at how Bootcamp will actually fare with Team Secret. How do they respond? Do they want to fight Void, or do they back out? Or it's just getting intels coming up from my shots. That's the reason why he's dropping a bit further than the rest of the team. But GE happen to be hovering around top Bootcamp as well. Now, this could be interesting if we do have 3 teams happen to be wanting the same compound in their hands.
But looks like no like we don't see that, okay, hot drop into someone else's compound, like what we see very often inside of Camp Bravo, Paradise Resort. We saw Camp Alpha once, Lakawi obviously. So yesterday there was Sami. Not this time around. I think everyone's like, okay, we try to avoid that very early fight, try to focus on the circle. And speaking about the circle earlier won comprises on 3 islands, but I think it's going to be focused onto 2 mainly. So that's going to be the trickier one too. And plus one of the majority part of the circle is inside Camp Alpha. That's the toughest one to be. And I think Team Secret, they don't want to manage that. They get straight onto Camp Alpha first. It's easier if you're there to get onto the main peninsula because there's more land rather than main peninsula going to Camp Alpha. It's a lot of choking points. So far so good for them. Nice start.
Nice start. So is setting a tone for the rest of the team here. But can they drag the good start into a good ending too? Back to the side of RQ. RQ have been stellar when it comes to week number 2. I'm loving how they perform even the second half of a week. First week, second half. And they just need to carry out those momentum. We talk about their being very witty. Very deceitful sometimes when it comes to making those decisions. But at the same time, they are very creative coming up to a different side of formation. Thinking outside the box. But there are things that they just couldn't work things out. So that's going to be a bit of a problem for RQ. Maintain those consistency but being creative and innovative at the same time. Bacon Time on the other hand is going to be one of the teams that having the chicken yesterday. But can they keep it going? A lot of Thai teams that's going to be facing Bacon having a lot of chicken. The first half was always taken by Thais, but the second half on the other hand we have exchange of hands. But Indonesian has been very consistent with those eliminations. And finally finish off with a big boom of chicken dinner at the end by Alter Ego. Now can they keep it going for today? Having a fresh start here.
Alter Ego, yeah, at least they had a good ending yesterday. So the good thing about having a good ending yesterday, right, is like you go back to your hotel, you sleep, knowing that you have a good feeling, rather than you have a bad ending and you have to go back and then you need to spend the next 12 hours plus 16 hours still being in that mood. But Alter Ego, it was the opposite for them. Like they didn't have a good start, but at least they had a good ending. So spend 16 hours in your mind. It's like, oh, we're feeling good for 16 hours. That would sometimes motivate you to really want to play today. And if they can carry that on today, and we can see that sort of consistency from Alter Ego, not saying that they should get another 19 elimination point chicken dinner round, but if they can get somewhat consistent amount of points, teen points, then I think there'll be a good sign for Alter Ego.
So it's hard for them due to how they cannot maintain those double-digit points. That's the thing for them. But for Voin, on the other hand, is going to be the team that have one of the most impactful round when it comes to getting those digits. We're talking about these are the teams that have those very good teamwork. They have very good team comp. Speaking of which, it was brilliant. If you compare them with the others, they are on par, possibly alongside of FaZe when it comes to teamwork. I mean, maybe even better than FaZe or even the Thai teams coming from Void. They don't have anybody that out-carry the other or outshine the other. Everybody prove their own weight. You just do your part, I'm going to do my role, and they really gel well together and we will lift each other out. That's how Void plays it. And they know exactly what to prioritize first, whether it's going to be rank, whether it's going to be kills or eliminations. They know every single map what they need and what they want. But the next circle is going to be tough depending on the next shift, but still comprised of all 3 islands. Now I feel like this might end up on top of Ruin.
Yeah, that's a possibility there. Ruins looking good. Boss Gaming, they took the water route, wanted to land on the left side of Hartin. The moment they almost landed, the circle shifted away. They must be feeling like, such a long travel, and then now the circle kind of pulled down. But there's still possibility of the circle going up. But if you're like them, they'll be like, we went through all that for the circle just to shift downside. And if it so happens that what you said, it goes into ruins, then it's even worse for them. But Team Secret with their refreshed lineup going up against 7-9.
Yes, Leung on the other hand already pre-cooked the nade, dropping on top of our boy. It might drop another one go. If he got an entry, if he got himself a knock, that's going to be the way they want to rush for 7-9. But Leung have to pull back, have to be patient. They're not clipping any just yet. Dap on there, then pushing forward, coming up from the side. Just next to K, who's holding a DBS. Really risky game coming up from Dap here, but he's willing to take it. Leung finally get an entry. There's going to be entry threat coming up, and they're going in for the push. But Kid making it even harder with those DBS working.
Ooh, but our boy got knocked down, so it's not a good start here for Team Secret in this fight. iShot's opening up the flanks, so that will kind of stop 7-9 from just rushing in. But at the same time, it's going to be hard for Team Secret to pick up our boy. He is in the middle of everyone else. It's like 7-9, they're going to push it in. They know they have the advantage, but Kid will not go down without a fight. And that DBS gameplay, it wins it. You get a second one as well. That's going to be 2 eliminations in the back for Team Secret.
So far, it's pretty good for the side of Team Secret, but we do have a third party coming in. I feel like that's going to be Alter Ego, Fnatic, and Rosemary coming in from above. They finish off the rest of 7-9. 7-9 being eliminated as the first one out. But Team Secret, they don't have that much time to reset now. We do have Alter Ego, Fnatic, and Rosemary start to creep in from behind. Hill taking this bridge in the matter of their hands. RRQ losing so many men, dropping like flies at the same time. There's no for them to actually save this one as well. It's going to be a heavy toll on them as the Peko and one more player remains as a duo in RRQ.
Oh, so it's a confirmation that 3 eliminations for Team Secret. So Alter Ego, they stole one. Yeah, they stole one away from the fight. And now focusing on the Hill Esports, they got RRQ to deal with, and RRQ will be happy to bridge camp this, but RRQ lost 2 players in the pursuit of trying to stop Hill Esports coming across. It's like the plan not really working out for them. Hill Esports, at least they have the man advantage against RRQ.
Inside of Hill, still taking this bridge. Keeping it, spotted out RRQ players. They want to finish off. They definitely got switches now. Tiger and Flash, making sure they execute them, translate into 1 point each. For Tiger, he need to bail this one out. It's too much in the open field. RRQ Nepeka on the ground, Valdemont left. That's going to be the last player for the side of RRQ. They had a really good run today, but having a bit of a difficult start when it comes to day number 3 in week 2. But Circle Strings again will be in the center. Team Secret is right in the center. One of the toughest circle there is when you play Sanok.
I'm getting headache now just looking at this circle because it still has 3 islands in it. Oh man, this is tough. But looking back over at Hill, and looks like Hill, they want to fight against RRQ. RRQ eliminated, not getting a single elimination. That means that 1 elimination from Hill is given to another team. Oh man, RRQ 0 points.
Really rough for them. But CJ Evos on the other hand, going in for GE. I'm not sure if they knows exactly where GE is, or maybe they've just been chasing the tails of GE since the start. But Red Face, he definitely knows there's somebody there, tossing it out the native molly. Maybe the molly first, but Master Smart coming out from off angle and Charlie got doubled down. Small, so important, pivotal for the team even, to make sure that they won't be rushed in, but they still lost Master Ichi in the process. Zaxi on the then have to catch on Smart. If not, they'll be finished off entirely. 2 of them down for Procedure Evos, going not as they expected it to do. Master Smart make it so difficult for them, but Zai getting on a Rat Face, another one down. Only left with Zaxi for Procedure Evos.
Oh, nice off angle there, but because Zaxi is all alone, it's going to be hard for him to pick up his teammate. And now they know exactly where he is. They're going to put focus onto that building. They're going to force Zaxi to move. At the same time, the zone will arrive. Smile with the snake. Definitely going to toss it in. Will not connect fully onto Zaxi just yet. Smart just buying time for his teammates to reset. And the moment they reset, I think they're going to go in for Zaxi. 3v1. Let's go.
Master Smile, West, and Zion. They need to work things out, even though it's 1 player of Procedure Evos, but this is going to be one of the best player that is on Procedure as well. Here comes the push. GE, they got the weapons this time, not just playing with a pistol. Blue Zone is even helping them at this point. All they need to do is just translate into 1 point instead of getting it way towards the Blue Zone. West trying to wrap things up, but the corner is difficult. Zai can do the job. Now there's going to be 4 points secured. Entire squads of Pasija taking in the hands meta of GE.
Nicely done. They took out the top team. One of the most aggressive teams as of yesterday. CJE was lost that fight very early on, only taking on 1 point. Now Team Secret just across 4, but they're just going to exchange warning shots for now because it's still very circle dependent. So pretty much they're going to just look at each other, just make sure each other is not going to do anything fishy, and they're going to hold their ground. But boom, not going to hold their ground as they have D Xavier in front of them.
Do have many teams coming out from the southern part. Vampires, BTR, PBE, and SLD, all different regions coming from Ruins. Hill coming out from Pioneer will have to face GE along the transition into the circle. But the circle happened to be shifting north. Alter Ego got it. So many choke points there. We talk about the bridges. We're talking about swimming over the other island. Do you stay where TS is, or do you want to go over the other side? Boss coming out from the north, maybe on the western side. Entirely free and entirely easy for them. It's clear as a day. But all they need to do is just focus on towards the team, which is going to be in center, Alter Ego for now. But Bacon Time, though, still having a 4. Very split it out. Might spot it out. SLD, BTR, Vampire is going to be coming out this way as well. It's like 4 or 5 team, including PBE.
Oh yeah, I'm really liking Boss Gaming's position. But now SLD not liking their own rotation as one of their players got eliminated. It's going to be Gosu going out. PBE just need to pick up Raimon. It should be alright, but the bad news is that they're on the outside. They are playing by the areas of ruin, and in the areas of ruin, there's a lot of open space. And look at the amount of teams around them, including BTR. Not gonna let them go that easy.
Come out from West with AUG spotted on 2. Hill being knocked down. On the side of Hill, leaving with only 1 man standing. Trying to find a way exit out and just pass across. They've managed to squeeze in for that one player. It's going to be Sky for now. Prepare with the M416, the rifles and the DBS in hand. But GE have no clue. He managed to make it in Bob. That's going to be another elimination on the side of GE for now. But Zai and the rest of GE moving as a trio, pushing forward. PBE on top of Ruins, taking against BTR Rise and rank it almost bleed out. They are in the blue zone, closing in. Is the 4th stage. 1% HP per second will be deducted here. So they need to make a move.
Oh, Ryzen going in. Can he make it in time? Ryzen, oh! He didn't anticipate that. Mombo ready with the DBS, and he has a first aid that he can reset himself. He should be able to make it in time. Yes, he can. Just in the nick of time. Mombo, the hero for PBE.
For PBE, there's no time to rest here. They need to make a move. They need to budge, because if not, they will gatekeep, including Spotfail on the other hand. Play zone finish off Ranked. He definitely don't have enough when it comes to those utilities. And a lot of players being finished off and chucked down by the side of the blue zone. But on the side of Bacon Time, and finish a lot of players. Next is going to be SLD. GE, the moment is tapped in. DX charging them out and just chasing them back into the blue zone, denying their entrance. DX spot out most of the entirety of GE except for Smile.
Opening up a 2-2 split here for D Xavier. 2 on Camp Alpha Island, 2 on the main peninsula. And with that, they are stopping GE from coming forward. Zai now with the DBS gameplay on the 2 players of DX. Yes, cover fire support from behind as well. PBE, the wildcard team, got eliminated. Now it's down to GE representing the wildcard region.
Zai getting a bit of ring around the rosy, and Winnie taking on Tony Cave Empire from a different angle. But DX give it 2 player against 1. Zai got 1. It was a 2v1. He can actually clutch this. Duke next. But boom behind. Zai trying to pull his strings here, but never mind. Finish off by Duke. Duke is going to be DX and JE 1-1 trade.
The smoke became a double-edged sword. If not, he could have been covered by Smile. Now Smile needs to finish up the job, but looks like the zone has arrived. Probably the zone will be the one that does his job to take out these players. Gotta keep an eye on this. Smile. This is probably his last chance before the zone closes onto him, and he wins that. Beautiful from Smile. Duke goes down. Smile, swim across. It's going to be his next challenge.
Still have 2 players coming out from DX, which is going to be Lambo and Frankie, if I'm not mistaken. The side of Bacon, touch noise. have to swim across. Now, there's going to be a bit of a scuffle. Barely have any space or land coming out of those on the Pine side. But those come out from the north on Cam Alpha. They do have more space there. They want to cross over on the side of Tony K. Spotted out Bacon. Casually just spray and got it in the back easily. Not even breaking any sweat for Tony. But spotted out Noise possibly. Still in the blue zone. Touch is split it from the rest of Bacon time. Players are finishing most of the players. But still not being secured by the side of Box Gaming possibly. No clue. TS, this is going to be one of their best round yet when it comes to this.
Yeah, so far so good for them, but the challenge is not over as they have point to deal with, and Bacon time too. Taking an off-angle view right now for them to go on the exit behind the circle, moved up to the Cam Alpha Island, meaning that they need to cross over, and this is going to be the biggest challenge of this round for Team Secret.
Bacon eliminated at 9. We are living with only 8 teams. Void taking out Bacon time, and Secret on the other hand, they're not being favored by the circle. It's shifted on the north. They have to swim over to the side of the island, Cam Alpha. But they can just swim in the water, but there's a risk to it. You might get fished out by these guys, or even drown yourself if it's diving in too long. Take a bit of a dip after this, maybe for the teams. But Alter Ego Octa coming out from Cam Alpha. Now, they definitely have the compound for themselves. Junos trying to wrap around, trying to stay quiet for a bit, while waiting for other teams to charge into, which next going to be Boom. Boom seems like very intrigued and interested of taking this compound for now.
Ooh, okay. But the Xavier, interested to avoid Boom. They know they don't have the numbers though. Boom just right on top of them. They'll be focusing on the other side, looking for fishes to fish. And GE needs to swim across, so that could be it for them. Yes, and this is Box Gaming eliminated at number 8. Right now we can see there, yeah, 2 elimination points, not too bad. But Xavier, oh no, how are they going to get out of this?
Oh man, for DX, I mean, like, they might just taking a dip and not getting out of there anytime soon. Just waiting for Boom to be obliterated by the other teams. Void on the other end, almost in the same boat as DX. Same goes for GE. Now GE, the moment he take a breather, be spotted out. There goes the spray pump, it closes it off. Master Smile, hopefully he got enough oxygen in his lungs, but never mind. Master Smile will finish off, and this is going to be GE having good round with 8 elimination this time.
Yeah, what's the tough one for GE? I mean, the circle, the moment he shifts onto the Camp Alpha Island, it's bad for him. But Xavier Lamborghini is the only player left. I want to say the only player standing, but he's literally swimming right now. But for Team Secret, Jumper, gun down, leaving our boy alone.
Yummy. What the LTS is going to be Jumper being the target here. He needs to take a bit of a reset, but then by stress spotted out by Rosemary again with a 3 elimination, this time by himself, and Fnatic alongside Alter Ego still have a full squad. Void finish off another player just now, leaving with only 2 men remaining. Boom, Alter Ego as well as Void. 3 Indonesian teams up there. No tie this time.
Oh yeah, okay, it's a very different round this time. But let's see who will get that chicken dinner. Alter Ego looking good. Still a full squad with the current position within the circle, and they have a good spread. Potato going to open up the flanks on the other side. He's aiming towards Boom Esports. Doesn't have a good clear shot just yet because of how the terrain is. But Potato leaving his back behind. He's going to maximize his proning. Not going to reveal himself. So right now he's trying to get as close as possible towards Boom. Boom, very focused onto the river.
The X-Void. Oh, Lapa definitely spotted our Lambo, but Kina don't have those space to stand anymore. They are bleeding out from the blue zone. Fnatic, Alter Ego, Octa, I feel like they have this. They can keep this going. With Boom having a tree as well, playing at the ledges. They want to get all those eliminations. Yummy finish of DX as well. And DX, they have to bow out quite early with 5 eliminations for each. Boomer and Alter Ego, they are for the race of the most kills right now.
Oh, let's see if they can do it though. Right now we can see that point that will be eliminated at number 4. That will be Team Secret next. And it's between Boom and Alter Ego. Expected teams. It's going to be duking it out for this chicken dinner. Alter Ego resetting themselves. Boom, playing as a trio. Let's see if they can overcome this challenge.
Alter Ego Rosemary, alongside with Doctor, have to work as a duo. And Potato being a front line. It's going to be 2-2-1-1 formation. Here comes the rush. Rosemary come out from the outer flank. They are wrapping around Boom. Boom still got the legends to work around with. But Rosemary giving an extra support and spray. What a duo. But Boom managed to get down on the main fragger. Rosemary on the go with the DBS. Potato taking on Bombet. Hexas low in terms of with that UMP. No first aid. But down another player. A bit of trading to do, but more on the side of Alter Ego. Right now, equal field again. Back to square one, 2v2.
Oh, here we go. Definitely they will do it. The numbers advantage do favor Alter Ego, and Alter Ego carrying the momentum from yesterday. After their record-breaking chicken dinner, they will continue on today. Game number 1, Sanhok is theirs.
Well, you could call it a back-to-back chicken dinner since they won themselves a last chicken and now still having another chicken as the start of day number 3 in week 2 here. Even though the numbers are not as crazy as yesterday, but still crazy enough for them to secure quite a number of total points when it comes across the leaderboard.
Yeah, that is where it all matters, right? The total points collected. You can get big numbers in one chicken dinner, but if you can't get total points, it's tough. And of course, none other than Rosemary. Your dream fantasy lineup player is in this with the MVP. I believe it was the MVP yesterday as well. Oh yeah, because he got 10 eliminations, right? How can you deny that? So it's 2 back-to-back MVPs for Rosemary.
Yep, today he got another strong performance, getting on 3 eliminations. We're talking about Sanhok, by the way, not the biggest map there is. You have very limited amount of time and a very small space to play around based on the last circle just now. But they managed to park themselves where they need to be. They were on the Chem Alpha region. It was well worth it for them to stay and waited up there. Alter Ego and Boom have been performed such a good start here. But TS, a leap of faith by adding in the coach iShot makes such an impact. It just shows that Team Secret need a compass, and iShot was it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And we can see with how they position themselves, how they take the interesting spots. Yes, at some point they need to cross over, but they still can survive. And that brought them this placement at least. So yeah, I think it's looking good for Team Secret, at least for round number 1. And you gotta think about it, it's a hard circle. If you watch it from the start to the end, you would know how bouncy the circle is. At some point, it looked like it would go to ruins. At some point, it would still have a possibility of going up into the main peninsula, and then it went back up onto Camp Alpha Island. It was just yo-yoing around. So any team would have sweated, like hoping that the circle don't do that. But the circle did that up until the final moment, and that gave Boom Alter Ego the advantage towards the end.
Yeah, I agree. So much of a ping-pong circle just now. So hard to read it out. We comprise 3 islands in all. Even the start of it making it so hard to predict for the circle. Even hard to read out the patterns afterwards. A lot of checkpoints when it comes to the teams. Yeah, Procedure Evils, they were not aware Smile was making such a huge swing from this off angle. If not, Procedure might actually got that in the back, because GE, they were taken down up front at first, but due to Smile, that's it. PPE on the other hand, having tough time in the blue zone. So many teams are being trapped in the blue zone and being denied their entrance into the circle.
Yeah, that's why a lot of teams don't like to play Sanhok, because how circle dependent this sort of map is, and you really sort of like, you need to depend on some level of luck inside of Sanhok. So yeah, but the good thing is that for teams, they will only be playing 1 Sanhok a day. The rest of it will be regular bigger maps that they can try to work around the circle. So let's see if consistency can still be the thing for these teams that got this chicken dinner or this kind of placement inside of Sanhok later on, especially for Team Secret. Looking at you guys.
Back to a start of match ranking for now with 8 elimination, but if you compare with Boom, they got an extra 2 points. It's just 2 point difference between the side of Alter Ego, who dragged themselves yesterday chicken, and now feels like a back-to-back for day 2 and day 3 for Alter Ego. And Team Secret finally get themselves a double-digit point for once. For the first time ever in this week. JE got himself a very good start as well. Then they were in the low numbers when it comes to week number 1. But week 2 getting themselves a bit of a refreshment. But Void plays himself in top 5. But we do have 2 teams getting a 0 this time, which is going to be RQ and Sem9.
Yeah, RQ, Sem9, 0. Persija was only 1. They lost that fight against GE, so the points were given to them. But you gotta like GE as well this time around. Look at this. The amount of eliminations that they got is actually on par with Alter Ego. So that means that they also got like the second most eliminations in this round. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing from GE as a representative from the wildcard region. PBE, despite only 2 eliminations, but they had a good moment there with Monboy counter-firing. And yeah, overall so far, pretty nice for the wildcard teams. But let's look at the overall weekly rankings. With FaZe Clan not playing, but they have a chance to take the number 1.
They are the second team to hit the triple digit here, and next is going to be Kick and Boom. But I agree, yes, they do have a shot at winning, but just now they're being eliminated quite early in the hands of GE, who are pushing themselves at 16th place. Same goes for Void here. Pushed down still, Vampire not making sort of any progress when it comes to week number 2 yet. While Team Secret had the first time ever we're looking at Team Secret get a better run, but still at the bottom 20 because they did not secure any points yesterday. Yeah, they did secure like around 6 points, and that's just across 6 map there.
Yes, that is still 6. Let's see. This is the time to gather points, looking at how okay they are today. But speaking about okayness, well, this is more than okay. So we got Rosemary being compared with the Yummy. 7 eliminations for Yummy versus Rosemary 3. Yummy still managed to get 7 eliminations. Wow, despite them not getting that chicken dinner. I mean, this guy, how are you going to move him away from the lineup? In the lineup that has the most substitutions ever.
I mean, like, yeah, I agree Rosemary is Rose Carey, but Yummy is just Yummy. But at the same time, I want this guy. I love this head-to-head for now. And these 2 players, if only they're actually in a team, I do want to see if that happens one day. If they can actually gel well and the chemistry can work out, it's going to be a big of a boom team from Indonesia.
Oh, yeah. Really, really booming here so far. And speaking about boom, right? Actually, we got to think about it. With the second place finish, they're starting to see a little bit more consistency inside of the PMSL. So looking so far so good. And let's check out the top Erangel performers. Of course, what will be a top performer list without a Thai team, right? We have FaZe Clan, we have Hale there, but FaZe Clan isn't playing today. So there will be opportunity for other teams to catch up on the FaZe Clan. Like if we talk about Hale, only 2 rank points difference. But look at the elimination difference. Oh my, that's such a big gap.
Between FaZe and Hale, it's not so much. I think it's something within reach. It's just Hale and Udo Lions being eliminated quite early, and that's the only reason they are not as much as FaZe. But if you compare with SLD, they are always the one that trying to balance out rank and elimination. You can do that for this season, yes, but if you want to be up there, you have to push one way or the other. In this case, definitely elimination is going to be outplayed by the side of rank, because positions when it comes to chicken, the max you can get is 10, while the side of elimination is going to be limitless. It depends on how much you can carry out for the entire team. Imagine we have 4 players like Rosemary. It's going to be 40 kills for 40 eliminations for each of the player. I mean, like for the entire team, and each of them get 10. If everybody can actually work like Rosemary.
Wow, if it's 40 out of 60, that is a lot of numbers there. That is more than half of the map. Yeah, half of the teams. Oh, that's crazy. I'll be looking forward to the day that actually happens. 40 eliminations for a single team chicken dinner. Obviously, you get the chicken dinner if you get 40 eliminations. That will be worldwide, global, record breaking. I'm pretty sure no team has reached that number before.
I'm liking your prediction here, because everybody seems to be rising up the occasion. GE having a very good run. Alter Ego just called himself a chicken. TS with iShot coming in. Now we're looking at something. Now we're looking at some progress. But Void, SLD and FaZe, for me, I do want them to push themselves up there. Because at the same time, it feels like, I don't know. It just didn't work out quite right. because I want them. I do know. I mean, like FaZe not playing. I mean, I definitely. Well, they're just gonna fix that later. Outside of SLD, it feels like why they so safe. You know, they're playing too safe. Honestly, coming from SLD.
Well, well, at the end of the day, right? If you get everyone to play super duper aggressive, then I think the whole map will be broken. So you got teams that like to play a little bit safer. You got teams that like to play at the edge. Like you got teams that like to play in the middle, and I think that's absolutely fine. At the end of the day, if they're able to collect enough points, whichever way it is, that's okay. But of course, people do argue that this current format or point system, like playing safe, doesn't benefit you. But sometimes maybe teams that like, okay, we'll be happy if we can get into the grand finals, and SLD do look like they will not be in the top 4 as of now. And if that's the objective, they will, and they want to change their play style inside the grand finals. And I think that's absolutely okay for SLD.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's okay. Playing comfortable is a good thing, but you're gonna be stagnant. You're gonna be inside of a bubble. You're not gonna bubble that will not pop anytime soon. You won't be better. You won't be moving forward or advance because you're too comfortable where you're at. So I just want to see them to take a bit of a risk here. But yeah, when it comes to risk, it's a bit too jeopardizing for the entire team if they made a mistake. Now they cannot afford to make a mistake, any sort of small mistake at this point, because we're talking about the middle of the week 2 and we're down to only week 3. If you want to play catch up in week 3, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah. So that's where you kind of weigh it, right? You want to take that risk, or you don't want to make mistakes. So maybe they went for the earlier decision, which is like, okay, we don't want to take that risk. We want to play something that's comfortable, because maybe the objective at the end of the day is, okay, we'll be happy if we can make the top 16 in the grand finals. Then we'll figure that out later on. We'll leave that for later. But for Alter Ego, wow, man, so good. Back-to-back chicken dinner, technically. For Void, however, we haven't seen the best of them yet. We haven't seen last week's Void in week 2.
Feels like they are. I don't know if they trying to change something when it comes to rotation-wise checkpoints, or even what they have as their primary objective in this week here, because definitely it feels very different from a Void that we know back then in week 1. Or is it just exhaustion kicking in? We're talking about it's going to be a very long league. Are they a bit too risky when it comes to getting those very long marathon going in? But we do have Putra playing in, and we do have subs in and out when it comes to Erangel map here for some teams.
Oh yeah, so Lo Yu being replaced by Putra. We saw that before, I think last week. But there was like only a few games, so I don't think it's significant enough for us to see like a difference. But last week, because Sim9, they were fairly consistent, irregardless of who swaps in, who swaps out. We did see Lung did swap out for Putra as well. The two mainstays, of course, is Dep and Adips. They're the only ones who have yet to change in the lineup of Sim9, and they were consistent enough last week. So whatever that they did last week, that was okay based on this composition. So, but this week it's not as hot as last week. I think they'll be looking to find their rhythm again, whatever made them successful last week. Hence the swap between Lo Yu and Putra.
Yeah, or maybe they're just warming up when it comes to week number 2. They have those 2 days off, and now some of the team only just got themselves another second day here, even though it's a third day where they don't play yesterday. So maybe they need just a tiny bit of warm up. It's a bit too early to judge because it's just the first sun of the day. We're waiting to see if Erangel will make a difference, especially the teams that are having a bit of swap, especially Team Secret, because the moment iShot just gets in there, I feel like he's taking command, and the one that actually for Team Secret actually lacking right now is just one leader that can drive the entirety of the ship here. They need those navigator. They need the one that can lead for them, and I think iShot is just it.
Yeah, and I think whatever they were saying is not based on like only the points collected by Team Secret. It's also based on how they move, how they make the decisions, where do they go, and so on and so forth. So it's looking good for Team Secret. Not gonna lie about that. But of course, the bigger question will be whether it can be consistent next round onwards. And plus, Erangel will be majority of the maps. This will be the bigger question. Can they continue on at that level of good movement at least? It's yet to see. But speaking about yet to see, right? So Yuhai again is taking a break this time. I think he's been taking a break for quite a while. Majority of yesterday, including, if I remember.
Past today is not actually playing alongside with BTR. I think they want to try out this lineup for a bit more longer. And it feels like it kind of not that impactful, but pretty much the same. It doesn't matter so far. We don't see a rotation that makes such a big change or flip of a coin there, a change of a type for the entire team just yet. Set for Team Secret for now. But for Boom, I'm not sure who's playing, but we're going to have to wait and see in the game later on. But for right now, I can see that Vampire is struggling.
Yeah, it's definitely not the Vampire of last week. We did see Tony K as one of the top assists, but at the end of the day, it's also about like the total points collected, and it's really not as hot as last week. So Vampire, it's like they flip it, right? It's like Vampire being taken over by FaZe, and they kind of like swap roles or swap souls or something like that. So now FaZe is the Vampire of last week, doing really, really well. Hale as well, not as hot as last week because they had a good start, but this week is a little bit colder than last week. But there's still a lot of games to play. As we head on to our next game, first Erangel for today. Let's go.
Are you guys ready for first wrangle of the day? Yesterday has been very generous for some circle, but some of them are being very nasty when it comes to this circle in the last minute. But we do have a bit on the eastern side, sort of a flight path. Whoever wants to drop into Primos, it's doable, it's reachable, but they do need vehicle.
Oh yeah, definitely. In case you're okay, and that's where the interesting part is, right? So if you remember, like yesterday there were a couple of vehicle fights that happened. Of course that was Geek Slate. Today Geek Slate isn't playing, but looking at this kind of flight path, that could still possibly happen because those who like to drop on the left, it might be quite a distance for them. So the vehicle fight might happen here. I don't know if there will be any hot dropping. Looking at GE, because they are a fan of doing that in week 1 at least, they're going towards the area of Mansion. So Mansion normally is not a area that teams like to drop in. Mansion or Lipovka, in fact, for some reason. I don't know why, because I feel that Lipovka is kind of decent, or maybe it's just too at the edge of the map. I don't know. It's very hard to tell. But they're going there, so they should be on the clear to loot on their own. Not going to challenge any other team for now, but this kind of circle, okay, Gakha Mountain or the 50-50 bridge?
Feels like it's going to be Gakha Field, possibly even Hospital. We hardly see Joggo for sort of a circle, but it feels like maybe around Gakha Field. If you got yourself that Gakha Mountain, you don't want to give it away. We've seen this last week before. I think it's around first or second day of or maybe in third day, I think, around the end of first week, sorry. At the end of first week, definitely, yes. Because I remember how GE gave away the position on top of the mountain of Gakha, and that taken over by sort of Bacon Time. They just farmed those eliminations on top, and GE should not have given away those kind of terrain at first or compound due to how useful until the end, because the circle happens to be there. It feels like such a similar pattern to that game.
Oh, but not a similar pattern here. Normally it's GE onto another team, but this time it's Alter Ego onto GE. And Octan not leaving Mansion. I don't think he knows that someone's on the other building. So he's happily looting here all alone, thinking that he is clear to loot. But actually, another person's looking over him. And if GE summons the rest of GE to come, Octa will be in big trouble.
Sort of Octa. It's West we're talking about, the anti-fragger, always the one who opened up the team, being the opening for the fight, the brawls, west of GE. They definitely heard the audio coming up from Octa just now, who parked himself and pulled over to his compound. And Octa, the one that's in oblivion, have no clue about where the others are. Carefree enough to actually loot up. But to his demise, it's going to be one team waiting to open fire, yeah. I just hope he realizes it's not alone right now. A bit too risky. I'm not sure where are the rest of Alter Ego. Definitely Octa is alone.
Oh yeah, and even Zai is waiting on the outside, so it depends where he exits. If he exits in the wrong area, he'll be shot down. And plus he brought a buggy. And buggy for the driver, less protection. It's easier to shoot him down, easier to get the headshot. So it's something that he doesn't realize it by now, but for us, obviously, we get to see like, oh, what's waiting for him on the outside. And he'll need to move in soon. Okay, so now he made that move, but he happened to exit at the area where GE is not at. So yeah, thank you so much for the loot, Opta says.
Surprisingly, GE a bit too careful, a bit too respectful, being given too much respect for the other teams down there. I mean, like, they got the firepower when it comes to long distance. Maybe they are not that confident when it comes to CQC. We saw a lot of outcome. It's not working out so well coming out from GE when it comes to close quarter combat. So I think they want to avoid early fight as possible. They want to go for ranks, going for the balance. Ranks and elimination when it's needed. Maybe on the 4th stage onward, they start to fight, but not now. It's a bit too early.
Yeah, that reminds me of that Miramar fight. I think it was against Sam9. They had like 3 people going up against 1, but they still lost that fight. So I think that's kind of like haunting them. They kind of like have that thing at the back of their mind. So they were like, okay, nope. We know that we're better at long range, so let's just stick to the plan. We play long range. We prefer to play like we don't take those early fights anymore, and that's absolutely okay. And if they found that formula that makes them work better, and they can slowly climb up to the in the overall charts and make that great escape into the grand finals, wow, that will be something. That will be at least finally they found that formula to do that, and they would have that sort of opportunity to do it again inside of the grand finals and just challenge other teams.
I agree. So RRQ just now, they had a really rough run. It's one of the teams that are having hot and cold days. Quite hard to find this consistency going, whether they go really big on one round or really behind on the other. They have to catch up a lot when it comes to RRQ. They have what it takes, yeah. But when it comes to DX right now, they are on a tie. 12 and 11 place. The middle pack will be the chases to get themselves in the top 5. CJ Evo's on there, then the team that can have the brightest, the biggest opportunity to get number 1 spot here. Number 3rd place right now be chased over by Boom. I think it's just within short amount of time they can close the margin. We do have Box Gaming playing in the blue zone. Bacon spot out Asar. RRQ Asar always being the bait, try to find any shots coming up possible, but Touch having triggered discipline, don't want to open fire yet.
I like the way how you use brightest when they're actually sharing the compound with SLD. But now Shirley, thank you so much. That's going to be the first blood in this round. 9 is going to get it. It's going to be given, of course, to Bacon Time. RRQ totally didn't know what hit them. They were caught by surprise.
Bacon Time on the other hand got one. Voin having a bit of drift. After that drift, just open fire. I mean, like, these guys know nothing about fear. They never know the feeling of being scared, or the one who will be stepping down from any fights. Lapa and Keenan working as a duo. I'm not sure where are the others. Maxius will be playing right now. And Alva is working alongside with Maxius. Feel like they're splitting into 2-2 formation. Whatever happens the other end, they might actually gain a lot of intel around different corner, but PBE moving as a 4.
Interestingly, that PBE, what I noticed is that Demigod only played like a few rounds, so we don't really get to see much of him when he's the most decorated player when it comes to social media with the banter with Jumper. So it's interesting to see that he hardly plays with the lineup, but not to say that when he plays they're not good, because he don't play that many games, so it's very hard for us to really come up with an assumption. But when they got the chicken dinner, when they do well, he wasn't playing. So again, not to say that he's a bad player or he doesn't fit into the composition. I guess it just so happens sometimes. PBE, I'll be looking forward to see if they can climb themselves up onto above the top 16. They definitely will need that after that number 19 finish last weekend. So for them to have a shot at the grand finals, they need to climb roughly on page number 1 at the other week.
Well, Circa happened to be shifting here. Again, some teams are still playing the blues, and it just happened to be on Gakka field. Pachinki right on top of it still, but we do have some teams trying to fight over the Gakka mountains. Void will be gatekeep Team Secret, but if they're moving forward, it's going to be Team Secret getting a free pass into those circles. Void have not even pulled over. They are moving on the right side to the side of Pachinki, surprisingly. Now, they will try to scout their perimeters and just mark their way in, and making sure they have every different angle possible came out on top of this field right here. But at the same time, Team Secret marching in with those vehicles. Jumper taking the lead. I'm not sure where's iShot right now, or do they even have a 4? But they definitely, yes, have a 4. Ked and a boy, as Jumper and iShot are playing as a duo. It's going to the veterans working out things again, but DX happen to be crossing path with them. We talked about this another team before who will gatekeep these two teams, including Boom, who got himself a compound.
Okay. I think they're still determining where exactly they want to go after they saw Xavier. That maybe spoiled their plan. Our boy's going on the other way, doing a little bit of a scouting work, but him being shot at, so he knows that someone's there. So now they're going to park themselves on the next building beside Xavier around the areas of the Chopstick Trench. That's absolutely okay. It is big enough for two teams to park themselves here, and considering that it's still within the circle, that I don't expect to see these two teams really going ahead of each other. But with the circle ships away, that is going to be a different story.
DX. The audio coming up from TS, like I mentioned about the trenches, the Chopsticks trench here. Taken by a side of Team Secret, splitting into 2-2 formation from now. Both holding on different angles, different ends. A bit risky for Kid to stay here. If they're being lopped another nade, definitely the entire team would go down with our boy alongside with it. Alter Ego taking a different place for them. They got themselves houses and buildings to work with. GE resort to playing the open field. Got those ledges. They're going to work well if they know exactly how and when to pop the smoke. It's all about timing about those smokes. Octa and Alter Ego taking this side of an abandoned church. It's going to be right on top of these hills while they're waiting for the other team passing by. Bacon time happened to be just across them, less than 300 meters apart.
Yeah, super close to each other. I don't know how far this is. I don't think this is that far from the middle of the circle, but being on this area, on this kind of high ground, that's kind of okay. You get a lot of information because Gakka, in general, it's a lot of flat land. So you can get that level of elevation. There's a lot of information that you can get, especially in that area whereby majority teams might pass by from the right to the left. So you kind of know that, okay, two teams, 3 teams, 4 teams going towards that way. You can kind of guess like, okay, that's a little bit crowded. Then you kind of know how to make a decision. But speaking about Gakka, it will be inside of Gakka itself and Team Secret right in the middle of it.
Yep, it is exactly the same pattern I saw last time in the Gakka field. And there's a time where the teams are actually on the Gakka mountain. They can take their own time for a bit before they're heading into Gakka field. But we do have Empires trying to come up from the southern part. DX in the center. TS this time not playing it late anymore. With iShot coming into the fray, the coach himself plays. But will be visited by 7-9. Always the brawl between these two teams. 2 of them down. 1-2 trade. With only 3. Make it 3 with that remains for 7-9. Oh boy. 7-9 charging in, but will finish all by Dap Fed. 2-3 take from now. Dap, can he clutch this?
Can he? Oh, no, he did not. Second time around. 7-9 versus Team Secret. And Team Secret decided to abandon by more Team Secret. Hang on. Hail Esports comes in. Hail Esports. Wipe them off the floor. Taking out Team Secret. Team Secret wasn't prepared for that.
Oh boy, 2 teams back to back going down. The one that's winning is going to be Hale for now. Boom, just going to make a big U-turn after saw the huge victory come out for Hale. But Bacon time touch will be surrendered by the rest of GE. GE making it a 4 to finish off touch. A lot of commitment giving out towards the side of Bacon time. One player. Smart almost got clipped out entirely. That Molly were intended to flush him out, but touch will not be easily taking the bait here. He's taking his own time, playing around the stairs, playing around the corners of those houses, while the rest of Bacon will have to lead the fight between 2 teams, Alter Ego and GE at the same time.
Just look at this. As much as Bacon time want to come and give back up towards 3 touch, but because GE, they have this high ground, they have the rooftop, so it's hard for them to actually come in and pick him up. So unfortunately, 3 touch will be naded down. There's no way they're gonna pick him up. Plus, another team's coming by. So for Bacon Time, they're not in a position to move.
Side of GE on the other hand managed to secure one play of Bacon Time, but the rest of them is too busy against Alter Ego and CJ Evos on the other end. Now Alter Ego do have those elevations. They got a prime spot. But can they spot out Noise? Fnatic spots him out a bit too late now, Noise! What a spray! A clean one, beautiful. Crispy enough to knock and finish one straight away.
9 Noise, not making a single noise there to get the elimination point. Now GE is passing by. GE knows that the fight was just done. They're going to take advantage of this. But 9 Noise is ready as Ichi almost got down, but GE will lose Smile.
Noise. Popping off the smoke, hoping that he can actually buy a bit more time. He's trying to stall. Alter Ego Octa got caught in surprise. They are off guard just now. Octa on the other end reply, but Noise with a DPS within the smoke. Alter Ego being shocked and being caught from behind. But GE around the corner. Noise, the one guy coming up from Bacon Time. He's just obliterate and decimate the rest of the teams down there.
Yeah, great positioning there by 9 Noise. Taking out the entire GE from that angle, but now he has Void to deal with, and he's on the outside of the circle. 25 more seconds. Hops onto his vehicle, gets away because he knows it's not going to be worth it. Manpower not on his side.
Alva barely at the blue zone, burning his back. Void actually make their territory into the safe zone already, but PBE now taking the trench. Wow, there's so many teams. Talking about 5 teams now playing around the trench. PBE Momboy on the ground with DX Lamborghini shooting from a different angle entirely. Well, the other two, they're split it right now, 2-2. Well, we do have Hill on the other end of the chopstick trench. It's going to be in the center of the trench here. DX taking a bit of a pit moment, trying to revive himself. I'm not sure if they have enough smoke, but PBE definitely pushing in. Hill is still watching on the other end. They want to be part of this. They are pushing right now towards PBE.
Oh, PBE and D-Xavier. PBE need to reset. D-Xavier, they still have all 4 still active. PBE, 3 players within the trench. But look at this, Choo-Choo. Hale is going to come in from the other side. Hale will be interested to butt in.
Did mention about them pushing towards the side of DX right now. Coming up from the other trench. Now already here against PBE as well. Lamborghini jumping down. Finish off PBE, but DX. They're going to be counter-fire from the back line. It's going to be Raimon. But Hill coming in. Same goes for the other end of RQ. Fighting another part of Hill, but Raimon wanted to finish it in one go. He's trying to finish things off, but a bit too long for this. Nades just now being tossed. Lamborghini fighting against Raimon. Mano to mano with Hill Sky attracted to the side of RQ. Will divide their attention for a bit longer. They have the time. They are stalling it. With the help of RQ right now, Hill's not pushing in this. But never mind, I take that back. Got slow. Tossing one nade. It's going to be it. Close enough. Lambo slid off hell with PBE at the other end. My God. DX ham down hard.
Oh, I saw that. They shot their own teammate at some point, allowing space for PBE to counter upon. But as we kind of expected, Hale took advantage of this situation. They got that elimination point, but they're not done yet. Though Hale now has Vampire to deal with. Oh no, 4v2.
News it down on the ground. It's going to be 2 left remaining. Make it 1 last person. Tony against Stone. Trying to work wonder with their ARs right now. Tiger giving a spray on top of this, but got counter-fired by Stone instead. Stone going for the revival first, maybe pop couple of smoke, but they don't have that much. Going for the revival for Newsy. Stone the last man remaining. If Hill happens to be pushing this, it's going to DM. Do they have the space? Can they actually stall the time? Because Hill pushing up with this duo and Tiger bleeding out, shouting, make it fast. Here comes the nade.
Oh, will the nade land onto them? Ooh, that nade was super close, but now looks like Vampire, they are still low and Hell has arrived. Sky only going to be at the forefront. Sky only shoots, get away, teammate, get slow, but they can't see the fight good angle. The Molly will buy time for them, and Sky only will begin now. Get slow, the last man, but he's been burned down right now. This is the advantage that Vampire is going to take, and Hell will be taken out. All hail Vampire Esports.
What a strong defense coming up from Vampires. They've been knocked down to 3 just now with 1 person remaining. Stone Lucky enough they got the distance, but they know exactly the time where he counted second after second. But this nade is trouble.
Oh.
We can smell it from afar. Gosu double down on a discount of 1. Getting on the entirety of Vampire, who barely make it alive. But Void now finished off BTR. I think it's going to be, I'm not sure which team was it again, but Vampires rush in by SLD. No time to reset.
Wow. Third party after third party after third party. In this trench alone, uncountable boxes at this time. But now D-Xavier, just when they thought they were cleared, RRQ wants to take over this area. RRQ 3v2 against D-Xavier. Nade after nade been tossed out. But RRQ still not really going all in just yet. They want to get that knockdown before they do.
Bit of an early quick nade coming from Mod. Not overcooking it. UMP in his tries to spot a shot just across that trench. You're just gonna need to loot toss those nades here. It can work out wonderfully well, but he pop up the smoke just in case there's an ambush that he's not aware of. Chuan need to back off. He need to retreat. He heard the audio cue coming out everywhere possible. RRQ surrounding him from all angles right now. Mod playing it very low, resetting himself. Lambo tried to clutch out for the entire team, but Boom is also there, hovering the cross on top of them. RRQ need to wrap things up. If not, it's going to be another third party. Jump shot from straight to trade with Void ticking on RRQ on the other end.
Oh wow, Lamborghini, can he hold his ground? He is the top clutch master for D-Xavier, but he's going up against a big team here. RRQ. Nate will be tossed at Lamborghini, finishes for no more, 2 more to go. Mort can't find a good angle, but he will finish off Schwab and leaving Lamborghini all alone. And Lamborghini super duper low, but Lamborghini is trying to do it. Lamborghini can pull over clutch. Yes, he will. 1 man to clutch the entire RRQ, and that is going to be Lamborghini.
And also with the help of Gosu just now, as LD, you have to give it. Gosu feels like outshining everybody else with those nades, being the opening for the team every single brawls. On the side of box, they're very segregated, widely spread, trying to take over the northern side, but Yummy spotting them out. With a Scar L tapping this from afar. Chuan G tried to keep the distance, taking on Razy Boom on his knees here, and Boom have to make a go, because right now they are going in for the rush, not making long fights anymore. SLD, they're being taken over by certain monsters, hungry for this blood, and just keep jumping from one fight to the other.
This round has the most insane third parties that we've seen so far in the PMSL. Look at the circle. Boom seems to be favored by it. SLD has a part of the circle, but the road is now 50-50 split within the circle itself. SLD having a compound, so they're going to hold on to this for now. But they need to be prepared. They cannot tunnel vision onto Boom, because there's another team on the left and on the right of them. Looks like they're trying to... They have good vision here. Oh, it's going to be Boom on the other side. Boom needs to be prepared for Precision Evos that can come in anytime.
Heavily undecided of west of the circle, though. We do have a lot of teams coming into it. Boom have to think about how much they have to defend. Their utilities are running down at the same time. They need to replenish themselves. But BTR SLD throws in from afar. But that AR's getting on those cliffs. I mean, like SLD, I'm loving this. 5 eliminations and so proactively moving. They're always for the run and gun. Everything that moved, they shoot it down in an instant. And not even wasting any second at that. Once they get a knockdown, they're just going to go for the right. Not even thinking twice. This is a different SLD if you compare with last week, but Liquid or BTR, there's no way out for him.
Right, as if just when you say that, oh, you're playing slow. Nope. They heard it, and they're going to change their playstyle. And so far, looking so good for them. 6 elimination points for SLD, and they want more. They want to take it out on BTR as Parjo tap it away from afar. BTR eliminated. 8 elimination points for SLD.
Dominating so far on the side of SLD. I'm loving how they push themselves up there. They're getting more aggressive. They're not going for safe plays anymore. I just love how they know what their strengths and weaknesses are and playing at the best of it. DX being eliminated next. DX so far being in the middle bracket. But for Porigin, who needs Boy if you get Porigin tapping away every single team like that? With Boom return fire to sort of Procedure Evos. Procedure definitely splitting their attention into different sides here.
And it's interesting to see that Pasija Evo somehow managed to slide into the circle. Not really want to take down this compound. Instead, they choose to move up north, and now they kind of split at the road. Pasija Evos still holding it strong. Can't say the same for Boyne as they got eliminated. Number 62 elimination points this time.
Boom taking their own respective building. Pasija Evo stuck in between here. They are in an open field in the open street. Pombit just gonna toss a nade to help his friend to revive. Boom! They got a very good run last round. They got 8 eliminations, quite a number of total points, 16 if I last remember them. Their first sun half of the day, having a good run alongside with Alter Ego, who being finished off quite early, but Pasija Evos will take in that spot as another Indonesian team. To Vietnam, no ties again. Surprisingly today, has been very slow for the ties.
Yeah, wow, it's 2 rounds in a row. Yesterday, all our rounds we see a Thai team in the top 3, but this time it's going to be a little bit of a different round for us. It's going to be Pasija Evos with Lynx, long range, and Trong Zin. Okay, it's going to get it on the Zunos, and Levis will be gunned down by, I believe it was Yummy on the other side. So right now, SLD, they don't have the circle, they still need to move, but it's an open area in front of them. But before they try to get the members of Pasija Evos, but SLD already hitting the 10 marker.
Not just that, it's segregated equally for all the players. I love that teamwork right now. 3 on each, except for Tran G being the support mostly from the back line. Even trying to go for the flank, but they need to step into the circle. They don't have much time anymore. Less than 20 seconds, that's it. They'll be burnt off their backs here, and they need to make an answer. And Gosu again! Got it going! Gosu, he's so good at getting the opening for the team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is good work there for Goto, and he almost got it onto Luxie. And looks like the rest of Pasija, it's hard for them to pick up Luxie. But now, SLD, they don't have the circle. They do have vehicles though, so the smoke bridge will be created by SLD in order for them to get into the circle. Boom, they still have part of the circle, so they might still want to hold on to this compound, but I can't say the same for Box, as Weenie will go down to the zone.
Capone have no way to actually help Winnie at this distance, at this sort of stage as well. We talked about the Blues, so definitely we just have to go with solo right now for side of Capone. Box and SLD, to Vietnam getting on top 4 with Boom having full squad. Same goes for SLD, but Capone make it difficult. Oh, and a fellow countryman just finished off 2 of their players. Capone taken down finally by Boom from afar, leaving SLD crippled with only 2 players left.
Could this be the moment that Boom secures 3 chicken dinners? Technically 3 chicken dinners in a row. Right now they are looking good with a big number on their side. But Pasija Evos, they need to reset, and they managed to do that, but SLD, they're playing on the other side. Right now, looking at the current scenario, Boom, because they have the numbers, they can spread out. Red Face will be shot down by Pombit. Can he get it? Can he get a pixel shot? Red Face, still not Red Face by Pombit. Pombit reloads.
It's going to be devastating for Pombit. He saw that clear as a day there. And the recoil make it so hard for him to control the barrels just now with a spray. If only he can tap it out, it's actually more efficient at a point. If only he got himself a Mini 14 or DMRs to work, it would be remarkable just straight away for the headshot. Trongs in, the moment he picks out, Rat Face will tap him down. Rat Face barely getting out just now, finally knocked out by Pombit on the second round. Finally, Pombit got his target here after such a long eye. And Hawkeye watching out to the side of Red Face and just finish off Goose at the same time as LD placing themselves at 10. But those double digits will play a big part later.
Oh, here we go as Razy tries to secure the elimination point, and it's going to be a straightforward finish for them. It's going to be Boom Esports getting this chicken dinner. Oh man. Oh yeah, and I did mention about 3 chicken dinners in a row. That was Alter Ego. And this is Boom this time around, from a second place finish to a chicken dinner. Boom. Have they found the lineup that they need to keep inside of every round?
For the side of Boom, there's quite a consistency when it comes to the performance here today. Even though they didn't secure the last chicken dinner and take it over by the side of Alter Ego, but they got quite a number of eliminations, still on the top 3. And they got themselves now closing up with a chicken for the next one. I just hope they can bring this consistency for the next one. But Yummy, yes, Yummy, you Yummy guy. What a performance here the past 2 days. I really wish we can have a dream team with Yummy, and Rosemary in the same lineup. But so far, he gave himself like, hey, that's my picture, that
Oh, okay.
is his picture taking about when he's winning, possibly. And he got himself a new baby. Is that it? Oh, his girlfriend, yeah. He's shouting out for his girlfriend. Or his wife.
Okay, I can't really tell, like, even the gender. Maybe you need to zoom in a little bit next time. But Yummy, next time, just put it near the camera, we want to see it. But anyway, boom! Second place inside the Sand Hall. Chicken dinner inside the first Erangel today. Boom! This is so far the most consistent Boom Esports play that we have seen. The last time around, it was like good and then not so good the next round. But this time, looking nice for Boom. And I'm sure you like what SLD is doing too.
For SLD, they have been really aggressive here. We're talking about getting one knock, go for the rush. Getting another knock, just go another rush. But for Procedure Evils, I'm loving how they're very consistent here today as well. They come in very strong when it comes to week number 2. They aim for the kills. And they just aim for that. You don't get chicken, you get yourself last place. As long as you secure 8 and above for those eliminations, it's more than enough to push themselves forward. The main objective right now is one set at a time, going into the playoff first and getting themselves a decent amount of initial points when it comes to the playoffs.
Now, I think this question will be on top of everyone's mind. Like, where are the Thai region teams? It's already 2 rounds. We don't see them with the top 5. We have the same question as well. But let's keep that question going as we go along the day. But SLD, look at this: long range, short range. They are playing a variable style this time, and it's working out for them. But I'm loving the long range coming for them. I think majority of it is long range, and if they're able to secure those elimination points, whatever method that they use, is absolutely fine.
Whatever it works for the team, right? I mean, like, there's no right or wrong when it comes to PUBG Mobile. This is the beauty of it. Even the gravity doesn't really exist in PUBG Mobile in Miramar. So whatever it takes for the team to actually push the number up, everything that's needed, that's necessary for them, as long as it's something legal. But on the side of Pombit, that was a really tough one. I mean, to take him down to the side of front face when being shot down from afar. But Procedure, I'm loving how they have this consistency. They have this sort of aggressive mindset. Don't have anything they're fair against. You know what? If it's better to regret something else than regretting something that you're not taking the chances, because they are taking every chance they can get, even if it's not working out. And boom, again, it's such consistency. Last match, they got themselves 8 elimination, another 8 this time.
Oh yeah, another 8 this time, but of course this time with the chicken dinner. So a little bit more points this time around as compared to the last round. Looking good for Boom so far. Consistency is the key at the end of the day. On the other end, another tough round for Sem9, but at least this time 2 points in the bag rather than the previous round, 0 points for them. But that only means that it's 2 points in 2 rounds. So not the start that they would have like. This is where it all matters. The weekly rankings. Let's see how much it changes.
So far, Face standing at number 1, even though they're not playing here, but the gap being closed here. Gain themselves an extra point of 10 before they're starting off 109 or 103 in between there. But Procedure Evils definitely having a push. The only team in the top 3 without any chicken right now is going to be Procedure Evils. It just shows how much elimination they have. 84 for the numbers. Boom, on the other hand, start to climb up. The Indonesian teams want to take reign in this week. Week number 2. Last week, top 5. All 4 Thai teams up there. Will it end up the end of week number 2 with all Indonesian teams up there? But RQ and Void and BTR, a bit of a long stretch.
Well, I'm looking at Vampire. They're about to be pushed down by Team Secret. Only 2 points difference. But of course, to be fair to them, they played lesser games. But still, at this current moment, it's only 2 points difference between Team Secret and Vampire Esports. A position that they themselves wouldn't imagine being in. The number 20, the dreaded number 20. So far, GE, they're starting to rise up. They're actually on par right now in terms of total points with BTR. So they just need like 1 more point, and they'll be same with DBD. They get 2 points, and then they'll be above DBD on the top 16. So looking good so far for GE. Plus, DBD, they are taking a break today. So GE has that opportunity.
And for the side of the bottom, Vampires, they have one of the least games being played. If you notice, the teams at BTR, GE, Vine, PB, and Vampire, they only have 8 games played, including RRQ and DX. The only one that made it in the first page with 4 games in difference minimum. Alter Ego squeezed in the 10th place, and DX following pursuit behind is very close. And they have lesser games, way more lesser games. It's going to be entire day difference between Yudu Alliance, Alter Ego, and DX, but they still made it in. Box, on the other hand, already reaching up to 14 games. Same goes for TS, and today has been the most points coming up from TS the past 2 weeks.
Ooh, yeah, it is. Despite like the Erangel round wasn't what they hoped for, but at least there's some level of improvement.
Yeah, we
and
know
now
who's
I
the
know who's going to be
interview
interviewed next. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? We don't want to waste any more time. I think Cairo is going to take it over for Team Secret. We need to know this interview. Take it away, Cairo.
Me is iShots from Team Secret. Hello, iShots.
Hello.
Alright, so today is your first appearance in PMSL SEA Spring, and could you share the reason why that you decided to play today? Because we all know that during PMPL MY, you didn't play at all. Is there any reason?
So I think it was the team decision that where they tried like for the first week, they didn't really go well, and then they tried for this week, the 2 days that it was really not working out. So they made a decision to put me in and see how it goes. And so far it's doing okay.
Alright, good for you guys. Because what changes did you bring into the team? Because I saw from the previous games that you played, seems like they are more comfortable with you playing in the team.
I don't think we made any big changes. It's still the same. I guess there's more info right now. Because we played without much info during our previous lineup. So I think me coming in, I can look for more info. I can do a lot of things more. Yeah.
Alright, so last but not least, will you still be playing for the next 4 games?
Yeah, I think I'll still be playing for the whole day today.
Alright, good to hear. All the best for Team Secret on your upcoming matches. And I think that's all for our interview. Thank you so much. We're back to the casters. Bye-bye.
iShot, you are the change. What do you mean? There's nothing changes. You are. You know what? The moment iShot steps in, he's the only one who go way further than the rest of the team to gain those information. Nobody else willing to do so. They are not confident as he does. He knows what it takes. You know what? At least if I die trying, we still get some intel. He knows for a fact the team is blind right now. If he didn't do what he needs to do. I think here's the biggest change there is.
Yeah, I shot for president. Yeah, at this point. Well, objectively, from my observation for at least the 2 rounds, that what changed for Team Secret is that how they position themselves. So for the 2 rounds at least, we see them playing in the middle rather than when iShots is not playing. They seem to be playing later. They play by the edge, but when iShot is in, they go straight into the middle and they go in early, like within the first round of the circle or the second round, they're already in the middle of it. So that kind of changed their ways of playing. Now, whether it's good, well, I think the numbers don't lie. It is good, but whether it can work consistently once other teams find out that, oh, this is their current pattern, that will be another debate.
But when it comes to the top performer, just yet, we still have Yummy. I'm surprised that Rosemary is not up there, but he'll be next to it, not too far, I assume. But when it comes to top performers just now, Noise Ghosty, I mean, like, you have to give it to this guy, right? As LD managed to, you know what, success attempt of pushing in off the rush every single time in the trench, outside of the trench, everywhere on top of Gatka Field just now, due to Gosu making an entry frag for the team. He's sort of the one that bringing one down and make the rush for the entire team to go in without any sort of worry. We don't even have to be extra cautious about it. It's just so good to know exactly who to knock down first.
Oh yeah, so yesterday was 2 Thai teams taking the first 2 chicken dinners, and now this time it's going to be the 2 Indonesian teams taking the first 2 chicken dinners. In fact, their color code seems to be almost similar between Boom and Alter Ego. So yeah, there's some similarities there. But now, next is going to be Erangel before we head on to the long break, as per usual during the month of Ramadan. And I'll be still looking forward to see if Team Secret can be consistent. I need more games for them to like really prove it that okay, this is the formula that they need.
I mean, like, everybody have their own opinion right now. For me, I do have different set of things that I want to look at, which are going to be SLD. I do want to see how dangerous can they get for the next one, because right now we do witness SLD first game not too flashy, but when it comes to second game, they're definitely up there. Alter Ego and Boom, on the other hand, have been alternating. Yesterday have been a whole day of the ties. Today, I mean, like the first half of the ties. Today we're starting off with day 3, week 2, and first half of Indonesian teams. Now it will be Persija Evos trying to close it up with the third match for today, because, or is it going to be alternating between Alter Ego and Boom again? Because so far they have been dominating since yesterday. Their momentum is great for the Indonesians. Today they bring in more with chicken this time.
Yeah, and if this continues on, I'm not going to complain as well, because at least it brings variety to the entire race, and it doesn't make it like, oh, a two-way race or a three-way race and that's it. But if we can get like a good mix of Alter Ego or Boom, or even other teams as well, like SLD for example, able to really step it up, I think this will be really interesting. And again, we might see like until the final day. I'm hoping for like the final day of the week to have like more teams eyeing that number 1 spot, because last week it was lesser teams, or mostly the Thai teams, especially for Vampire Esports. But if we can get a good mix this time at the last day on Sunday, that'd be great.
So far for me, the top contender coming up from the first place of the league. Okay, it's not the championship just yet, because it's down to the league to get yourself those rank. That rank initial points will be reduced to 50% of it only. So you're going to start off with initial points that's quite not too big of a gap if you compare with the previous season, if the format keeps on going, right? So far the top contender, I do have a lot of Indonesian entire teams. I mean, like, that's not surprising. Definitely we're talking about so far the best of the Thai. We do have Vampires last week, but I'm not sure what happened to them for the entire this week. But FaZe and Bacon definitely have it up there. Hill is in the middle bracket, not really in the top 3. But for the top three coming up for Indonesian team, I do have a shot for Alter Ego based on how Rosemary bring up the entire team. Boom have it going. Persija, sort of a wildcard really. It's down to their mood. If their mood is okay, their mental strength is okay, they are having that cool, chill sort of perspective, can calm down, everything works well. But it start to panic, you can see it. It just manifests in the gameplay.
Yeah, I guess that's what we saw inside of San Hall, right? Like when they crashed into the compound where GE was at, and GE had a good spread, they couldn't clear out house after house after house as quick. GE was well prepared for the crash in, so I think they kind of like affected their motivation a bit. That's why when we saw inside of that first Erangel, they kind of play a little bit slow. We don't see the Persija Evos that we know of liking to crash into other teams, so they had a little bit of a shift there. Probably was affected by that too, but that's kind of okay, because I mean sometimes you just need that. Okay, it didn't work out, let's not do it again. Let's try something different. Let's be a little bit variable so that teams don't really read out onto us.
Another team that I have my mind set into is going to be who get the most individual kills by a person in this tournament. So far, that's going to be 10 from Rosemary. He himself killed 10 out of 17 by the entire team yesterday. That's the number to beat. Double record holder by Alter Ego players right now. The most team elimination and the most individual eliminations on their side. At the same time, I think when it comes to world record, so far, I'm not sure if it's been broken yet by Jonathan last time, which was 16 by individual. And I've heard there's going to be a new team with 20-ish. But if we can get those numbers, it's going crazy. Not too much. Yeah, we do know one of the world best players can be coming up from Order, or Nova players, or even Tony K are listed up there. But at the same time, we want to see the highest number when it comes to one player carrying out the entire team.
Let's see. Of course, this is a different format here, whereby a lot of other teams, a lot of other players will be focusing on getting those eliminations. Hence, it might even out. So that's why we don't see like the 20 mark yet. It took quite a while for us to see that 19 and that 15 to be broken. So yeah, but glad to see that happening inside the PMSL. We still got a ton of games to play. We're just halfway through the season, so a lot of opportunities for the players to actually show their stuff and break their record. And it would be nice to see a new world record at some point, maybe in the PMSL. New name, new format, new record. This will be the best time to do it.
Yep. It's all a new face of era. We're talking about an entire different format, entire different PM. It's not even PMPL anymore. It's just PMSL Super League for a reason. It's where the new things coming in, new ideas, being very creative. And on the side of SAM9, things are not so new, but not so well for them.
Yep. So a lot of new names as well. Let's see. I'm looking over if there's any swap. But you know what I noticed? That Boom has not changed their players. I think it's because like, okay, they're like, okay, we found the rhythm, we found the lineup. If not every round, we would see like Boom swapping in at least 2 players. But today so far, no big changes for Boom. So if it's well, you don't fix it. Looking good so far for Boom. And finally, they found their stability. Now I'll be interested to see like when will be the next time Boom changes a player.
It's yet the best performing team and lineup for Boom. Yes, I agree. Same goes for Alter Ego. These two teams having a head-to-head so many times, having a go in the last minute too. I cannot wait to see because I'm super stoked about the next Erangel map. Are you guys ready? We're flying straight into our Erangel, the second of the day.
Indonesian Gaspol! So far, that's the tune that we'll be singing in the Indonesian camp as we head on to our third match for today. This time the fly path is going to be a little bit different, starting from the southern side of military base up onto Lipovka. So because of the fly path being one-sided, we might see a vehicle fight early on for teams who like to move up to the north especially.
It's all down to the circle, really. If the circle happened to be in SMB, is it worth going for north or not? But at the same time, looking at this, going to Zark is the initiating range Starboard, quite a feat. Starboard not so much. If you ended up landing in the last minute, it's gonna be okay. Team Secret as per usual. This time, nothing much changed still around SMB area. But will anybody else trying to hot drop themselves? This is where we start to see teams forcing those fights, teams forcing those brawls in the early fights, getting those hot drops going to push the numbers. They're willing to take the risk. Second week is the best week to try the clash out because it's not too detrimental. You still can catch up in the third week if you happen to be feeling second week. Now, but if they don't try in second week, if you want to try in the final week, that's a bit too late now.
I wish I could trust this circle though. But looking at that, still like percentage of military base in there, you know, looking at how the circle have been like a yo-yo today, I don't trust it. Oh my, whoa, wait a second. Second time around, but this time Rosemary gets that elimination over GE. First blood, even before the screen goes to full screen.
Rosemary, that's it. Just Rosemary. Rose Carey it is. With a shotgun in hand, not much, and she's just so confident. So confident getting those exact angle, the right timing to pull the trigger off. He knows exactly what he's doing. What an impeccable play. I'm just like, when it comes to timing, formidable player, just phenomenal plays coming from this guy. And he just never dropped his performance. But GE, they start to get the momentum slowly. Baby steps. But the moment they're trying to rise up the occasion, there's always some sort of a challenge to pull them back down.
Ah, man. Yeah, I know, right? Just when we thought that, okay, they're starting to see some level of consistency, looking good, and then like, okay, this time around, just got stopped by Rosemary. But it was kind of a repeat drop from just now. I thought that something would have changed for either side, but looks like for Alter Ego, Rosemary is still like, nope, I want that area. I love it so much. I managed to win that. So very, very confident drop in. And true enough, proven that he managed to get that first blood in there. So looking good for Rosemary. I mean, like what you say, Rosemary, Rose Carey, carrying the team, starting off with that one elimination point.
Boom. Ross Hawk it is. So far it's quiet. On the northern side of Circa. Circa just happened to be right on top of the Medusa intersection. Feels like it might ended up there. BTR haven't doing so great here for the past 2 weeks. Last week they were exactly where they at. 16, 15 slot next to Gig Slate last week. And Team Secret is down there as well. Team Secret at least is starting to make a progress. Same goes for Box. A Box is a bit slower if you compare it with DX and Box feels like the same shape right now. There's no difference that much when it comes to their playstyle. The one coming in strong is going to be SLD. The only one that pushing way beyond the limit here.
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder. So that also means that BTR, at this current position, they are also one of the teams in danger of elimination if this continues to go on. This will be very interesting to see BTR, such a big name with a star-studded lineup, actually get eliminated at the bottom 4. But of course, that would mean that there are other teams that would trade it off by survivability. So maybe the wildcard teams. So far, G looking okay overall. That is. So yeah, that could be a surprise there. But it will be a big surprise if BTR goes out early.
At this point, you know what? It's down to never mind. It's Sam 9 taking Rosemary again.
What?
Here comes Rosemary. He just released himself from any sort of a leash, and this is what you get. This is so scary. Not even scary, he's scary.
We're giving in lots of names now. Rosemary, Rose Carey, Rose Scary. I can't think of a new one yet though, but we have a lot of games to go. So let's put in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, what are the names that you think that we can give Rosemary? I mean, he's insane for Alter Ego. He's definitely carrying the team hard.
I mean, I do love how the other teams actually, their teammates, you cannot just taking the credit away from the side of Octa, Fnatic and Potato. They did actually do their part too, but it's just Rosemary outshine them because he's bold, taking those chances. He's having those confident. He has a different mindset compared to all the others. The others are more towards, you know what, teamwork, we get intel first, cover the angles, then we go in. For Rosemary, he doesn't even think twice. I see that something moving, I'm gonna shoot it down, and that's it. That's the end of it. He just make it simple, clean, sweet. Nothing else, not overcomplicate things, don't overthink.
Yeah, they kind of make me think like if in the previous Erangel he knew that one GE player was in the same compound as him, he would have done the same. But because based on the movement, he didn't know that there was another one in the same compound. Remember, it was Smile. So yeah, he didn't have that opportunity, and he didn't went to that house where Smile was at. So Smile kind of got away with it, and maybe that's also why. Okay, to be fair, they don't know who kind of dropped into the compound, but if they do know, it's like, oh, it's Rosemary. It's like, oh, Rosemary, Rose Scary. Try to evade him at all costs, and if you don't, that's what happens. He will secure that onto you, just like that, easily, even not with a spirit weapon.
Micro Uzi with a shotgun before. It's not even a DBS. Here comes Tiger. Tiger running away. Looks like Tiger having a bit of a rip. Momboy spray it down. Cornered every way possible. PBE trying to be as aggressive, but he's just having a tough time to have a clash. But the moment they have a clash, they happen to be clashing more than a team. So PBE definitely have to redraw that map when it comes to the rotation and timing here. They want to go for the kills, they want to go for the hunt, they are thirsty enough for blood, but the problem is timing's a bit off here. Just a tiny bit, not too much, just a tad bit of it. Momboy trying to get himself a bit of high ground. Of this Pachinki hills, possibly potato hills of Pachinki. For PBE still hovering around. They're thinking about this gonna be it, our checkpoint for now, because so many teams will have to cross by it. Problem is, do the teams actually want to cross by?
Speaking about timing, I'm interested to see the timing of Team Secret this time. What will they do with the possibility of still the circle moving towards a military base? But I think by stage 2 we'll kind of know If the circle still goes down, then okay, military base will be really interesting. But BTR, oh wow, despite the majority of circle on the main peninsula, but BTR chooses military base as their home, sharing it with Team Secret. And it looks like it goes up, and it's going to be around the areas of Medusa intersection / Potato Hill.
Oh boy, back to side of Chinky, here we go. We do have the trench fight again, possibly. And never mind, the trench is just too far. Pochinki is just barely making it in. But it's going to be a new Medusa intersection like you mentioned here. And plus, there's so many teams still not crossing over yet. Including, I'm not sure where the secret just now. I didn't have a glimpse of it. But when it comes to Medusa intersection, and remember, why is it so important to have the knowledge regarding this intersection? It's going to be a lot of street, that's one thing. If it's in the center, the street will make it so open for these guys to be shot on, including how the Axe and Vampires Runner having to share the same place. Tony K in between, walking a death trap. Newsy Stone segregated. D-Axe working as a unit. Now going in for the rush. Newsy and Stone will have to make a big of a back line, but Newsy bought him time. Newsy is just stalled over the side of rest of Vampires to make a retreat.
Vampire again, but look who's on the elimination feed. It's going to be Rosemary with a splat somewhere else. Vampire, they're trying to get revenge onto the Xavier. The Xavier's resetting. But again, Vampire, what a tough start for them, only having 2 players left. And the fact that they're only 2 points difference for Team Secret, this could be the moment for Team Secret to take over them.
Fine. Playing around the walls against BTR. It's going to be Indonesia versus Indonesian teams right now. Jam Force Park himself, Lapar. Definitely heard the audio cue. Now they have to focus. Where are the others? They know for a fact that BTR love to fan out. Liquid be charged by Alva. Lapa still trying to find the rest. He's just barely next to them. Couldn't have those shots drop. Rosemary again, popping his name down there. So far, a lot of Rosemary. Bacon time. I didn't finish off the entirety, almost the entirety of D-Axe. Here comes Alter Ego coming in. Boom! They didn't wait it and they didn't expect this to happen. One trading for 2 or 3. That's a big number.
Yeah, 2 splats back to back there by Alter Ego. And now with that, Boss Gaming only left with 1 player that's still alive. And Rosemary was going up to the second floor, but oh, he's being shot at from the other side. It's going to be 7-9 butting in from afar. But 7-9 will be busy with GE on their own.
Comes. Spray and spray. Spray and drop those nades as well. Fnatic outside to get on D-Axe. I think that's the last member of D-Axe possibly. D-Axe. Yeah, they get finished off by Bacon time, but Fnatic exchange fire with Box. Now, they thought they had the upper hand just now. Crippled down to 2. Both players and both teams having the same sort of ship in the same shoes. 2v2, but Alter Ego's the ones pushing in. If they're not careful, those DPS will make a very punishing ending for Alter Ego.
Here we go. They want to go up to the second floor, but Alta with counterfire point. This is the moment for Boss Gaming to move in, and Alter Ego eliminated by Boss Gaming when they were the first one to open up the fight. But they still go out with 6 elimination points. Not too bad.
Gen Force struggling in the blue zone. Lapar. BTR crossing over that side. Lucky enough the terrain's on their side here. They barely make it. And but there's just too much in the blue zone right now. We're talking about BTR and Void aren't losing this. They're way deep into the blue zone, nowhere near the safe zone. The moment they step in there, it's going to be the entire cavalry of all the other teams down there already in the center, gunning them down. For side of Void, they decided to leave. They'll be gatekeeping BTR, but it's going to be a different place entirely. The moment they step into the safe zone, they will park and pull down again. And pull over and wait for BTR to make a comeback. But you know what? Jan Force would not allow them. You know what? If we're going down, you're going down with us.
Oh, I was actually thinking the same sentence. You just read my mind, or you just spoke my mind. But now Gen Force, yeah, they did stop Void. Void's still not giving up. They want to get away. We move over to Team Secret now. Looks like it's not going to be a good start for them as iShots will be taken down by Mort. RRQ prepping up a nade. They're tossing on the Team Secret, but Boom will shoot from afar. That will kind of hold their ground. Team Secret, Kit down now. Jumper and our boy, the duo, that's going to fight against RRQ.
TX being pushed out of school. That in between. Always Team Secret and Sam9 having sort of the same fate here. We're talking about their endings always ended up way too early than the others. 14 teams still intact with Alter Ego and DX. Alter Ego had a really nice one. A bit too aggressive just now. Yeah, at least Rosemary and the rest of the team secured 6 eliminations and not going empty-handed. But for Hill, spotted our team secret. Oh boy, only 2 of them working out this time. With RQ and Hill eyeing out to the side of Team Secret, they're being cornered. Crushed here.
Nicely done. I can hear the ding from the headshot. Now leaving Jumper alone. And they know where Jumper is. Jumper 50% of health left. And it's tough for Jumper now. RRQ, the only thing stopping RRQ from pushing is because the gunfire is everywhere. Like Hill Esports, for example. But Hill putting focus onto Jumper. So Jumper is pinned down too. Nowhere he can go right now. It's a tough position for Jumper. So if he goes out, then Vampire Esports, the number 19 spot at least will be saved.
RQ. Trying to find the last play of Jumper with a DPS. Jumper just gonna play this as slow as possible. There's no way out for him. The circle happened to shift and he's still in there. School it is for the last circle. PBE, they have been on the pit of the hills the longest. Voin happened to be crossover in the southern part. BTR coming in very late. Lucky enough the timing. They won't be clashing. Based on how Voin just move away from there we're standing and BTR make it in the moment they just left. But PBE will be challenged by Voin and JE. I'm sure pretty much sure they're going to pop in straight into the rim of the circle because Box is coming in. But BTR is stepping up the blue and crossing par with Box. Oh my, this is going to be messy.
Oh, this is going to be fun. BTR, Box, they seem to be stopping around that area. But now, putting focus on the Void. But inside of school compound, we have GE and Boom.
GE sharing the same place, 3v3 with Boom. Master Ichi on the ground for make it 4 now. Yummy just joins in.
Okay, who's going to start it off first? Looks like Hexas goes down. With Ichi having the advantage. Yummy resetting himself. Hexas will be eliminated by Ichi. But Ichi being counterfire upon and Boom will win that fight. The lower ground for the second floor. Wow, where did that come from? The nade! Probably for the second floor. Leaving Yummy all alone.
Comes another nade pre-cooked by side of Yummy. Trying to buy and stall for Pombit, but might just killing Pombit at the same time here. But at the same time, Yummy open up a bit more space, a bit more time. But how much longer that Molly have to go for Riti? Cannot reach out for Pombit. Side left, Box. Here comes Sem9 fighting against Box at the back line here. But Pombit, slither of health. He needs to save this. No more time. Oh, Yummy, he has to decide between 2. But Pombit didn't make it.
Didn't have enough time for Yummy to pick up his teammate, leaving him alone 1v2. But that nade from Zai will take down Yummy. That is it for Boom. Number 12 with 3 elimination points. PBE now going up against Void. PBE and Void both for the outside of the circle. The Potato Hill is going to bear witness to this fight as the zone will put pressure on the Void and soon on the PBE.
Void have to get away from the blue zone. PBE have to climb up, but they have been against the odds. When it comes to lower ground, they are one of the best down there for PBE. It just shows yesterday as well. Raimon spotted out Maxis, cooking up the nade. We'll trade those nades between these two. Raimon, Max has been closed in by the blue zone. First, he needs to make a move. He can't even stay there. They cannot overstay themselves. It's the 4th circle. With less than a minute to go, PBE found it out the loose end. Finish off Maxis straight on. Cool and the rest of them have to just shut down on Keenan to shut down the entirety of Void. That's going to be the last member there. Is Raimon chasing the heck out of Keenan, but he managed to squeeze by and made it alive.
Ooh, PBE. Okay, surviving a Void as well. So a disengagement there for the 2 teams. And I would say that that's a good move for them, especially for Void because Keenan was the last man. And now his Vika smoked up, so he will be on foot for the rest of the round.
Keenan playing as safe as possible, playing at low compound places. Slopes of the hills, the best place that you can be at when you're solo. Nobody give you enough attention. Not making any sound, just proning down right on top of school. The building itself. Hill took it in their hands. GE got it a duo, seeing this for BTR. They're in the center. But when it comes to holding those fort, can they do it? Hill, no question asked. They do have an entire roster entire squad to deal, like to play alongside with it. But for GE and BTR, if there happen to be another party coming in, including RRQ with a full squad, can they hold it?
I was looking at the key area. It looks like it's going to be RRQ with a high ground on top of school apartment. Master ET stopping Precision Esports from coming in. Precision Esports, they managed to penetrate through. BTR as well at the next building. So we've got 3 teams inside of this. RRQ to me has the best position possible. That kind of high ground. It's hard for, if the circle moves up, from the apartment to move up to the high ground, it's going to be a big challenge.
The better view is going to be coming up from PBE. So pivotal if they can make a sort of a ambush from behind, but they're just giving away too much of the positions. Nobody actually know they're at the back line just now, except for Keenan being hunted down. But they decided to push in and push forward. They want to go in quite fast and taking against RRQ. I'm not sure if this is a wise decision, but the buggy definitely smoked up.
Ooh, RRQ, Daddy passing by. Is PB passing by? Looks like PB will start. They want to take up this high ground because they know how precious this high ground can be. But RRQ is defending the ground as Asa will be traded by Bomboy. As usual, the hero for PBE will take him down. He will not focus on the revive yet. They need to clear out the rest of RRQ.
Becco and Mont trying to work things out. Got knocked down. My God, it was just a flicker of moment. Bomboy managed to get one down and make it a reverse here. A bit of a trade with Becco. Bide the time here, never mind. PBE won that. With Monboy clutching out for the entire team.
The man of few words, Monboy, showing that action is louder than words. But Monboy, okay, it's gonna be bacon time, and they're gonna focus on the Monboy.
Bacon time, Shirty going for the rush with an AK in his hands, playing around the corner, ring around the rosy. Monboy in a shack. Cornered in a trap, and Shirty and the rest of Bacon Time not breaking any sweat at all. Here's a smooth ending there for Bacon Time, wrap things around, but Vampires not too much. He'll spring over that side. He'll picking every fight there is possible.
Oh, next is going to be Vampire. And look at the names being prepped up by Bacon Time. They want those elimination points, but they can't move forward as Hale Esports will be looking at them. But Stone will be taken out. So it's going to be Newsy now. One name to rule them all. They say Arm style. When is he going to toss it as Stone? Take it up by 3 touch. And that is it for Vampire. No elimination points this round.
That's going to be really detrimental. We're talking about Vampires. I'm not sure what happened when it comes second week. Definitely nothing happened and nothing works for them. Bacon Time, they got shot from afar by Hale just now. They don't want to be on top of that buggy ever again. Even though he's drifting on the side slopes of a hill, that's going to be interesting for Armsal. But JE have been quite consistent in the past few days when it comes to week number 2.
Ooh, yeah, GE. And plus they have Circle now with the compound, the school apartment, and also the school compound itself as hill. So those at the hill will need to move down. Well, whatever it is, it's easier from the hill to move down rather than from down to go up. So Bacon Time, they still are part of the circle. They can still time their movement into the wherever they want to go. They might want to prioritize onto the apartment. It's closer for them. Let's see when will they move. But for Void, Keenan, no vehicle outside of the zone, furthest away. It's tough for Keenan. And without first aids.
Keenan slowly bandaging himself. That's going to be the last of it. Have to work his way through. Just hoping to find a couple of death boxes while he's trying to transition himself inside of a circle. For that, the shack means so much for him. He's hanging on to his life. Got 13 smoke at least. It's going to be buying him a bit more time stalling down for the teams that are trying to go for the rush. But Trong's in on the other end, just going to deny himself into the blue zone. Feels that way. He's just trying to play the healing game. It won't work here when it comes still many teams out there. 8 teams. But the moment he step out from this shack, it's too open. It's too much. He needs to buy time. He's stalling, waiting for any team to fight. He's out on that. Can pin him down. That's it. Trongzen just going to deny himself here.
Yeah, and that's the best move that he can do because such an open area in front of him. Keenan looks like he chooses to move instead, and he got counterfire point, and that is it for Void in this round. Number 7, 2 elimination points. But for that, similar situation. At least he has the rim of the circle. No, he's not within the circle. So Dap in a similar situation. And it's going to be tough for Dap now. Where is he going to go?
Bacon Time. got those elevations, barely into the circle, touch the rim of it. Hill got the best compound there. There's quite a space to work around. No problem to take a view on the outsides as well. Shetty wants more. They're aiming for the double digits. 7 in the back right now for the side of Bacon Time when it comes to those kills. GE spotted out of Dap. Dap, on the other hand, building himself very commitment smoke there. Big bridges of smokes. A lot of pattern to do. Dap is carving himself into it, but shot down by Zai. GE got 7 as well. This is the most. And Zai is dominating for the 5 out of 7. He got himself, that's 5 elimination. GE, I'm not sure what happened. They definitely have a boost of confidence right now.
Oh yeah, they definitely doing well and pretty consistent for GE. Let's see if they can overcome this because they are playing as a duo, so numbers definitely not on their side. Considering that Bacon Time, Prestige EVOS, Hale still has the full squad. Only BTR has the same number as them. But BTR is on the next compound just beside them. Bacon Time, they still have the high ground, still have the circle now, but it's very likely the circle will move away from them. So Bacon Time will need to be prepared to move from the high ground to go down.
Hale, they just need to wait. With the circle fathom, after this, high chances it will, because they are the only teams on the left side of the circle, and the circle love the team that kind of not too much into the others with the space, right? Well, like I mentioned, if they got a circle, they don't even need to move, not even a budge. But all they need to do is just waiting for the other teams, including Bacon Time, who flashed, giving the intel away towards the rest of the roster. They need to push forward. And like it or Bacon, have to take the fight against Hale or Prestige EVOS. The easiest one is going to be Prestige, but they have to take a bit longer rotation to the side of Hale. But they got the heals to cover them for a bit more. Hale spotted them out, trying to stop them, denying their entrance here, but they got a breach.
Oh, here we go. They managed to arrive. Probably got the information that the apartment is just too crowded. Now they go to the school compound. Shots fired onto Hale. Hale, they were comfortable, but now they're not.
Bacon noise on the ground. Tiger, 1-to-1 trade. Armstyle next. Bacon Time. Is this a failed attempt of the rush? And touch. Lower. Oh, he did spot them out. Finally down, and that's really a failed rush coming up from Hale. Really tough one for Bacon to push in.
Yeah, I mean, they had to do it. They have no choice. Just like what GE is doing right now against Prestige EVOS. They're going in red face. Failed to revive Zuxi, so now he's all alone. He's going up against 2 from GE at the lower ground. And we have a DBS from Ichi. And they can pull off a DBS inside of this building. That'll be great. Red face will be joined by Luxi from the other side.
GE, left, right, center, cornered by BTR and Prestige EVOS. Both Indonesian teams trying to shut down on this Myanmar team. GE trying to keep the boat afloat while the ones winning. Hey, Hale, nobody's aiming for them. There's a street in between them, and they are the one winning this. I bet I don't want to bet here, but definitely I feel like Hale gonna definitely winning this one out. Conditions side, it's always on to them. They have less than 20 seconds apart from the teams, the top 4. GE trying to play as slow. Prestige and EVOS has been giving so much pressure on the side of GE, they're barely hanging on.
Oh, and Prestige EVOS, they managed to reset as a 4, so it's not good news for GE. I wonder how long more they can hang on to this. BTR is just waiting for the right moment. In case they see the elimination feed, like, oh, majority of it is Prestige EVOS out, they might rush in to be the pop-up crew. But they want to wait for this fight to end. It's GE is not letting this go without a fight. Prestige EVOS, how long can they withstand this? Looks like they're going in right now as Ichi gets 1 but 2 nades onto Ichi. He can't hold on to that.
Tough, too tough for Zai right now to clutch it out. Here's the main clutcher for the team as well. Got quite a number of eliminations. 7 so far. Out of 7, 5 coming up from Zai. Zai trying to buy time here. He's stalling, trying to revive Master Ichi with those smoke. Prestige EVOS. If only BTR push in here right now, they can save, but never mind. Zuxi that nade. 2 for 1. Why not? 2 in the back for the side of Zuxi and length. But Prestige and BTR, they don't have as much number as elimination, but will be redeemed by the ranking position.
Oh, let's go. These two teams have a lot of history with each other. So let's see who's going to win this fight. Of course, Prestige EVOS, they have the numbers. But Hale has the circle, has the number at the compound. They have the road separating them from the other two teams. So it's a perfect scenario now for Hale Esports to get this chicken dinner. It's pretty much theirs to lose. But it'll be interesting to see who gets that number 2 and number 3 spot.
BTR, Procedure fighting against each other. Now we do know it's going to be high chance that Hill will win this one out. But BTR, if they know exactly the angle that they're holding on to, they can hold this rush coming out the ambush. They definitely got the angles. Exactly what I mentioned. And damn Force, he pulled it. They were against the numbers. Procedure had 4. They had 4, but Gemforce clutched down on 2, and they made themselves Procedure. What is happening? Can this be done? Hill!
Well, that's what happens. Ooh, Hill has arrived, so they're going to take advantage of this. We know how much of a good timing that Hill has when it comes to third partying. Sky only with the DBS. Luxie goes down to the last man from Procedure. Evos definitely Hill will get the chicken dinner. Zuxi, he didn't even manage to reload. And Hill Esports finally representing the Thai region, taking home the chicken dinner for today.
Oh boy, I want to know how much they got themselves for those eliminations, because they have been quiet for quite a bit. They're right on top of the score quite early on, so how much can they push? If they got themselves chicken, yes, 10 point in the back, but will it be enough without double-digit eliminations here? We do have many teams getting those 7s, getting those 8 for the frags. But will it be anything getting those double digits? That's a bigger question, because the last time we saw BTR and the other teams, including Hill, I mean, like, there's quite a number for Gatslow by himself only before elimination. He did secure a double digit. Gatslow has been the star. I mean, Hill as an entire team, they've been working so well. Hill and SLD as a team, they've been incredible. But Gatslow, this guy always be the one, the anchoring for the team.
Oh yeah, just look at his numbers there. Even his damage taken is like low, but oh, we got even lower. Sky only 0 damage taken. I think we'll hardly see that, considering that he survived up to the end and they got a chicken dinner, 0 damage taken. Oh man, you can't go any lower than that. So yeah, great one for Hill Esports. And I do agree that they did stay quiet inside of the school compound for the longest time. But because they took advantage of those long range shots, especially on the fights on the hills, I think they got a decent number of eliminations. Whether it's 10 or not, I'm not too sure. We'll calculate that soon. But Hill, they didn't really stay quiet. They were still actively trying to steal elimination points from afar.
Due to they got the domination over school, and the only building on top of school, the compound itself, is just taken over, and they have the total control coming up from here. CJ Evos, a consistent team when it comes to the entire week of the second week here. Same as for GE, surprisingly, but just jump back and relive the moment of the highlight. I mean, like, I agree with the chat right now. Rosemary, it's not even a Rosemary, it's a Beast Mary. I agree. That's another good name coming up from these guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Beast Mary. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you so much for the chat, for giving us all these crazy ideas. But speaking about crazy ideas, crazy idea by Team Secret again. They play in the middle of the circle, which is not wrong, despite it not turning out as how they would have wanted this time. But again, it's not wrong. It's just a matter of how they are comfortable with. But rather than playing something that they've been clearly not working out for like the past few days, at least switching it up, they stand a better chance of like getting better placement or better eliminations from there. Despite it's not their round, but you know, I still like to see this kind of change for Team Secret.
At least there's an improvement, right? We're talking about yesterday has been a lot of series for them. Four rounds, 4 maps that they ended up with a 0. But again, this time it's gonna be another 0. I mean, like, oh. But on the other hand, Hale got himself 12 elimination or double digit here. On the side of the others, not so much. We do have GM Baker Time having a 7 and followed up by PBE and Alter Ego. I'm loving how PBE played these days. The World Cup's just going really well. And Alter Ego, even though they're being eliminated early singers for PBE, those 6 eliminations, way better than those actually getting those 1 ranking with no eliminations here.
Yeah, SLD is the prime example there. Let's see how much changes in the overall chart. So PBE, wow, above Void. Wow, they will definitely screenshot this to keep for a while. Looking over at GE as well, they climb on top of BTR also, and then the wildcard team above all the giants inside of the inside of the PUBG Mobile scene in Southeast Asia. So that's a big achievement there. Hill, however, they are telling everyone that don't forget about us. You're talking about Persija, you're talking about FaZe, you're talking about Boom, but now we are number 4.
But at the same time, it's just 1 point difference between FaZe and Persija EVOS. Before this, it was a big gap. Now, FaZe not even playing here today. Persija for the next one, definitely they could just take it over. And when it comes to the side of number 1 here, we definitely have different sort of lineup. We do have 2 ties, we have 2 Indonesian teams. Boom chasing the hack for that number 1 spot. Gig been pushed down, they're not playing here today. For Bacon Time, I mean, like, are we ended up with most of the top 5 with ties again for week number 2? But so far, the only team that's actually not on first page for the ties is just Vampires for now.
Yeah, and they're quite far, frankly speaking. So I don't know how they're going to catch up to that and be part of the top 5, but we'll see because there's still a lot of games more to go. And I believe after this, we'll be heading into a longer break.
Yeah, I agree. But before we head into break, I'm just breaking down for a bit about what's going to happen next. Now, the next one is going to be the last Erangel of the day. We do know the circle will be crazy when it comes to getting from the break. The circle is so unpredictable because it's going to be sort of long reset between. So when it comes to Miramar, so far we've seen a lot of Thai teams that's taken over reign of Miramar. But Indonesian today, they don't care. They just go for the kills. They have the most eliminations by far. Persija EVOS secures 89. That's the highest number. And the rest of them still in their 60s or maybe the most at the 80s.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what kind of circle we get after the break. We always get a wonky one, and we're going to play the final Erangel after this in this break. And in case you guys just join us for the PMSL edition this season, we're going to change our break time a little bit. We're going to take a 1-hour break instead, and we're going to go straight down 3 games because it is the month of Ramadan. So we got to give opportunity for our players to break fast.
Yeah, including me. Including all the crews as well. I mean, like, a lot of us still having a fast going on. So we don't drink water, we don't eat anything. So this guy, after the break happens, you can see a bit of a change of pace for the players because they have the sugar rush in them. Speaking of the time of break, we're going to head it into it right now. Don't go anywhere. Wait for us for just an hour. We'll be back with you with more action pack of PUBG Mobile.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Marhaban ya syahra Ramadan ya syahra siyam. Marhaban ya syahra Ramadan ya syahra siyam.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good.
Damn good business.
Damn good. Damn good. Putih. Putih the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yuhai or Fredo?
Yuhai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
RRQ Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bigetot Esports.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking is just like that.
Hi, Jumper. See you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be right. Oh, said I only love it when it's high.
A brand new gameplay, Nusa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Nusa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Nusa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Nusa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Erangel and Libbet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Erangel. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Erangel has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Mute. Mute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yuhai or Fredo?
Yuhai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
Ararkio Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bigetot Esports.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montong.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking is just like that.
Hi Jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high.
tingkatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Surin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija Esports dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुष है और मैं आयुष का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Super League. Together with us, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud with the wonderful Choo Choo, who's donning a very interesting jacket today. Is that like 2 jackets, or is that like the design is like half?
It's half. It's
Wow.
It's not even jacket. It's a
a
sweater.
hoodie.
So not really a hoodie, yeah, but a very thin one because Malaysia is super hot right now. But we do have a lot of rain these days. And welcome back, you guys. You guys are tuning into PMSL Southeast Asia, and we're talking about halfway through of week 2, day 3. And so far, Indonesia is going strong, but not really that far. Very closely behind. Thai team still taking a bit of a lead in the top 5.
Oh yeah, and they just got a chicken dinner before the break. So, well, they're looking to come back because they haven't been in the top 5 in every round for round number 1 and round number 2. But after this, we will have an interview. So I wonder who will be it.
Well, I'm still waiting for Boom for us to actually ask how is the rotation. And we definitely coming from Team Secret. I mean, like, well, they're trying, definitely striving. But I do want to see anything coming up from Vampire, because right now we're talking about the entire week 2. Vampire's still down there. Yes, they played lesser amount of games and matches compared to all the other teams, but if you compare with Alter Ego, they actually one of the same group in Vampire as well.
Yeah, right. It's a good time for us to interview Vampire, that's one. I'd like to hear from GE too. I don't think we have ever interviewed GE at all. So there'll be another one that I want to hear from. Definitely Vampire too.
Yeah, but we have to wait and see, because so far we still have no queue coming up from the venue itself. We're waiting for either trying to get the players ready up, because we do know they are enjoying their dinner just now for that 1 hour break, and maybe having a bit of a talk and discussion regarding their performance when it comes to the entire day. But so far it's very different when it comes to, yes, it's very similar in a different way. How? It's always Thai. There's one Malaysian before, but keep being pushed down. Thai, Indonesia, and also Malaysian team. There's going to be 3 teams in the top 3 different banners, and then being pushed down last minute. Is it going to be the same thing happen? But this time we actually have it different teams. Just sort of a same result in week 1, but the gap when it comes to the top 3 very different from last week as well.
Ah, yes, another very different. I think Voin is rather different as well so far today. So I think it will be nice to hear from them. I know we heard a lot from Voin last week because they were up there for good reasons. But this time around, for the opposite side, maybe Voin will be great too. Maybe SLD, because the way they changed their playstyle seems to be pretty interesting.
Also, don't forget about GE though. GE,
yep.
Speaking of today, they have been, I think this is the most consistent GE we have, even during wildcard. Yeah, they do have sort of up and down. They definitely are the champions when it comes to wildcard region. But GE, this is one of the week that I see them with the most consistent back-to-back, not getting the lowest number. Having a bit of aggressiveness being showcased to us. When it comes to the last match, even though they got 0 point when it comes to position, but 7 or 6 points before, with only eliminations.
Yeah, only eliminations, and GE has been showing off, so it's good to see them there. And of course, it was Zai that we saw having a good performance there. So I'm glad to put GE in my prediction. Alter Ego there as well. They already got the chicken dinner. You also got one with Boom. So we're good right now. Today we're good in our prediction.
I'm still waiting for Voin. SLD definitely have it when it comes to top 5. They have been quite okay when it comes to the past few games today, but overall they're still not up there yet for SLD, but they're very close enough. But SLD is just, I just wish they have this mindset being locked for the entire week. What we don't like to see, what we're complaining so much as casters and analysts, is that we don't like to see the teams being underperforming. Like, okay, every single day we see a different standard coming up from each team, which feels like limitless right now, because we saw Alter Ego and Boom before this. We were struggling in week 1, but so different. Same goes for GE.
Yeah, so it's nice to see a different refresh, right? Like different teams getting up, and then you got the top teams going down. Well, it's not nice to see that, but it's a different approach. It's refreshing because we just want to see like the race be tight towards the end, especially when it comes to the final day. Last week was Void and Vampire, really hot, but this time Void and Vampire on page 2. So a power shift there. That will make week 3 super duper interesting to watch. DBD isn't playing today, so we can't really see that they whether they have changed or improved something, but they'll be back again tomorrow.
Yeah, in case you guys have been asking about the other teams that you don't have a clue where they're at, it's going to be Group C. They're having a break for the 5 days a week matches. It's going to be like 4 days maximum by each team and each group will be playing. So in total of 5, it's going to be a total of 24 match, was it? Yeah, 24 match is going to be the max for the entire week. But for Group C, it's going to be FaZe Clan, Udo Lions, Gigslate, and DBD. Now, I don't worry so much for FaZe Clan and Gigslate, but in case of Udo Lions, they're still in the middle bracket, but they're definitely having a pause there. But for DBD, on the other hand, another thing that should worry of, because we do know relegation is coming in very close after we're done with week 3. Sorry.
Yeah, once we're done with that, then yeah, that's where it'll go. It'll be super interesting. Of course, the key thing is that for us to see whether who's going to be the bottom 4. So that will be the main thing in the league. Who gets number 1? Yeah, that's fine. That's nice. We celebrate it. But the bottom 4, that is most important. When we come to the grand final, then that number 1 spot will be the key.
We're still waiting on the other end. Are they ready for any sort of interview? We don't have a clue about what's going on. We're waiting for the next match to commence, and I know you guys are super excited as we do. Can't wait to see our actions coming in, but we definitely have I think some sort, yeah, probably going to head into the interview very soon. But before that, yeah, speaking of the teams today, if you guys happen to have any thoughts or you know what, any ideas, like how I think it was Vacantum or FaZe back then, I think it was either one of the team when we interviewed, they actually take point from the viewers from the live chat.
Yeah, it was FaZe. Wintora said that. Yeah, so you see now, it's proof that whatever support that you put in the chat, the players do read, the players do watch. So put in your support, put in good comments, and who knows, that could inspire your next favorite team to do well in the PMSL.
And maybe you get selected to be a coach because of how you think. There's an opportunity open up for you guys as well. So be nice, play nice, and make it clean, okay, in the chat. But speaking of the interview is still waiting. I don't know if we got any interview as first. And secondly, are we going straight into the game? Is also another kid we're waiting for, because right now it takes longer than it's supposed to be to start. And while waiting, I do want to talk a bit more when it comes to Persija Evos, right? Persija Evos has been really strong. When it comes to elimination, I think they are one of the most out there. But at the same time, we're looking at can they balance things out. But finally, we get ourselves an interview. So we're going to head over to our host here, Cairo. Cairo, take it away.
Hello everyone, we're back with another interview after the break, and here with me right now we have a player from Boom Esports, and it's Yummy with his translator, which is apparently his coach, a very talented guy. And on the right side we have a player from Hail Esports, and it's Sky Only and his translator. So let's start off the interview with Boom Esports first. So the teams at top 3 and 4 are now pretty close to each other. And with only 12 different points, do you think you are able to maintain your position till the end of the day?
Dengan top 3 dan top 4 itu sangat pendek lah gapnya, cuma 12 poinan. Apakah kamu masih bisa mempertahankan posisimu sekarang?
Yakin masih bisa karena kita akan ngasih yang terbaik dalam setiap gamenya.
Yes, we can, because we'll do our best every single game.
Alright, that's good to hear. So currently we can see that your drop spot quite popular with the other Thailand teams too, as you often clash with them. So why do you think that this is happening to you guys?
Kenapa sering banget clash sama tim-tim dari Thailand? Apakah ada suatu hal yang menyebabkan kejadian tersebut?
Nggak ada sih, karena Boom love Thailand.
Yes, no specific thing, because Boom love Thailand. I think it's also because irons sharpen irons lah.
Okay, good answer right there. So in your opinion, is there any other improvements that your team can make to boost your team performance further throughout these remaining games for the day?
Ada nggak hal-hal yang bisa kamu tingkatkan untuk memperbaiki performance tim kita?
Mungkin kita butuh ngobrol sama tim, terus lebih confident, lebih percaya diri. Karena kita ngerasa di PMSL ini komunikasi kita masih kurang, jadi kita harus banyakin lagi dari komunikasi.
I think we can improve our communication and like talk more with our teammates, because I think those are the things that we're lacking right now in PMSL.
All right, looks like comms and confidence is a key thing to a team play, a good team play we can say. So
Yes, sir.
last but not least, is there any words that you would like to say to your fans out there?
Ya, ada kata-kata nggak nih?
Ya, dukung terus Bumi Sport sampai PMSL beres ini. Semoga kita bisa jadi juara.
All right, good luck, all the best.
Yeah, so support us during the PMSL and hopefully we can be the champion.
All right, thank you so much, Boom. And right now, moving on to my right side, which is Sky Only from Hale Esports. So, starting off with the first question. So, maybe right now, like usual, top 3 and top 4 teams are quite close to each other with 12-point difference. So, do you think you can overtake maybe Boom right beside us by the end of the day?
ตอนนี้ทีมเฮลเนี่ยก็อยู่ลำดับที่ 3 บนสกอร์บอร์ดนะครับแล้วที่ 4 เนี่ยคะแนนก็ไล่บี้มาติดๆเลยโดยคะแนนทิ้งห่างกันอยู่ที่ 12 คะแนนคิดว่าทีมเราเนี่ยจะสามารถแซงทีมบูมขึ้นไปได้ไหมครับเพื่อขึ้นไปเป็นที่
ได้แน่นอนครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้น้องๆกำลังใจมาครับ
Definitely they can because they are now on fire.
All right, I like that confidence. I love confidence and I love drama too, just in case. And second question for you guys, which team do you think is the biggest threat to you guys, to Hale Esports, and how do you feel like to overcome in the game?
คิดว่าทีมไหนบ้างที่เป็นก้างชิ้นใหญ่สำหรับทีมเราครับแล้วก็คิดว่าจะมีกลเม็ดอะไรที่จะเอาชนะเขาได้บ้างครับ
น่าจะเป็นทีมเราเองมากกว่าครับเพราะว่ากลัวแบบว่าไม่กล้าเล่นแล้วก็ครับผม
So the worst enemy is themselves.
Oh.
Yeah, because they are afraid that if they are stressed out during the game, it will be really worst.
All right, that's an interesting answer from you, Sky Only. Okay, thank you. All right, so is there anything you wanted to say to your fans who is supporting you right now, right back at home?
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมครับ
ฝากแฟนๆทุกคนช่วยเชียร์ทีมเรา Hale Esports ด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ทีมไทยอีกทั้ง3ทีมครับผม
Okay, so he said, please keep supporting him and also don't forget to keep rooting for other Thai teams. Thank you so much.
All right, I think that sums up our interview after the break. And thank you so much, Boom. Thank you so much, Hale Esports, for joining us in this interview. So, passing the mic back to the casters. See you again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You know what? That translator from the Thai really got it grooving. Just kept popping his head, having fun, you know.
He knows how to dress up. I gotta give it to him. He's so good at
And
that.
he got attitude. I gave you that because he's like the way he narrates the translation. There's drama into it. I'm loving that. But we're done with the interview coming from Boom and also side of as the Hill. Sorry. And speaking of Hill players, and it's always gonna be Rosemary. It's gonna be the Beast Mary or the Rose Carry. It's up to you, or Rose Carry. It's gonna be number 1 for now, but Zai is closely behind with Gaslow and Tiger coming up from Hill, taking out the 3rd and 4th spot.
Wow, nice. I like seeing Zai up there representing GE and representing the wildcard region. So he's up there. He's definitely been popping off today. So nice to see GE coming it back up. And with this sort of performance, if they can continue on, then there's a possibility that they might just survive and go on to the grand finals. But of course, we still have a lot more games to play. I'm still holding my horses for them. We would like to see a wildcard region team do well. So for GE, today's a good day.
Yeah, and speaking of that maps, we're still gonna head into our Erangel map, and it's down to this is where it starts to sink in the message for the players. Can they have those mental attitude and the mental strength to push it through? Yes, now they got their groove, they got the momentum, they got their tone set up for the entire team working as a unit. But the problem is, can they maintain?
Yeah, this will be the biggest question, right? Because we saw like so far, as we can see, like Voin, like Vampire, as hot as they were last week. They were number 1 and number 2, but now they're on page number 2. So maintenance is tough, it's hard, it's difficult, it's not easy to be up there. But of course, teams like Vampire Esports, they have a lot of experience. They have like 2 of the best fraggers within the region. So a possibility for them to come back is definitely there. I guess taking home from what Sky only said just now, the only enemy is yourself. So you got to overcome yourself first before you think about overcoming other teams.
Yeah, the demon is just going to be you yourself, and how you overtake it is going to be on you to challenge yourself to overbreak the barrier. But the thing is, we want to see something else from the teams, including coming up from my list here. It's going to be Box, then DX. I mean, like they are used to be one of the teams that everybody put themselves like the same level as the Thais, right? The very dominant team that back then in SEA Games were taking such a fierce domination of every single map. But what really happened?
Oh yeah, we almost, frankly speaking, I almost forgot about DX to a certain extent because we hardly talk about them. They haven't really like shined. Yes, we got a Lamborghini clutch at some point, but he also did a boo-boo. I believe it was yesterday inside of Miramar, the day before. So DX is like kind of up and down. Like even before this, putting aside Lamborghini, we have other players really stepping it up. Like you will have Rapids and so on and so forth. But this time around, very different these areas. So I think I got to give more attention to it just to see like what's the difference between their gameplay now and the gameplay back then when they were just steamrolling other teams during the PMPLC championship back then.
Yep. I know there's a bit of a hold up here, but we're definitely going to head into Erangel very soon. The players are getting ready up for now. I think everybody just going to log into back their account after having that very long dinner break. And everybody just going to be pumped up. All the sugar blood will be crashing down. It's going to be another issue to deal with the players. They're going in with a fast just now. But in case you guys have no clue, this happened to be an offline venue coming up in Malaysia currently, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So the players actually play in the booth across them and they get to taunt. They get to mess up with the psych coming up from the team and cross them, especially if the teams they are fighting against is the team right next or in front of them right now.
Yeah, so that's why we can see like some of the reactions, like especially if they get challenged in the compound early on and then they pull off a clutch and then you get to see them standing up, like pointing on the other side. Well, we don't know how the layout it's like who's in front of who, but if you can see like where they win that fight and then they like, they point across, then you can kind of guess that they're stationed across each other. And you know, it'd be fun like if you really put like teams that always duke it out with each other and the layout is like, we purposely put you in front, they will make really good content.
I mean, that's why the slots or the booth for each of the team is kind of fixed, you know, just to avoid those unnecessary, maybe just avoid from any violence being used in case things get really heated up. But so far it has been a very good day, a very good tournament, and across my entire career in PUBG Mobile, only once where there have been a bit of drama behind the scene that they resort to violence. Only once. Nobody get hurt in that time as well. And that means that the community of PUBG Mobile is really great. The players are really well matured and they know for a fact that everything in the game has to be put in and just go past by it. You know, don't just putting yourself in the void of just not moving on if you happen to make a mistake.
Just like Hale, they gotta move on from their slide down. But speaking about moving on, BTR moved on with 2 players subbed in. So Sata is going to play together with Yuhai. So this is going to be their lineup. Boom! If you kind of think about it, so far today they have not made a swap.
Yep, and it feels like things are going so well for them to not having that much of a swap, and definitely a bit counterproductive. Maybe the swap was needed. Maybe some of play a bit weak or a bit too tired or a bit exhausted or not even feeling well during the day they need to perform. It doesn't want to actually be dragging out the entire team. You don't want to be in that position. But speaking of which, I think when it comes to the second half, we can see key minds coming in. I feel like there's a they want to maintain their energy for each of a player. So maybe they assess every single map after they're done. Are you too tired to play the next one? Because they really maybe putting more than 100% focus, maybe even 200.
Yeah, and that I think that's normal, right? And plus, it is a league. There are many games to play. It's many days, so it's natural for teams to feel a little bit fatigued at some point. Even like the coaches, the managers behind the scenes, fatigue is real. And for the most part, I would say that like for the managers and coaches, they sleep lesser than the players. They will prioritize the players to get their rest so that they can and they will focus on their efforts of the players go rest. They go and do their analysis work. They go look back at the games, and when the players wake up, or it's like, okay, guys, okay, once you have your meal, shower, then we do a catch up and share with them their findings from the previous day. So yeah, naturally that happens, and it's great if you have like a long list of a roster so that you can switch it up.
Yep, it's very good. And here comes a thumbs up from Post Gaming. Oh, I love how, you know what, they keep with their tone and colors for the team to be the same no matter what they wear today. Such a very energized team right now coming up from Box Gaming, but whether the energy will be translate into a very good play like it or not, we have to wait for them to prove it into our next and last Erangel of the day.
Here we go, Erangel. It is the restart after the recess. And based on the trend, this map, this round always comes with a iffy circle. So I'm ready for it. I'm ready for anything at this point. Give me an iffy circle. Give it to me.
So far, the flight path have been very generous, splitting a map evenly into west and east side. And everybody wants to drop anywhere they fancy. It's within reach. We're talking about not even in the need of, not that compulsory to have a car. It's within walking distance for each of the places on the left or right side here, even on the north as well. So this is going to be a good start with the flight path, but it's always about the circle. When the circle pops, the players and the IGLs, the entire team, have to rediscuss and make it as quickly as possible to decide which rotation as a second checkpoint and so on.
Yeah, it's very, very dependent. You can sort of pre-plan, like what if this, what if that. At the end of the day, when the actual circle comes up, it could be different than your pre-plan. So I don't know if it's different for these teams, but well, looks like as when I was ready for a tough circle or iffy circle, then you gotta get a nice circle in the middle.
And it's a very beautiful day to start off with a very nice circle. We were talking about right on top of a flight path, not too far off, and it's right on top of Gatka as well. Problem is, will we ended up in Gatka or not, or will be hard shift during the process of the next few stages? Plus, the amount Gatka. Will anybody try to reach out and fight for it? We do have a bit of exchange of look between SLD and Alter Ego, but feels like a bit too early for both. They just landed themselves some buggies and vehicles. I'm just gonna move on with it, trying to find those vehicles, and now they're trying to find their second checkpoint to go for the looting.
Yeah, especially for teams that that might be a little bit further, because naturally they will come in a little bit later, so they gotta reassess whether, okay, some of the checkpoints are regular checkpoints for other teams. These are some of the regular data that actually teams analyze behind the scenes. Like they would kind of know that, okay, based on this timing, which team would normally go where, and where would they be at, where are the favorite checkpoints, and so on, based on the timing, based on the circle. So all this is work done behind the scenes, and this is where players, obviously if they're in game, their coaches cannot interact with them. So whatever that been discussed outside the game before the game starts, that is what they need to remember. So yeah, it's just some of those pointers and things that happens outside the game.
What are they doing for vampires? Honestly, Tony K. They don't have anything on them, just straight swimming into the ocean. I have no clue what they were thinking. Are they trying to swim over, or are they trying to prove a point there, or just looking at something we can't see through? We can't see on any sort of camera? Gotta have to wait and see on sort of vampires, definitely.
If I were to theorize it, I guess wherever they dropped they kind of anticipated that okay, there will be teams around because you have to anticipate. Obviously, they don't have the view that we have as viewers, so they anticipated that and they were like, okay, if we play by that ledge, then
No.
regardless whether you have a team close by, then they can't be seen.
It doesn't make sense now because they don't have anything onto them. They were unscathed, nobody's shooting. I think they probably trying to find a boat first. I think that's the best case scenario that you can actually try to explain. But yeah, they probably got something going on that side, and we have no clue what's happening. We'll have to wait and see the vampires make it or not for the next few stages. But yes, now Poliana, we do have Ratface. Now Ratface has been performing, I have to say. Zaxi and Luxia has been quiet today. I've seen a lot of Ratface popping off.
Yeah, Redface has been doing well. I mean, I was just thinking of a theory, right? I wanted to add another point theory for Vampire earlier. What they do is because, and of course these are just theories, right? It's because if you're like at the bottom, your confidence level is a little bit low. And if we look at only today, I think today is one of their lowest performances of the week so far. So maybe that's why they're like extra cautious about everything. But yeah, there are a lot of theories that we can discuss. At the end of the day, we didn't really get a full view of who exactly is around. So yeah, they're all just theories. But I think at the end of the day, if they play that kind of style, they'll be okay to wherever they want to go. But it's a matter of like then adjusting themselves to play for having to play themselves a little bit slower because yeah, obviously they have yet to loot when everyone else did.
Moving on, now finally we get to see, yes, I think mine is right, where they're trying to get the boat in first and going straight into Primos due to the circuit is quite on the northern side from where they dropped before. But Nuzi is going to make a bit of a U-turn, maybe trying to, you know, leave the boat be and take the buggy instead, and now park himself not too far off either. So he's definitely being the emergency guy for getting those vehicles going. But just now we saw Boom early on. Moving from Vampires, going to Boom, and now even Team Secret. Now Boom very segregated, very separated. Team Secret, they don't have any challenges for now when it comes to the Southern Island. Even the circle just happened to be on top of Gatka. We have no view yet for the second circle, but the moment second circle pops, everybody will start to move. I'm not sure if Team Secret can go away from SMB unscathed, depending on if there's anybody guarding over the bridge.
So Gig isn't played today. So their nemesis, the bridge nemesis, is not there. So that's one out. Looking at the timing of Vampire, I don't think they will have that right timing to bridge keep Team Secret. Based on the circle, Team Secret might be moving faster, and based on that trend today as well, they like to play in the middle. So my theory is that Team Secret would have it wouldn't be worth it to try to bridge keep Team Secret. And considering that you don't have Geek, which was the closest that normally drops there, then well, they'll be clear. But it's not clear for PBE. Void, a little bit of a revenger.
Raimon Underground, it's going to be 2 finished off. PBE starting off handicap with a duo here. Still in the first stage, by the way. Less than around a minute before we hop into the second phase. PBE already losing man. The moment they got themselves a momentum, feels like they totally lost it here. Whether it's overconfident speaking or they're just a bit too... I won't say not careful, but it's just when it happens, it happens. You can't stop it from coming. There are unpredictable steps coming up from your enemies and your opponents when it comes to this map. Their checkpoint, based on the circle, based on the flat path, it's going to be interchanging every single round. Sam 9 on the other hand, looking over to the side of Boom. We do have Lung on the second floor. He definitely knows exactly where the Boom players are now, giving away the intel to the side of Putra. Putra might try to outflank them.
I hope that because we saw Sam 9, but in this map they normally drop inside of Saverni, so it's like the opposite end of Team Secret. Because for a few rounds we saw that Sam 9 clashes with Team Secret. The last one was Ngaka, where was the midpoint between the two teams. Team Secret learning their lesson after a couple of bridge keeping from Geek. They are just taking this cautiously. D-Xavier, very light gatekeeping there. But oh, okay, interesting. The circle goes down. We still have some percentage of military base, but I think it's unlikely to go there. So Team Secret will be happy to get onto the main peninsula.
Well, they should have waited. They could have waited too. They're not in the rush for Team Secret to get those compounds here. And when for the side of DX, definitely they had the audio queue coming up from the side of Team Secret at the same time. But BTR, Satar, and the rest of them having a move. But we're looking at the... I'm not sure if the circle going to be including both after this. If it happens there, so the teams that are leaving SMB, that's going to be the case of TFs. They're definitely going to regret if this happen to be hard shifting south all the way. But Smile, outflank and outplayed and just out-reverse the rest of the team just now. GE is going to be parting ways, but they pulled over here. Just shows, you know what, you want to fight, we're here. BTR pulled over, yep, we're going to have a go.
But looking at how BTR is moving, looks like they are not interested to get to go for it. I think they wanted the compound as well, looking at how their movement was. But the moment they saw that GE landed first, they'll be like, okay, it's alright, we'll let them go. We'll take the fight another time.
Surprising, GE tried to force those CQC instead of keeping the distance and having long fights here. It just shows they have been upgrading throughout the entire week too. As LD now taking a fight against RQ, who had a very good run yesterday, but they're just going crashing down for the entire day here. We're talking about RQ a bit in shambles, start to losing their momentum. They have to work things out and reset themselves again. Hopefully they can move on from the first half of the third day here. But Vampires, a bit of a greeting. First contact made by Putra, Sam9. Spring over, they just made a U-turn. So many teams trying to avoid fights. BTR, VP included, but BTR is moving this way possibly.
Yeah, the last we saw they were in the area, so it's possible that they might be here. 7-9 wouldn't want that. So far 7-9 today, not their day through. I think it's like what, 2 points so far in 3 rounds. So not the start they would have wanted for the day, but Hale Esports against D Xavier. Very, very brave by Sky, only alone at the front, only having support fire from behind. Hopefully he doesn't get shot down. I thought it's going to be hard to pick him up.
DX split into 2 parts, trying to push forward. It's going to be the side of Chua. DX putting Chua so much trust on this one guy to hold the angles, but Sky have a bit of a hunch this is not feeling very well. Might as well overrun them or just moving around them instead of forcing the fight here. But he'll try to confuse DX by just going in zigzag and a bit of a ring around Rosie. But here comes Judgment Call. It's going to be Pachinki. Is it going to be Havli or Pachinki who ended up on the fields of Pachinki instead? Is it going to be right on top of those town, suburban areas? Or will we pull down to south later where we're going to have very open field for these guys to battle on?
Yeah, it could go either way. So there are a lot of barons there. But in preparation for that, the high ground against at the side of Pachiki, that will be the key area. Lotus might want to go there, but Void now against Fast Gaming, that knockdown onto Levy, that will give advantage to Void. They move in, they trade it back. La Paz will finish off by winning.
Here comes the shotguns. Keenan taking on the nade as well. But Void winning that box, eliminated first, but at least they got themselves 1 point. Will not go empty-handed. A bit of a trading to be done between PBE and BTR.
Oh, that's going to be a trade there between Bacon Time and BTR, as what you mentioned. BTR, Yuhai just came in today, subbed in, but he got eliminated. Couldn't show off his stuff. But PBE, from one area to another, ended up in Persija EVOS, and they'll be the second team to go out.
Yeah, working as a duo, PBE got finished off 2 of the players early on. Quite difficult to stand their ground just now. I have to just settle it out quite early. Hopefully they're prepared when it comes to the next map, which is going to be a Miramar. But for the actor trying to flash out and bait out TS to leave the position, try to split the entire formation of TS. Lamborghini make the call to disrupt the flow of TS. Chua coming out from those elevations, they're trying to out-corner them. But the moment they're being pushed back all the way here for DX and TS, the yo-yo game is not going to lasted long. We do have a third party coming out across them. If they're not being careful enough, extended this fight too long, make it the 4th party, because Sam9 is here as well.
This area, I wouldn't say it's a key area for now because we're just stage 3. So if Sem9 decides to like, okay, we don't want to get involved with the fight, it's fine as well. But if they want to, because they want those elimination points, it's okay too. Either way, there are like pros and cons to it. But Sem9, they seem to be not interested. Maybe they want to see like, okay, if the elimination feed goes, then we go. But if not, then we'll just hold our ground. They already sent one scouter out to the left, so they're probably looking for an exit point from here.
Sem9 DXT as a stalemate. A stalemate right now. I do realize that I think either Alter Ego or Boom on the other end. So I'm not sure if they stay lurking around the angle or not. But on the side of Sem9, they don't want to be part of this. They're taking a longer rotation. It's not worth to go down this route if they're just going to go down easily. Because it's going to be a crossfire between two teams. They might get caught in between.
I'm liking Bacon Type's position. I think so far within the circle, they are the best. I'm a fan of the high ground on the left side of Pachinki. So with this kind of circle is good for them. And they still have part of the circle. This location that they're at will give a lot of information to them when teams rotate around. That's one. And it allows them easier access to Pachinki from the top going down.
Back to the side SLD. They got fired from 4. Who's been shooting them? They're trying to find out. It's going to be Pasida Evos now pushing in. They got a small mushroom tower trying to rush into it, but Hale just arrived. They want to be part of this too. Team Secret crashing into Hale as well.
Oh.
What an open field. We're talking about right in between of Streets. And none of this team actually winning because SLD taking advantage and Hale taking it at the same time. Team Secret in an instant, within a second, just gone.
Not the restart that they wanted. Yes, they got a couple of knockdowns, but they couldn't secure the elimination points. Instead, it's stolen away from afar. SLD would like to take one for themselves as well. We saw in the previous round how Paragin with his long range, very, very efficient with it. He's definitely so good. He's definitely really good with it. So he knows what he's doing there. But yeah, still no steal yet. But we'll focus on the Bacon Time and Sem9. Bacon Time has the circle advantage, has the high ground. Ooh, this is a big disadvantage to Sem9.
Sem9 slowly closing the gap here, just going straight into it. Leung trying to be as sneaky as possible, being the ninja as he is and always will be. But hovering back on Voin versus DX, 1-1, make it 2. Keenan is so low right now. Trying to hop onto that vehicle, but a big risk at a point. Rabies trying to spray with the DP28. The rest of DX are having this as strong as they can get. Rabies knocked down on one finish off, and it's going to be Voin exploded as LV from the pan to the fire. Voin cannot even have a breather. And the moment they just part away, Voin being eliminated, DX now being ambushed by another team from the off angle.
Chua almost got it, but it was SLD who stole it away because of the counter fire onto him. Chua knocked down, but it should be okay for him to be picked up. So that also gave information that, okay, someone's in the compound in front of them, and from our view, it's going to be SLD. But oh, wait, where do you come from? Hey, that's naughty!
Just going to go with the vehicles instead, saving up a lot of bullets and then saving their economy as well. SLD taking advantage, yeah. They're running down Alter Ego from afar. SLD taking as much window of opportunity as they can. Transit with that Mini 14, tapping out with those DMRs, keep it working, bold and brazen, and keeps going. Alter Ego being splitted so much. They are in a mess. There's no way out for them. Everywhere cornered in the center, while Sem9 still trying to fight their way up with 1-to-1 trade with Bacon Time. You do have Alter Ego against RRQ in a different area entirely from the southern circle.
The last we saw Sem9, they were opening up the flank, so that could give them an opportunity. But we'll look at that later. Ooh, that been knocked down by 3-touch. RRQ, kind of busy with 2 teams, but they seem to have a good distance. Oh no, they have one in front of them. The minimap, the colors are just blending in. And now RRQ, Alter Ego, 2 Indonesian teams with each other.
Move it.
But it's also at the same time, looking at the smaller screen, Sem9. Only last man, that's going to be low.
They have to move. They got to move it. RRQ and Alter Ego both are losing. We're talking about the blue zone now closing in. Bacon, Sem9 having a change of fire on different side entirely. But RRQ and Alter Ego, they're stuck in the corner here with SLD coming up from the off angle, taking advantage as much as they can. There's no way for them to actually get their way from this easy. Bacon Time next being eliminated. This is a rare sight for the ties, the top 5 getting off, but Alter Ego forcing the fight with RRQ.
Oh, here we go. RRQ defending their high ground, but Alter Ego. Are they getting away? Are they not interested? Nepeko gets down. Oh, DBS hits the car. Not the angle that he would have wanted. Nepeko goes in with the DBS, and the DBS gameplay from Nepeko will eliminate Alter Ego.
Asa need to be picked up here, but do they have enough time? They barely make it in, but at least he got themselves 2 minutes over for this time to have a reset and have another go. Got himself a couple of death boxes to have, re-looting themselves when it comes to those utilities. They do have the vehicles, yes, extra at it as well. Lamborghini stuck in between them. Now, the moment RRQ trying to push forward, SLD were trying to pin them down, but lucky enough, due to the terrain, they can get away from it. It's going to be blinded for a bit more. But Lamborghini on the other end, all eyes of SLD onto him alone. He just being exploited with those smokes and needs to get away. For RRQ, I think they're going to make it, but those going to be the furthest away from the circle is going to be this team right now. The others of all the other 8 teams out there, aside from RRQ, already inside of Pachinki.
Oh yeah, we're going to see a urban warfare here. Not my favorite kind of circle, but, well, it is what it is. Because there's so many teams inside of it right now. RRQ, they got to wait for the right moment. They got to wait for the elimination feed to run. Lamborghini holding his ground all alone, smoking up to give himself protection. Voldemort with that off angle, but Pasija Evos. Wow, the moment Voldemort, if he overpeak himself there, then Pasija Evos can shoot him down.
Oh, you saw that! Oh, the nades! Nepeko managed to avoid that entire in the last minute. You saw the panic hits him. The way he waved it just now. Nate coming straight into the face of Nepeko. He managed to just negate that in the last minute. Lamborghini stuck. It's between SLD or RQ getting the points out of Lamborghini right now. Both teams want it so bad. But the one that's dying out there is going to be Lamborghini, biding his own time. Here comes the spray.
Oh, wow, beautiful. 2 knockdowns back to back by Lamborghini. He still has time to reset. Voldemort, he doesn't have a nade. If only Voldemort has a nade, he could toss it onto Lamborghini, but he doesn't. Lamborghini probably has third knockdown to Asa. Asa managed to get away. 2 from RRQ, still down.
If only he can finish off the side of Asa and Voldemort, there's going to be a clutch of a squad from Lamborghini to finish off those knockdowns. You need to secure the points first. They are slowly bleeding out, but Asa still can pick them up. Lamborghini won the finish on that side, but the bridge of smoke and how retreating on the side of RQ, making it such a hard call for Lamborghini to drop that nades on top of them. They will be safe. They'll be okay due to Voldemort holding this angle. The moment Lamborghini pops, Voldemort shoots down. Lamborghini giving away to his positions. Here comes another game from RRQ side. All 4 back up on their feet.
Ooh, 50-50 now. It could go up to the open field. It could be inside of Pachinki, the urban warfare. Let's see now. Focus on Lamborghini. How long can he hold this? 2 teams on the outside circle. Another knockout by Lamborghini, but Lamborghini finally taken out by RRQ. They took them a while.
Valiant effort coming out from Lamborghini DX. They are bowing out quite early with only 1 elimination. He got double knockdown just now, but it's just so difficult due to Voldemort holding his angles. He couldn't even peek out. Pasija Eva's going in the fan manner, maybe making a straight line at this point. Making sure them just guarding over to the side of SLD who rush into ROQ. GE greeted Boom from the back door as well. Ooh. And being responds with a nade that finish off West in an instant.
Absolutely prepared, but they prepare for the DBS gameplay from Smile. Smile secures the elimination point left and right, but he should focus on the left where there's someone else. Focus on the one that's still alive, but looks like he focused on the one that's currently down to secure the elimination point. Now it's down to Master Ichi going in to pick him up. But the good thing is that they managed to secure this building, so it's theirs to take and theirs to reset.
Bit of a time taken by Master Ichi to decide which one to help first, but both have been knocked down almost at the same time due to Yummy Bomb himself just now. Boom just exit out with a boomer. I have to break it that they might actually got it just now against GE, but things just happen. You can't control the projections sometimes. And SLD side spotted out RRQ. RRQ managed to reset and have it another go. But both teams are dying to squeeze into that safe zone.
Oh man, PUBGM can't even get to his vehicle. He's being spotted out by RRQ at least. So he needs to get a knockdown to RRQ, but the counter fire on the PUBGM, that wouldn't help him. His time is being stalled right now, but the zone has arrived. And we're talking about stage 6 here, so it's going to be quite painful for PUBGM. I wonder how many first hits he has, but Vampire Esports He's keeping out of Parajin. Parajin, he may want to deny himself.
The one that's winning this fight is going to be Hill right now. They too fine. They got the center. But RRQ still exchange fire. Parajin and SLD are trying to return fire to a side of RRQ. Surprisingly, SLD, they had a 4 before and now got finished off within just a second. With RRQ winning that over, they secured 8 eliminations by now. They want to go for more. They have to cut across Pasija Evos to get into the center, where Hill is gunning out everybody to get an entry. They got the street separated from the northern side. So if they try to walk down there, it's going to be difficult. Hill got the compound. Here comes the spray coming out from Redface.
Oh, nice.
Greeting them with open arms. And RRQ goes walk into the death door.
I mean, Pasija Evos, they were in a position that's able to block any team to come in from that side. And what a great defense there by Pasija Evos. At the same time, they secure 4 elimination points, just like that, just in the blink of an eye. And now with 10 more seconds on the clock, Pasija Evos, it really depends on the next phase. Do they really need to move? But lo, wait, he's still alive. Wow!
You need to make a move right now. The circle will pop and you need to make a move. I'm not even kidding. You need to get a couple of smokes in between and have to get there. Lucky enough, there's a couple of vegetations. But will there be anybody watching on this angle? Because they're so busy up there. Hill will be guarding all the teams down there, gatekeeping. Half of the circle is not having anybody except for Lung here. Very vacant. He can just push in without being spotted out because Hill... We're trying to pick the fight against Pasija and Vampire as well as GE because Hill will have all eyes on to the. Here comes the rush from Pasija.
Oh yeah, Pasija doesn't have the circle, so they're rushing in. They're trying to get as much information as possible. Urban warfare is not easy because information is hard to get. But they will take it step by step, building by building. They'll take the edge first. They'll try to get the closest one. And that is going to be... Looks like it's going to be Hill next to them, the closest team here. But Hill, they are starting to move as well. So it's Hill going up, but not really because Hill's somewhere in the middle. So they would want to hold their ground now.
Zaxir and Redface trying to spot out their support fire from behind, trying to finish off Flash. But at the same time, he got himself quite a few up there. So we'll be taking some time for the side of Pasija Evil to see the other end. Hill breaking into 2-2 formation to deal with all the angles at the same time. Flash spotted out Lung. Hill and Vampires are going in. Eliminated next 7-9. Vampires and Hill are trying to have a good trench taken over by the side of Hill, while GE closing in very, very close with Capslow just beneath them. Pasija will be guarded over the side of Tiger and Flash at the same time. Vampires on the other end trying to push for the front.
Nice alertness there by Flash. Not looking down onto the open space behind them and not tunnel visioning. That's great there. Great move by Flash. But right now, because it's urban warfare, we kind of expected this. It's going to be a staring contest for a while. But look at GE's movement. They are starting to move in onto Hale Esports. But because it's a building, they can be next to each other, but they don't exactly know where.
Sneaky navigation coming from Master Ichi behind, trying to find a loose end on the side of Hill. Slowly closing in into a triangle formation of GE. Hill doing the same, going for triangle. But Vampires and Pasija Evos do have full squad. Are they splitting into 2-2 or are they going as a 4? Or just 1-3 while the other trying to go for the flank? That has been going on for quite a bit when it comes to the meta this season. Nate's been dropped on the side of Strats. Right into it, hitting off Ichi halfway through. Found him, Ichi running, Vampires, Ratface, Hill, all taking eyes onto the side of GE right now.
Oh, that was an interesting angle there by Straps. And it landed nicely onto Ichi, forces him to move. And with that, they inform the other teams that, hey, we are in this building. But you know what? It does look like whoever's on the other side, Vampire Esports needs to cross the road. Well, it's a smaller road, but then again, the building right in front of them is occupied. So crossing over is hard. And only Vampire is left on the other side. And maybe even Smart, but Smart at least he has his teammates to rendezvous with. But Vampire, the whole squad, they probably need to cross the road after this.
But for Pasija, they're the first one to actually have to move here. They're being forced to do so. The Blues are closing on their end first. And it's forcing Ling to find an entry to the side of where Vampire is standing. Newsy not clipped, yet he's still well and alive. Full HP up. Link's trying to spot any of Vampires. They have to force Vampires to go out from there because they need to push up. They need to push forward. Now Lux being spotted out. I think there's going to be Tony K and Stone shooting him from the back line there. Or Master eating a bit of camps in between. Nobody willing to move. This is why we kind of try to avoid urban warfare because of how many angles, how many buildings in between. And everybody not willing to make the first move. The first one to move here and the first one to actually force to get away from the blue zone will be going down first.
Yeah, and it sounds like Procedure Evolves because they're by the edge of it. Even Vampire, they still have some room, but Nuzi made it up by Lin. This is their opening. We can see them starting to move on to the next building. So now they are somewhere nearer to Vampire Esports, living at 50-50, but another nade onto Nuzi. And this time Tony K as well. 2 knockdowns on the Vampire.
1 knock and 1 finished off. Ooh. There's going to be 1 execution coming up from the side of Procedure Esports. One of the twins, Zuxi or Luxi. Either one, I think it was Zuxi. But back on Strats, Tony K, how do they respond to this? Which angle do they want to respond first? Tony K trying to actually buy time and stall. Same goes for Strats. Needs to have Stone to revive in Tony K, but the nades keep dropping from Procedure Evolves. It's going to be Luxi guarding over this side and Lynx. While Redfin and Zuxi trying to outflank them, jumping down, and Lynx spotted them out in the smoke.
Oh, here's a nade from Tiger. That should land nicely. 1 nade to get 2. Beautiful by Tiger. And that's Procedure Evolves falling apart.
2 tunneling towards the side of Vampires just now. Both teams are going down as fast. While Procedure Evolves, I'm not sure if they can actually get back up that feet. We're talking about Tiger pushing that corner just across that wall, and he can just see through within the cracks. Lucky enough they're not pushing in, but here comes Tiger. Never mind, they're willing to push, but they have to be extra careful. GE with just 1 nade to toss around that trench, it's just done for Hill.
Oh yeah, let's not forget about GE. Right now, GE against Hill. This could be the moment. This could be the chicken dinner for GE. Getting in for the wildcard region. But it's going to be hard for them as they'll be pressured by the blue. They're forced to move Hill. They're playing by the trenches. But Hill doesn't have much space as well. They'll be forcing to move. Tiger, just look at the blue just right behind him.
Have to force himself out from this trench, but Smile will not willing to give it away to a societal player. There's no denying in this. They want to go for the eliminations. They want to get the numbers. Tiger getting onside first. A bit of exchanging and trading to do. Down to Smile to call it out with a DPS. But he's playing a ring around the rosy right now. He outplayed. He'll outplay GE. What a call. Using the slopes, using the ledges to play alongside. What a clash just now coming up from Hill winning this chicken.
Oh man, and I was so close to getting my 2 predictions right today. GE almost getting that chicken dinner. It was a very, very close one, but we're talking about Hill Esports. Can't look down upon them. They are definitely one of the best teams around. Oh, but GE. But overall, gotta give it to GE again. Another consistent performance from the wildcard team.
Tiger acts deserving the MVP. I'm loving the numbers, yeah. I mean, it didn't tally up. He actually being reserving his ammunition, trying to find the smart kills instead of putting too much effort in it. He got he steals a couple of eliminations from the other teams as well. That's 7 and 748 damage. I mean, the better, the bigger the number of elimination, the smaller the damage output. Why not?
Yeah, Tiger, take it away, my friend. Even the lowest damage taken, highest knockouts, go to Tiger. He's the man this time. No wonder the MVP graphic came in fast because, well, it's kind of obvious. He caught everything there on the side. All the stats are for him.
The one that actually taking a lot of damage here, you have to give it to Gap Slow. He managed to set up for the entire team to push in. And with Hill taking over the chicken dinner just now, they are under the radar for the teams to watch for the game number 4. We just finished recent. Procedure E was quite consistent in week 2, saying this for GE. RQ, hot and cold, bounce back and ping pong themselves in entire week of week 2 here.
Wow, I even like the stat that the fact that Hail Esports has the lowest amount of time as a full squad, but yet they still get that chicken dinner. It's looking good this round. Basically, they went against the odds to get the chicken dinner, so it's nice to see that. GE again, another consistent performance. They're not giving up without a fight. They want to be in the grand finals. It's looking good here. But let's have a recap of whatever happened earlier on. So we did see that a couple of teams during the rotation, when it comes to fights, whether it's compound, whether it's high ground, not the best situation.
PBE being picked by the side of Voin, then later being taken by another team. It's going to be a sort of dominance effect if you start the fight and you will come back to it. But they are, I mean, like we saw the stats just now, numbers don't lie. We do know for a fact so much utility throwers being used by the side of Precision Evils. Now, we don't see them as much under the highlight and spotlight when it comes to those eliminations. I want to feel how much they tally up for the numbers with their utilities and throwers. 30-something for both grenades and smoke just now. And GE on the other end, they have been playing it very smart. I mean, like, even though they know for a fact CQC is not their strong suit, but they know how to keep the distance. It's just, when we talk about CQC, they're being outplayed by the Hail in the last minute with that DBS in the hand of GE. It didn't work out.
Yeah, that was close. I was expecting that from that distance, like the DBS would have worked out and the win ratio was kind of high. But yeah, I mean, it's Hail Esports at the end of the day. But let's check out the points collected from that round. GE, 11 points. I'm loving this from GE. Lesser elimination points, but that's okay. As long as you got the overall, that's great. But looking at the other end though, Team Secret, just when we thought that, okay, it's going to be a good day for them. They're looking good. But after the break, falling back into a 0-point loop.
At least PBE having hot and cold. But for TS, it's just warm and then fully freezing again down there. Not even cold, it's beyond hell freeze, it's over. But for PBE, at least it got a bit of a ping-pongy performance. One map they're pretty okay, next map they're doing not so great, and so forth. But Pasija Evos now taking over FaZe is not playing today, which is going to be in Group C, being pushed down with already not finishing the day. We still have 2 more matches to go. 13 points in between the gap for FaZe and Pasija Evos, but Hill chasing the heck out of it. I have a feeling FaZe will be pushed down by Hill by the end of today too.
Oh yeah, only a 20-point difference with 2 more games to go. That is possible, and with Hill's current performance, yeah, it does look likely that will happen. But I'm liking where GE is at. They're at number 11 right now, knocking the door, getting onto page 1, and with the fact that Utilize isn't playing today, right? So it's good opportunity for GE to end the day in page 1 at least.
I love this comparison for the head-to-head. I mean, like, Strats did so much work there. Definitely more damage coming out from Tiger, but Tiger is smarter than Strats. He knows for a fact, you know what, just dish out the damage. I will thank you for it, and then just steal away all your effort. That's portrayed when it comes to those stats. For the next map here, we do have Miramar. Now, it's going to be a different story entirely when it comes to this big map.
Okay, we can also award the King of Erangel for today to Hill, looking back at the summary here. So, yeah. Welcome back, Hill, to the fray. Top Miramar performance. Of course, we have to revisit this again. 7-9 still on top. Voin, next FaZe Clan, they're taking a break today. Vampire, not their week so far, but they're still up there as number 4. But look at the gap between Vampire and everyone else. So they have a lot of catching up to do.
I mean, like, same goes for the side of Voin so far. I mean, Voin is just really having a tough day, tough week here compared to... I don't know if they're running out of stamina, just out of energy, just don't having the groove going for the entire team. As we speak, they just don't really tally up with the last week. It feels like a totally different roster they're playing for the side of Voin and Vampire, surprisingly.
Yeah. Well, this was a theory that I put out, right? Like, if you're a new team inside of Southeast Asia or inside of this level of a tournament, then consistency is always the toughest thing. I can name like even like other teams in the country PMPL, like TAE for example for PMPL Malaysia. Week 1, super hot. Number 1, unchallenged. Week 2, yeah, total gone, because you're not used to playing this sort of long tournament with a lot of games and at this level. So that kind of became their downfall at that time. So I kind of worry that it's going to be the same case for Voin here.
just hope they manage to recuperate themselves here. They definitely don't have downtime except for that 1 hour break in between. Now Void definitely have to refresh themselves if the second half of the day dragging their performance just like how they started off today. There's going to be a bit of a problem by the end of the week. I just hope today is just one of those bad days, not the entire week for them, because that's the case for some teams, including Team Secret here. But for Vampires, this is another team that's very questionable right now. They're not as aggressive as they used to, and they're taking a bit more longer time than they were in the previous maps. Like the second half feels like a bit stronger than the first half for Vampires.
Yeah, it does. It does. So slightly. They did last a little bit longer, but looking at how the gameplay is, they're a little bit quiet, a little bit more passive. Unlike how we've seen like last week, whenever they crash into someone else's compound or an area, they will always win those fights. So it does show that they have that level of confidence. But maybe it's because they're like number 19, so it's like the confidence level is kind of low. So you can see it's kind of affecting their movement as well.
Now, I do want to say some teams feel like they're tailing or trailing down certain teams or tracking them down, including Team Secret and Sam9. I feel like almost single map for today. Sam9 and Team Secret have been fighting each other for quite a number. And I think it's going to be either Boom or Alter Ego always have to be clashing with BTR as well. Now, that's surprising. And it's so rare for us to see the ties fighting against each other quite early. And even though they always be in the center of a circle and they have every single way possible to play as fast as they can, every single team of ties having the same mindset, surprisingly they don't clash too early too often.
So I guess they have more of a variable play style, so that's why we don't see that much, at least for today or the past couple of days. But you're right. There have been like early clashes with certain regions, like for example Team Secret's one of them. Couple of times we saw them against Sam9, and for the most part it didn't really work out for them. Even if they traded off with Sam9, another team is ready to third party in. And the third party, from what I see, majority of it is from Thai region teams, and they really know their timing. And I'm really impressed, like with Hale, knowing their timing exactly. They look at the elimination feed, they heard the cues, they're like, okay, the fight's over, they're resetting, we go in, we take advantage of it, and that's where they mop up whoever who's there, securing those elimination points, taking advantage of the situation. Their timing is just on point, and it's not like they waited until it's totally ended. They somehow like halfway, the moment it ends, they just zoom in, something like that. So it doesn't allow time at all for teams to reset when they do that.
And that happened quite often, especially when it comes to third party. It happened too many times in Erangel. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case in Miramar next. But one thing that we need to put under the spot is going to be DX and Box. But when it comes to the teams that have been very aggressive today, I have to agree, it's going to be Procedure EVOS for now. They have been running down the numbers with all their kills and eliminations. They got it up there. But for Hill, feels much very like SLD. That gameplay is very similar, even though they are very different region. They have the same mindset of working as a team. We move together instead of one person going in for the crazy, insane kind of frags.
PBE, okay, all right. That is a proper picture there. PBE, yesterday was good. Then today is like they kind of cooled off a little bit. It feels like the energy is channeled towards GE, and then all of a sudden GE, since they're from the same wildcard region, all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay, they're doing very well today. Can't say the same for Void though. And Vampire, the two teams that we got a shot there. We can see the Vampire. I have a feeling that based on this shot, they can't wait to end the day.
Void might look a bit cheery, but we do know for a fact down the table there, they think about how to win this. How did they lose their momentum from last week? Was such a great run, so hard to predict. But now for Sam9, this is not Sam9, this is Void, but the one that having a bit of a switch is going to be coming up from Loyu, and Prime Putra is out. So I do love the combo of Long and Loyu way more. But Putra, when it comes to taking care of himself, being the entry fragger from an off angle, he just delivers it.
Frankly, yeah, I think the combination of Long Loyu and then the rest of the other two is so far gives the best result. So I think that if that works out when he comes in, I think that's the best lineup. Unless they see something that happens behind the scenes, like maybe fatigue or whatever, then that's the change. But if the performance is good, then you will want to stick with that. That's what we saw last week. So far the stats don't lie, and it is better in that way. Boom, back to their old ways. It has to have a swap, and Razy will be playing on behalf of Hexas this time. Not only that, Keymine.
Yeah,
For
it's,
Boo-Boo-Hoo.
I think it's Keymine is partially into Erangel. Whenever that's gonna be, I feel like they have their. It looks massive when it comes to swapping it in and out for the players roster right now for Boom, but it's actually very strategic if you keep count and noted who's in and out in every single map. It's exactly the same every single day for the past few days in week number 2 at least, and if you compare week 1, it's going to be very different. It's always going to be Keymine swapping into the Erangel map. Boo is always going to play Miramar, same goes for Razy. Now it's going to be the same sort of rotation they have right now, so the player won't be over exhaust coming up from Boom, but the only one that stays so far is going to be Yummy.
Yeah, you got to keep him there. Okay, he's now blowing his nose. I'll be a little bit worried if I'm the coach for Boom. I'll be like, okay, you got to keep him well and healthy. You need Yummy in your lineup, irregardless. This guy is just next level. He is, oh man, his IGN is even fitting to the whole storyline. Right? He is just Yummy for Boom.
SLD, one of the teams that's always in the middle bracket, and start to push up here. But did they slow down just now? We were missing a lot of SLD just now. Hill, singers like SLD, like this is the closest team work I have between these two teams in the PMSL. The others we saw, including Alter Ego, they are heavily depending on Rosemary to make the call for frags. They have to support the heck out of Rosemary to make sure he doesn't die, open up the space for him to make the eliminations. But for Box, pretty much okay so far. Kind of up and down, but BTR though. BTR, where are they?
Even when they swap in Alan and Yuhai, they didn't live long enough for us to really see action from BTR. So I don't know, it's tough. But sometimes it's also like the swap in, you're trying to warm up your new players who come in. So maybe that's the case as well. For Team Secret, another 0-point round for them. It's not as bad as yesterday. It's a slight improvement, but because they're at number 20, so they definitely need to work out more in the next 2 rounds, especially to satisfy the fans, because I've been looking at the groups on social media and all the fans are just going out all merciless onto Team Secret. So Team Secret, you got to prove it back to the fans that you can do it, that you can do this comeback. Let's start it off here inside of Miramar. High fives around.
We are back here for a start of Miramar. 2 more maps to go in day 3, week number 2. 1 more week to go after we're done with this week, but the flight path giving a very generous start when it comes to the Sandy Dunes. Just divided maps into west and east, Picardo in between, cutting across Power Grid as well. So whoever wants to drop on St. Martin, Power Grid, Picardo, Monte Nuevo, we do know these are heavily dropped teams compound, including Los Leones.
Yeah, gotta keep an eye on that. Bacon Time will be happy that that Xavier left El Pozo the last we saw it. If not, it would have been another fight. I'm looking at Bacon Time. Yeah, they'll be happy to take El Pozo. They know that they're upper hand against Xavier. Xavier don't seem to be dropping there, so we'll be keeping an eye on where they'll be going. Boo-Boo-Hoo, he's been left behind by his teammates a little bit far up north, just beside of Oasis. Hopefully he's alright there.
Looking for hot drops. I think nobody drops on Oasis. He's going to be okay for now. But the one that I'm eyeing out, it's going to be Montenegro. It's going to be one of the part that we do know for a fact on the second checkpoint. A lot of teams love to drop there. But Los Leones, we do know for a fact it's going to be usually 2 teams. So I'm not sure there's going to be a third one. But the circle just pops. We see Hacienda de Patron sort of a circle again. It might be on top in between. Even St. Martin is just inside of it, and Hill can have the advantage with those elevations too if they drop around St. Martin.
Yeah, and Team Secret dropping around Hacienda, so they're in the middle of the circle. A little bit of a plus point here for Team Secret, considering that iShots is playing. So back in the day when iShots played regularly for Team Secret, they normally drop around San Martin, which is just next to Hacienda. So considering that he and Jumper played back then in that drop spot, so I'm sure they know this place like the back of their hand. It should be in a comfort zone, and they'll be able to pick up better spots to park themselves.
GE now moving faster than before. They just dropped themselves, found themselves a couple of bikes, and having a go for the loot. And Master ET will be taken by West, who's more than ready to. Never mind. Yep, he's gonna stop. Yeah, and they're gonna go away from Los Leones as far as they can. I think they kind of spotted out there's another team just now dropping nearby. They don't want to risk the first stage. They know for a fact we're not great in CQC. They know their strength is going to be the distance, so they're trying to find those DMRs, those Mini 14, those SLR to work around. If it's going to be AWM, it's the best. We rarely get to see AWM these days. A lot of DBSs, not much of Micro Uzi still. Back days, before DBS, it was Micro Uzi all day long.
Oh yeah, I remember even like some of the teams tried to do a long-range Micro Uzi, and sometimes it worked. So yeah, that was back in the day. But it's Micro Uzi's the time is long gone by now. But M4 is still the evergreen weapon. Irregardless, however you change the meta, how you change the point system, M4 is always the most balanced weapon. So it's interesting to see that. Back then, DBS, even if it was in the airdrop, like no team would take the DBS. And speaking about DBS, the history about DBS, I remember in the PFGC, Blue Bees, team from Japan, they started the DBS trend. Oh, speaking about trends, Team Secret, I hope they don't make this a trend.
Yummy definitely spotted out that one. Kid, a bit separated from Team Secret, but within reach for our boy. He got himself a car to push to his side of Kid to revive him, but Yummy tried to make it in time. Yummy, if he's not being careful, if he didn't hear this audio cue coming out from this vehicle, he definitely will have to pay the punishment. We're talking about him being exposed down there. He doesn't have a helmet as well, so Yummy still going for it. I'm like, this is scary. Yummy, this is scary for you right now.
Oh yeah, he probably didn't hear that, but now he will have. So he knows that there's someone together with Kid, and I guess that's why he's stopping at his tracks. It's like, oh, okay, plan failed. Let's just leave it. Yummy, it's not worth it, Yummy. Don't do it. Don't listen to it. Don't listen to it, Yummy. Don't.
If he got himself in a trap here, he got only 2 smokes to get away with it, and not even a first aid, not even a grenade, not even a molly to buy him time and space. Talking about gears, he's getting none. This while he's giving, at least he's giving away the position. He's changing the intel with the rest of the roster, and the rest of them are starting to close down on the side of Team Secret. Now they have to rely on Pombit. Yummy definitely cannot push in alone here. He's just waiting for the opportunity to see a pick from close distance and closing up with a knock. That's the best he can do. He definitely cannot make the first one to initiate the fight. I'll fall on the side of Pombit, reposition himself. I can see that Team Secret is alerted with this navigation coming from Boom due to the sounds. It's quite loud coming from the buggy, but Yummy trying to just see anybody trying to peeking out here.
I'm sure he wish he has a nade there. Even Pombit doesn't have one, so it's gonna be hard to like toss a nade, hope for a knockdown, because it's very unlikely for Kid to overpeak at this point. But Yummy's still going in for it. Okay, trying to get as much information as possible. His teammates are way behind, and because of this kind of terrain, at this point, nobody can support Yummy. They need to get into a better position. Speaking about getting into a better position, Team Secret not going to leave their teammate alone. All 4 of them is here. It's as if this area is the place that they would have wanted anyway.
Team Secret having a 4 for now. They want to take up a challenge if Boom willing to take it as well. But problem is, they got the same number, yes, but not when it comes to that one player of Yummy not having anything right now. I'm not sure where is Razy. I think Razy is playing, but we're at the back line. Sam9 splitting to 1-3 as LD trying to finish off by RQ from the start. A bit late coming up from Parjin, trying to come in time, but I think they got caught ambushing. They did have a clue that it's going to be some other teams, RQ, right across them. It's not just RQ, Vampires coming in the back line as well.
But maybe because the fight happened, like, it was simple, it was fast, it was quick, so that's why, like, Vampire, they were like, oh, okay, hang on. Unless you see, like, a lot of elimination feeds running, then maybe Vampire will want to go in. But look at that, okay, it's only one. It's only that one guy. Reset wouldn't take that long. So based on the timing, the distance between them and the compound, it's not going to be worth it. And it's okay to do that because we still have 63 players. So not a risk that they will want to take.
St. Martin taken by Sem9. We do know Hill is nearby. Got themselves a back-to-back chicken. Can they get the first triple in PMSL? The hat-trick we've been waiting for. Can they put a train to the chickens? But Box not so much. BTR Satan making so much work by himself. Chino snacked on the ground and Box living only with one player. I'll make it two right now. Having a bit of a trade. Shatar finally being tamed down by Levy. Now Levy will pick themselves back up first before going for the kills. Now never mind. Blues are closing in. Now you just have to go for the eliminations. But Shatar still bleeding out. Liquid or Deuce coming in. Levy will put a stop to this corner. Now prepping up the nade. They will have a bit of exchange. But who will drop it first?
Ooh, okay, looks like it's going to be Levy that forces Deuce to move. Levy has a high ground down against Deuce. Deuce has a nade on his own. He can toss it onto the other side, but Gen Force secures those elimination points. Fast Gaming, they're sandwiched between two players of BTR. And looks like Fast Gaming will be the first team to go out. However, not empty-handed.
Alter Ego and Vampires. They've been lingering here too long. Extended their stay for Alter Ego and Vampires push in. A bit too late for them to realize they should not have stayed the same spot the longest there is. Fnatic bleeding out on the sidelines. The other three inside of compound. Can Rosemary find a way to be the opening to the side of Vampires? Still having a fall. We're talking about one of the best teams out there, Vampires, but the circle happen to be shrinking at the same time. PBE coming in late. BTR just finished off the job just now. Slowly coming out from the side of El Pozo. We do have so many teams creeping over on the southern part. Only one team coming up from the north is going to be Boom.
Oh, this is where my wish list. Hopefully the circle goes up to the Oasis area, but now focusing on the Vampire. Let's see whether they can win this fight. Looks like it's good for them so far. They still make it all four. Yuzi keeps his nade, but he gets gunned down by Potato. Traded it back. Now Alter Ego is down to Octa all alone. Going up against 3 from Vampire with Tony K going in. Tony K being burned down. Tony K down to 50% of health. And Tony K finishes off Potato and Fnatic. And it's going to be the last man. And this going to be an easy clean up. But Voin is in the town.
It's not just that, down to the last player. Alter Ego still alive, but Octa managed to clutch again. News is still. But here comes the Void, like you mentioned, crashing in like it's nobody's business. Sweeping the floor clean. The housekeeping is here. But Void just winning this over 2 teams in a row. But we'll get a 4th team coming in. Because right now, DX is coming around every corner trying to rep Void. This is a graveyard right now on Hacienda de Patron.
Yeah, that's a third-party timing that we talked about earlier on. The Xavier not really taking advantage of that. But anyway, they still have the numbers. If they're alert, they should be able to take advantage of it. But now, Boo Boo Hoo goes down to Zaxi. Zaxi will be happy to finish him off. Switches to an FPP mode. And that will be the end for Boo Boo Hoo this round.
Boom starting at this tree right now. Have to see that Evil's just not even breaking a sweat coming up from Zaxi. Taking those elevations, high grounds, working on their side. But Void lucky enough, DX not charging in. They have the time to reset. They found themselves vehicles to flee. Lamborghini Chua took too much time to close off the angles. We're talking about the blue zone will shrink now. And Lambo a bit too late to push. They have to think another way. Plan B, leave it. Not even engage with Void right now.
Ooh, yeah. Not the right time. Not the right time. Maybe because the circle is about to shift, so they gotta get ready for it. But GE getting ready for a fight themselves against SLD. SLD still not budging though. But you gotta be careful because Yummy is below them. They put a little bit more focus on the SLD who has a high ground. But I think everyone's anticipating the next piece of circle. But let's go. GE, boom.
Zai just exchanging favors with Yummy right now with those nades coming in, but Yummy drop it way better. The perfect angle and straight at Kobe. Zybe finish off. GE have no more intel inside of that compound. Straight away, they're trying to reposition themselves and get away from there. But Small willing to commit. Those coming from the southern part. We do have DX now charging into Void when they forced to do so due to the blue zone. PBE might have to take a crossfire against M9 with BTR coming out from the left side of the west circle. But Bacon Time will gatekeep all these three teams coming up from west. BTR, SEM9 and PBE.
We can see how precious the hill on the right side where Team Secret is at. A couple of teams seems to want to take it away, but GE being chased out by our boy. M249 from afar. We have not seen that for quite a while, and that will work for our boy.
GE picked off one by one. They had the opportunity, but not the confidence. Didn't willing to push, didn't play aggressive as they used to due to the change of map in Miramar. Tranji got finished off early for SLD, starting off as a 3. PBE, SEM9, they do have Bacon Time to deal with when this is done. BTR is on the other end, slowly closing in both. Bacon got the elevations, they got whatever information they can see through. They can see it from that view.
So the good thing is that they do have the information, so they know where to go and not only to crash into the compound. If they straight on crash into the compound just like that, SEM9 would have that advantage. But looks like they're going towards Bacon Time, has a high ground against them. Is this the necessary fight? Looks like they're trying to go up. Rankit survived 9 noise, couldn't connect with shots.
Oh my noise, that was a perfect spray and tapping it out for the last execution. Now Hail Flash on the other hand, PBE just walk into a death trap. The moment they move forward, no sort of intel on who's on and which end. Caught themselves in a pickle. It's a bit dicey for the side of PBE, but SEM9 willing to push to the side of Noise. SEM9 closing in. Noise kind of separated within the rest of Bacon Time. Hill taking on SEM9 from the back line. Low, you being left behind. But Noise on the other end trying to reunite with the rest of the member, but that due to Luke being finished off at the back line, he needs to reposition himself. But for the side of PBE, it's not done yet because Hill trying to take down on both SEM9. Bacon Time make it 3 with PBE in between.
Well, I'm not a fan of pickles, and neither do they. Seems like a lot of teams in the same area, but the next circle will determine who needs to move. Look at the roads that these teams need to manage. A lot of cross intersections there. And the circle moves towards the left where Bacon Time has the prime position. The high ground is theirs now.
Sort of Boom raising a bit later than the rest of the team, just to make sure that everything is clear from the back line. Pasija Evo splitting into 2-2. Link and Luxy will work as a duo. Redface and Zaxi coming up from the other end on the west side, while the other two playing for Pasija Evos, placing themselves in the center. Bacon, on the other hand, were not willing to leave just yet. They know for a fact there's going to be 3 teams in total. Behind them, different angles, but different teams entirely. Have to guard up, because it's going to be a problem, a big one for them to deal with, to find a solution if they happen to rush in at the same time. GE Master Smart, the last member that is trying to play for ranks and position. They don't have any eliminations. It's going to be really detrimental, extremely punishing when it comes to overall rank. If GE just got the momentum and ended up with a 0.
And the terrain doesn't really help Smile there. Yes, he can still hold on right now, but he's on the outside. But his only option pretty much is just to cross that hill. At the moment he shows himself on the other side, then the other team's waiting for him. So he's in quite a tough position. He has to move in really, really slow, hoping the other teams get distracted with each other. Then he can slide into the circle from there.
Lapa finding Team Secret, who lost their member early on. Not really, they still have a 4, but I'm not seeing 4 yet. There you go, we can see it. For Lapa, he had the gunshot coming from Hill before. He's definitely spotted our gas, so he's gonna tap it. But not clipping, but at the same time, the problem is he's giving away his position to his side of Team Secret. They definitely had the gunshot just now. Definitely have to reposition himself for Lapa. If not, he'll be digging himself in his own grave there. Max's reposition on top of water treatment. Trying to find those elevations. Trying to clear the spots behind as well. Very separated for Void players.
think they're trying to maximize their space right now just to get information, scouting out at the same time. And Smile, looks like he got himself onto the high ground, but he has Team Secret to deal with. Team Secret seems to know. Aisha seems to know that there's someone there, so okay. He's sneaking in. Aisha's trying to find a good angle. He is alone though, so he's trying to bait it out, but Smile not pulling that trigger yet.
Just giving away false information for the side Team Secret here. Smile being forced to move due to the blue zone. But lucky enough, iShot didn't spot him out just yet. If iShot's not ready for this, he'll be caught off angle. But he definitely heard the audio cue just now. He's looking over this way, but Master Smart open fire first. It's going to be the last member of GE. Now being forced to toss the nade, but the rest of Team Secret are opening fire towards his side as well. iShot is just beneath him. Well, Master Small trying to pick out with blues and killing him at the same time. No first aid, no health utilities, even bandages not available. And Jumper will got him, denying his entrance. Stay in the blue and Jumper finish it off, not breaking a sweat. But now SLD Paragin will push to the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, there's pretty much no way that he can make it because Team Secret got him guarded there. So that was something that we kind of anticipated. The moment he showed himself on the high ground, then that's it. That is pretty much as far as he can go. But let's see how far the circle will be. Slightly up north. Bacon Time doesn't have the circle anymore, but because they have the high ground, the key area, it's going to be easier for them to come down.
Hill sharing the space with PBE, or Voin trying to reunite, waiting for Maxius to join in the fray. While the rest of Team Secret hogging the blue zone, taking it very slow this time compared to last Erangel map. And iShot and the rest of Team Secret slowly creeping into the safe zone, but the problem is it's going to be Voin lurking behind their backs. With SLD on the other end, they'll be crushed down if they don't take the fight against the best score they can go is right now against Voin. They outnumbered them, but if they go against SLD, it's going to be one stabbing their behind their back. But for Boom and Redface, it's going to be a different story. Both kicking up the nade. Who tossed first?
Ooh, definitely Redface hurt the pin, but then it's going to be Razy with the first reaction. He got to get away. He got to get clear because on the other side, he could be counterfire upon, but the objective seems to be done. He wants this buggy for himself. The rest of Boom on the other side. Now Razy in the circle seems to be clear. The rest of Prestigia Evos in the compound below him. So this is going to be an okay position for now. Until the next circle shifts, then gotta figure out how to get across.
PBE stuck in a corner. Hill will guard them. There's no way in for them unless they're taking a fight against Hill. Now slowly building up the bridge, a smoke bridge to the side of that warehouse. But there's going to be one entry in and one entry out from the backside. And Gaslow already prepared his cross on this side. If Core happen to be popped out of the smoke, it's going to be the end. Unless Gaslow really slow with that response, it's a different outcome by the end of the day.
Well, yeah, both teams need to really move because they don't have the circle, like what you say. So this is a necessary fight between PBE and Hale. But Hale has 3, PBE has 3. And right now PBE is moving to the same compound as Hale. But Hale with an off-angle shot gets low, gets 2. Back-to-back. Raimon, super duper low. Looking bad right now for PBE as they will be eliminated by the winner chicken dinners from the previous round, Hale Esports.
The moment they saw the smoke coming out from the side of Hill, they know for a fact Cats slowly got the angle. If they rush in, it's going to be the end. And they did. They caught up the bait, and it's just going to be the end for the side of PBE for now. But waiting for the next round, maybe it's a different outcome entirely. But for Void, Lapa is too far to within the reach to save. Gosu again, SLD Gosu is on fire today.
Gosu now putting pressure onto Team Seeker. Team Seeker counterfire upon Gosu. Gosu lucky that he didn't get knocked down. It's A-okay for now. Just need to reset himself. His teammates around anyway. Team Seeker at the lower ground. They're all clumped up in that small shack. And information given towards SLD and perhaps Boom as well. So they know where to look at. But the next circle, it may not favor Team Secret. Kind of by the edge there. Need to wait and see as 10 seconds more. Circle will show itself. But Bacon Time getting in.
Sprayed by Zaxi in a clear line of sight, in a straight line as well. Chip down half of the HP of both Noise and Touch coming up from Bacon Time. Circle happened to shift. Procedure Evos, the team that having the most firepower this time, be in the center. But Zaxi too far from them. ambitious come out from Shirty as with Oscar L to pin down. With another one, it's going to be UMP. Difficult to execute that long fight. With Saxy, definitely no Shirty where he's at. Returning a fire. But not connecting. It's just a bit of a calm before the storm as everyone is watching out who's moving.
Oh, speaking about movement, SLD needs to move. So let's see. Kind of pick their poison right now. On the right, they have Boom Esports still. On the left, they have Team Secret. Not sure if they have a vehicle, but if they go towards Team Secret, Boom can shoot them as well. If they go towards Boom, Team Secret can shoot. So SLD, tough decision to make.
SLD, the next move will decide whether they are in a pinch or not. Can they make a bridge to a side of Team Secret? But Boom is closing in. We're talking about they're not even having 100 meters apart here. Make it only just 80 meters between them. Pombit spotted out Twongzin. Parajin giving back fire, the support backline fire. But Boom changed their attention towards the side of BTR. Spotted out Bacon time of the back line. This is way more team than we have against SLD. Might as well guard over our back end first and going forward to SLD. But Team Secret got caught. Ghost again making an entry, but Maxis want to be part of that. Voin happy to be last member going into this crossfire between SLD and Team Secret.
Well, they made that choice. It's easier to take down a team that's in one shack. One nade could rule them all. So far they got one. Paraj is going to come in for the left. So they got Team Secret surrounded. Team Secret, they can't move. Eye shots been shot down by Strongzin as well. Only the last man standing from Team Secret. And Team Secret, that one rush from SLD will take them out.
Make me missing Mud Toy right now for Team Secret, honestly speaking. Nothing works right for them. DX taking a triangle formation, taking the view to the side of field. BTR stuck in between. DX taking on Sam9, spotted them in a shack. But Duke definitely heard the gunshot coming up from behind. It's gonna be SLD behind him. Max is so close nearby. If Duke just overpick himself, and then Nate happened to be falling on his head, it's gonna be the end for Duke. Pombet and Boom taking towards a fight against SLD right now, dropping the nade over, but Sam9. Tiger, what is happening to Hill? They got a double chicken back to back. Now only have one member left.
Yeah, Tiger. Only one left. But at least they got 7 elimination points. And they're in the middle of the circle. So probably can still hold on for placement points. Assuming that no one spots him out. And so far he has like a barricade. So it should be a-okay. And hopefully I don't jinx him. But for Persija EVOS, Bacon time. They came down from the hill. Now their next target is Persija EVOS. It's the team that they need to clear. But at the same time, BTR will be looking over them. So it's a risk that they're taking right now.
Zoxy couldn't even pick out, but in the meantime he needs to leave. The Blues were closing on his side first. The moment he tried to jump down Bacon time, more than ready to take him down. Not just Bacon time. The same 9 is eyeing on that side as well. Zoxy got himself too much eyes onto him. Unwanted attention right now, but Lamborghini push in Maxis. Last of Void, placing himself at 9th place. Leaving us with only 8 teams remaining with 21 players. Just shows none of these teams having a full squad right now. A lot of trees, but one hail solo of Gatslow can make a game changer.
Shirley out in the open. It's going to be hard to save him. But Parajin, today his long range have been popping off. And Parajin counterfire. Oh, he didn't expect Lamborghini to sneak up behind him. And Lamborghini punishes Parajin.
Comes the craziness of Lamborghini, but Yummy. Spotted out Persija EVOS. Lamborghini managed to execute, but Gosu fighting against Lamborghini. So far, you know what? Pombit steals away. Gosu put up so much work for that against Lamborghini just now. Here comes another go. Play zone finish off Duke. Will he deny himself to the blue zone? Will be clipped off by SLD or Boom at the same time. Brady's taking a fight against Adibs at the same moment. The pixel shot not hitting. Spot out Adibs, but he needs to reload. Oh, the timing is just so at the worst time possible.
I was close there for Adis, but now they need to deal with BTR, and they still don't have the circle though. But Adis finally gunned down. Gosu not stopping yet to get out Rabbits. That's going to be the end for Xavier this time around. Adis will take it out by Om style from Bacon time. 7-9 down to 2.
Gosu managed to get himself the redemption for the entire team, but that's at end as well. As Boom with an AUG, Razy just pinned him down with a spray. Easily not even hard for him right now. For Amstel, that's exactly where 7-9 players Leung finished off. He just tapped pruning over the same spot.
Oh,
He didn't even need even swing, but another Liquid and as well as Genforce of BTR finished off by Boom. Boom getting himself a reign of this domination here. They're taking the high grounds, working as 2-1-2 formation. 2-1, sorry, they're living with only 3, but right now Razy, this is an upgrade with Pombit in it. When it comes to Miramar, they know exactly what they're doing with Boom lineup.
And they know exactly what to do with Get Slow now that they're spotting him out. But Get Slow, impressive enough, he managed to survive onto the top 4 all alone. But let's see if he can still go up another rank. But it's going to be hard as Boom goes in and boom he goes.
It's going to be yummy. Again, yummy. Always finish off with a very flashy way. Pombit spotted out the rest of Bacon. Do they have any info on Pasija Evos?
Probably not yet. They're waiting for Pasija Evos to make the move. But at least right now we can see that on the left side, you got Bacon Time, you got Pasija Evos. Boom, just needs to time it right. Go into the third party instead. And they could be the cleanup to get the chicken dinner again.
So Boom, this is theirs to take. If they actually botched it, I don't know what else to say because Pasija Evos taking a fight with Noise. Noise, the last pick coming from Bacon Time. Maybe make it Armstar as well, but he needs to climb down. But Noise got clipped by Lynx. This is it. Armstar tried to make damage control, but how? Saxy spot him out, but he just right on top of the crosshair. Is he through? And Lynx finish off a double just now. He got himself one nade, a different angle, swing it. But now Boom taking advantage. They go in for the rush.
Okay, here we go. So it's going to be Boom right in the middle. And it's 3v3. 2 Indonesian teams. 2 big teams here. It's kind of hard to tell who will win this. It's kind of 50-50 for now. But the next circle will close entirely. But Boom is the furthest away from the blue. But CJ Evos will be pressured by it before Boom. That means they'll be forced to move.
Luxy got only bandages to work around right now. Still for first aid. 3v3. Back to square one. None of these teams will be knocked down yet unless they're willing to give away the position. Lynx prepped his Molotov. Luxy thinking about whether to use a smoke or the hand grenade first. Definitely going to be the hand grenade as Pombit giving away his information and placement. There's going to be Luxy trying to push forward. Giving up the smoke. He knows for a fact there's no time. He needs to push that smoke with the blue zone shrinking in. Luxy make covers with this very small caravans. Working towards the trailer. Now pushing slowly from the side of Pasija Evos. But Boom, they need to hold their ground.
Now Pasija Evos, they managed to push, but I think this is going to be their last push. Right bottom is a little bit open, so it's going to be tough for Pasija Evos. They're hoping for a knockdown. If they got a knockdown, that could be their opening. But look at the spread by Boom! Boom, they go on to Lin. They won't have enough time to pick him up. Luxy and Zuxy, the duo that needs to do it for Pasija Evos. Going up against that 3-man squad from Boom. And they managed to finish off Lin. And then knocked out to Luxy. Zuxy last man. This could be it for Boom.
They're going to go for the rush. Razy spot him and out. Zuxy giving away and boom! What a chicken just now with double-digit elimination. Everybody contributing. Talking about 4 of each of the player for those eliminations. Razy and Pombit, such a duo. Yummy, such an opener for the team. But when it comes to MVP, the entire lineup of Boom itself is already an MVP for me.
Wow, where has Boom been? They've been missing last week and all of a sudden this week, they are amazing. But I just want to put it out there as well. So far, Pasija Evos this week, no chicken dinner, but no problem for them. They would still be up there. But because of this sort of performance from Boom today, they will be at their tails. I really want to see right now how high did Boom climb after this chicken dinner. And not only the chicken dinner, they got more than 10 eliminations.
Definitely finish off with 12 or 13 just now. The least is going to be 11. That's the minimum. But for Boom, I think like Razy deserved this round, but it's down to the calculation and the database to know exactly who got the most damage, because when it comes to elimination, there's a couple of falls in there. And there's another 3. I'm not sure who finished off the last play just now. It's down to the last wire. But when it comes to MVP, even we ourselves taking our own time to tally it up. But I just hope it's going to be him. But this time, Yummy take it away with 6 eliminations, 1,000 over damage by himself. You know what? We talked about him all day long. But this time, I feel like Yummy and the entirety of Boom with Razor and Pombit, this is the best lineup by far.
Yeah, this is definitely great. Oh, Yummy taking everything away. All right, all the stats do point towards him. So I'm starting to lose count now. I know we went through a lot of games, but arguably, Yummy, at the best of my memory, he has the most MVPs of all now.
Possibly, yes. And also Rosemary. Don't forget about Rosemary. And we haven't had a lot when it comes to Tony K. It's been a while we've seen any of the times making the MVP these days. When it comes to day number 3, definitely a lot of Indonesian teams rising up to the occasion. We're talking about them leveling up. Yesterday, a lot of eliminations, barely finished off, except for Q yesterday, who got himself a chicken. The rest of them always ended up in the 2nd and 3rd place. But it is the week of the Thai Indonesia when it comes to week 2. You have to give it to these 2 regions.
I have to give it to Boom as well. Look at the amount of time that they have full score, about 10 minutes, 20 seconds, just slightly above Hale, but yet they still get that chicken dinner. And it, you know what, just looking at this kind of stat, right, then full squad time, the top 2 is like 10 minutes, 9 minutes. It just shows that if you play as a trio and if you play well, you can still beat the odds to get the chicken dinner, and they're just proving it by the stat.
And when it comes to the traveling distance, Boom really run and gun all the way. We saw how they were fighting and having so much skirmishes between the teams. But when it comes to today's performance, I have to give it to, you know what, Indonesian and come out from Hill and Bacon time. Bacon, on the other hand. Now, this is the team that always maintain top 3 regardless of how their performance. Speaking of the highlight as well, we talked about how BTR just not doing great. They're always being too late and having too many fights inside of the blue zone.
Yeah, BTR still haven't really popped up though. You kind of think about it. Like, yeah, we did see a little bit of them, but not really that kind of action for BTR. Plus, they are a star-starter lineup, so they've been quite missing today as well. So it's still hard to tell what BTR has changed or what they've done today, because we don't get to see that much of them.
And speaking of chicken dinner, so far we've got ourselves double chicken from Boom, 1 Alter Ego and 2 Hill. We'll be having the alternation between Alter Ego, Boom and Hill only for today, and they finish off as Alter Ego game in the last one because they were in one of those openings. But for Bacon time, they maintain consistency. Even though they haven't popping off quite a number of chicken, but they are always up there every single time.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, the overall scores do matter. Oh yeah, you're right. So 7 points, not too bad. That's okay for them. Looking over at Precision Evor, still without a chicken, but they still get 11 points, so that's pretty decent for them. On the other end, okay, GE, maybe just one of those rounds. We'll give it to them. But for Team Secret, still 2 points. Overall, their point haul today still isn't enough. They will definitely still be at number 20.
GE, the problem with them when they get comfortable in Erangel just now, they have to readjust to its map Miramar. But PBE, they're being caught off guard more than they start to engage the fight. The worst case scenario where the warehouse they're trying to get against Hill before, against Gatslow, who just go in as a 2 and 2 knocked down in an instant. And this just how it crumbles the side of PBE. But what it matters really is down to the overall rankings here, because down to week 2, who gets number 1? Can the second page on last week now pushing up? Definitely the one that actually the middle pack for this from last week pushing up the numbers and getting themselves in the top teams up there. Pasija opening up the gap between FaZe. Boom will close in. The next match definitely FaZe pushed down. Hill on the other end just few points away. Very small margins up to the 5th place.
I'm sure FaZe can't wait to play tomorrow. They know that their number 1 spot been snatched up, but that's because Pasija Evos has 5 games in hand. Boom has 5 games as well. So FaZe, the moment they come back tomorrow, they'll be like, okay, time to take back our throne. You cannot be up there You're up there just because we're not playing, but when we're playing, it's gonna be scary for them. So yeah, FaZe will be looking at this with a lot of intrigueness.
Top performers. We're not surprised anymore. Yummy and Razy just now working so well. And speaking of Yummy being the anti-fragger, Razy alongside with teammate just pushing in with Pombit just now. What a wonderful duo. But Gosu, coming up from Marcel, Gosu today's has been such a brilliant player.
Yeah, he's been popping off, not gonna lie. Gosu, most of it through long range, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just look at the amount of damage that he can get through long range. That means he put out a lot of pressure to the other teams, and sometimes it's not about the elimination, right? Sometimes it's about like if you put pressure to the other teams, they don't take those fights directly with you. You scare off other teams. You open up some space for your team. So he's been doing that. And not to say that he hasn't collected elimination points. Those elimination points, yes, and even in previous rounds as well. So yeah, Gosu for SLD. Good job.
To recap what happened today, in case you guys just joined us, it's going to be me and Chuchu and Circloud forecasting here. But when it comes to the chicken dinner of the day, Alter Ego getting it first, then boom. Then Double Hill, then boom. Are we ending with an Alter Ego ending? We have no clue. Will be a different flag flying other than just Thais and Indonesian teams for today? Because so far the others, even the Vietnam team, yes, SLD have been performing, but at the same time, they're just having a bit difficulty when it comes to those closure.
Oh man, I'm so close to getting that for GE. You know, GE almost got it. Their best performance today was a second place finish. So yeah, they're almost there. This is of course their best performing day so far in the PMSL overall, and not too bad. They are knocking on the door to get onto page number 1, so they could potentially still get into page number 1 after this round. So if they can end the day with that, great improvement for GE. If they can get a chicken dinner, well, that seals the deal for the wild card. At least both of them got their own chicken.
Very different when compared with last week and this week here. And so far, speaking of vampires, I mean, like, they're disappearing. Maybe they're being burned by the light instead because of how a lot of hellfire is just burning them off alive. But vampires definitely have to make a comeback here. Yes, they played lesser games than the rest of the teams out there, but if they compare back to back, but how they perform in the early week and down to the middle of the week in week 1 and week 2, that's a huge difference in between.
Yeah, I know, right? It feels very different. And if we were to tell anyone that, hey, you know what, Vampire has Tony K and has Newsy, you got Shrabs and Stone, but they're at number 19. Oh, no one will believe that. Everyone will like, oh, bite your head off for that. But yeah, the reality is that they are currently there. So I don't know. Again, it's not that we get to see that much of Vampire to really analyze what happened, and maybe it's only this one day. I like to call it like one day, but it's already 2 days for them being there. Give them another day because it's vampires, right? And they said it before, like last week, oh, they will get the number 1 spot. They know how to come back, and they actually prove it in that last day. So I'll still give it that one day just to see what happens to Vampire.
I mean, a bit of something comical happened. Somebody said about, I think it's going to be, I'm just calling you out. That's just mentioned about, you know what, Void and Vampire decided to stick together, whether it's going to be the first tier team or the bottom team frag right now. Feels like true, but hey, cut them slack. Today's their first day because, not really today's their first day. They have not been playing yesterday, so they only played the day 1 of week 2 right now. So today is their second day. If you compare it with all the points, be sure to have your eye out towards how many matches they played as well. The more the number the match they play and the lesser the point they get, now that's a problem they have to deal with.
Yeah, if only we have like a ratio stat, right, or a average stat. Then that would really that will be a better story to tell. Or maybe in the future, just putting it out there. That'll be an interesting stat to see. But okay, now that we see the camera onto Boom, okay, Yummy's not there, but pretty sure he's going to come back. Probably taking a washroom break. No indication yet that they made a substitution. But since you mentioned it earlier on, the best lineup, maybe the Miramar specialist lineup, they should keep that.
Possibly. And so far they have been keeping it since yesterday and week number 2. And they definitely find themselves in a sort of comfort zone. Now, we do know for a fact, coming up from the side of Boom, Yummy is the main fragger. No matter what map it is, he needs to be played. He needs to be put on the roster. But for BTR, we're not looking at Yuhai again. No, they are swapping in Yuhai. Yuhai is playing.
Yeah, he's been playing for the last 2 rounds. Yeah. But I guess it's not memorable because the impact wasn't there.
They're separating UI and Ryzen. But for Chua now, we're going to get Frankie back. I think they're a bit exhaustion coming up from the side of Chua. He's been playing quite a number of games. But you know what? It's pretty much for the X. I'm waiting for their comeback here.
Yeah, I mean, I do love Chua, but I do love Frankie as well. So both of them, to me, they're great players. It's nice to see them making that change. And I think Xavier, they definitely need that change. They've been dependent a lot onto Lamborghini. Lamborghini, you can see, he's having this headache. It's like, guys, shoulder pain. I can't do this anymore. You guys got to take some load from me as well.
Yeah, for the Axe, it's always going to be Rabies, Franco, Lambo, and Chua at first. Duke just started playing week number 2 here, so we do have Chua swapping in and out to see if Duke can keep up with the second week, to see if they can carry on to the third week. Amsal playing for Bacon again, and Bacon have been very consistent no matter how they rotate their players. We're talking about, obviously, a lot of ice for the past few days, but there's going to be definitely Touch Shirty, Amstar, 9 nines, and this is going to be the main for second week. Ice. It depends. Are they going to switch him up tomorrow or not? We're going to have to wait and see. But for RQ, hot and cold. They got a very bombastic round last day. And today is just going down south all the way. They barely make it.
Looking over at Genesis. Come on. The best finish so far in the PMSL. Second place. And it was done today. They are on the rise. Yes, they had a slump in the previous Miramar, but that's okay. It happens to everyone. So right now, it's that moment. Can they get the final chicken dinner just like PBE? PBE yesterday as well, final, wasn't the final game, but the second last game, they got the chicken dinner. So they already did it. They have set the benchmark for the wildcard teams to a certain extent. So let's see if GE can actually do it and fulfill one of my predictions.
Well, I don't want to waste any more time. Alter Ego. Can they finish the day? And starting with a chicken today, can they close the day with another chicken? Hale got himself double back-to-back. Nobody hitting the triple chicken back-to-back yet. No hat-tricks. Straight. None. So far, a lot of double chicken back-to-back. We're going to have to wait and see. Will there be a record set by these guys? Maybe 4 chickens in the day. Who knows? Because we got 10 elimination by Rosemary. What else is there to see here? Other than more PUBG Mobile, let's head into our last map of the day.
But that was a nice reaction from one of the point players before a transition. And this is the last game for today. It's going to be played in Miramar as usual. Let's see if it can be a triple chicken dinner for Boom Esports. And so far this week, it's a comeback week for Boom.
It's true. They have been up and down, but Yummy never deliver. They always deliver, even though they're having a tough time last week. But this time we do have a flight path favoring the north. We'll be having a southern side of a circle. Maybe we have a generous in the center. But we're going up to Torre Ahumada, coming up from Valdemar on the northern side of Valdemar. We do want to see if there are any hot drops. GE dropping themselves early. Same goes the side of another team, which is going to be Box. Box is another team who got themselves late bloomers last week, coming up second last day, or I think it was the last day they start pushing out. Bit too late for them to recover their loss in the early of the week. But it feels like the momentum being reset. They're going cold again this week. Not so much. I just hope they don't make the same mistake as last week. Last week was just a bit too late for them to have a comeback.
I'm hoping the same for Xavier, because look at where they're dropping. El Pozo with Bacon Time again. Now, with the inclusion of Frankie's in, and it's like, nope, we're going to take back our town. We want to take back El Pozo. We're going to drop back in Bacon Time and Xavier. It's been a while, so we're going to see what happens here.
DX already gave away Pachinki to his Bacon Time. Now even have to reconsider the Miramar map. But Keenan spot out with only 10 in last magazine left, trying to spray over again spot. Wow. Giving away his position, Rosemary.
Who else, right? Again. And he kind of saved Adib, so, you know, 7-9 gotta buy him dinner or something. Rosemary, wow, and he can still secure that elimination point, but okay, the Winchester, a little bit far. I think it's all about the distance, but it's just about the parade. But wait a second. The bait is being taken. Rosemary not letting that go.
But Rosemary running down of ammunition here. Needs to be careful now. Definitely attract two teams at the same time. Trying to go for more. He's not willing to give it away yet. They just start to respawn inside of Void. Definitely not happy about this, but Rosemary is... I'm not sure if he got himself any vehicle for now. I do hope he does. Because I love to see the actions coming out of Rosemary. Very frantic. Very unpredictable. But here we go, Rosemary. He even gave the pressure on the side of Void that they even leave their compound. Alter Eager going in for the push. That's why they're leaving. Because the rest of them, the trio, Octa, Fnatic, and also Potato, make a big U-turn just now. The moment they saw that Void's leaving, it's okay. It's their day today.
Yeah, the fact that Void was at the compound, right? So they would have anticipated that, the loot has been taken anyway. And they didn't have, like, weapons of their choice. So I guess, like, yeah, it's based on all that they thought that it wouldn't be worth it for them to go for it. But yeah, I gotta, you said it right about Rosemary. This guy is just fearless today. It's like he's playing by his own rules, it seems.
I mean, do give out your opinions. I mean, like, if you put Yummy and Rosemary, who will be the other two players from Indonesian team that you want to put in the lineup to? Do tell us in the chat. I want to know, and do tell us your opinion too, Cloud.
Wow. Okay. I can't think. Okay, I would like to put Keenan from Void. I think last week he did pop off really well. I'm trying not to think like from the same team, right? Like one from each team. So we got Boom, Out the Eagle, BTR. I wish I can pick one though, but BTR overall, even for last week, have yet to be hasn't been performing. So I'm not really sure. But for Prestige Evos, okay, I wish I could have picked one for Prestige Evos, but my only problem with Prestige Evos, it's a good problem, is that all of them perform at the same time. So I can't pick one from them. It's like, can I pick the whole team? I can't do that. That's not the rule. But all of them has been good.
Yeah, I mean, like, for me personally, I want to see Rosemary team up with Yummy, and then gonna take Napeko. And we put in the last one, maybe Redface or Lynx, between those two players.
No BTR players, eh?
I mean, if I have to choose one, maybe I'll take Gemforce.
Okay.
But so far, I think the fixed one is going to be Rosemary, Yummy, and the Peko. I mean, like, these guys, they got the CQC expert or the fragger, which is going to be Rosemary. Definitely, he knows exactly playing his distance, right? And we do have Yummy, the master of Nate, so far come from Boom. And Nepeko, when it comes to the snipes and those angles, he got it, man.
If I were to pick one from BTR, I will pick Satar. Just because I like how he wears his jersey. He seems to like to wear the oversized shirts. He's got some style with him, you know. So, just for the memes.
If only that reflects towards the action in the game, though. It would be great. So fun, though. PBE, hot and cold, got himself slight momentum compared to first week. Way better in second week here. Quite a gap between PB and TS, 8 points, and make it 10, not really, 8 points in between. But when you compare with number one right now, it's 100 over, and all the top 5 hitting the triple digit. I feel like even down to maybe the 6th place, we'll close it up with a triple digit by the end of the day.
Let's see. SLD joining the triple digit. 7-9 a little bit far, but doable. AE too far. 2 more teams that's possible to take the triple digit by the other day.
Gonna have to wait and see then. RQ. Spotted out Vampire. Straps. Pinned down. We haven't seen the best of Straps yet. We've seen it in the Southeast Asia Esports Championship, but Vampires is nowhere near when it comes to CEC. Is it due to difference of teams? Different of caliber of teams playing? Maybe that's one of the many factors. But we haven't seen Straps where he was... How he played like Gosu coming up from SLT, right? They're opening for the team, dropping those nades. Remarkable nades. We haven't seen that any from Straps, but GE happened to be caught himself in a trouble.
Oh, Master Ichi. Okay, at the lower ground. Close quarters combat against Bacon Time. Master Ichi couldn't trade it back. His teammates couldn't provide him support. The terrain's not helping him. But his teammates busy as well because Bacon Time surrounding from the other side too.
Oh, it's going in reverse.
No. GE.
Minivan going in reverse.
Can they make the most out of it with their position?
Bacon cancelled it out the minivan just now. That was hilarious. Comical even. A Bacon Time on Armstar. Trying to push to the side of GE. Lost their member just now for small slither of health remains. But the blue zone is not being kind for both of the team. We're talking about especially GE. Smart. I'm not sure he doesn't have first aids or just using bandages for now. Because right now his HP going up, back up, finally up again. But GE, they're being compromised here. We're talking about they're being circled by the rest of Bacon Time. Left, right, center. Cornered all around. Armstar decided to just go for the split if needed to.
Not enough vehicles for Zai. But they don't know Zai is still there. They thought that, okay, everyone from GE left. So Zai is like, okay, praying that they don't search for him. And so far, Zai's on the clear. But he doesn't have a vehicle though, so this worrying for Zai. He only has one first aid. That's about it. Probably a couple of bandages. So it's going to be tough for him. The circle. High ground around power grid. Nice and empty. That will be one of the good spots in this circle.
Whoever got that first will take the advantage of the grounds. But in that circle will not actually will be your within your expectation. We do know power grid, a sweet spot that is for these guys, but the problem is where the circle ended up there. Another question. But on the side of Bacon Time, they decided La Drillera is not the place due to how they are just way deep in the blue zone. But as are the Vampires, having a bit of exchange fires towards this side. Stone trying to figure out how to get themselves a better view from above his trap as well. Climbing up, that's Team Secret. They have to be extra careful. 3 teams in the same compound.
Oh, flip car. I saw that jumper. Unfortunately, I had to flip in front of Vampire Esports. Get the jumper currently down. Our boy, iShots might want to get away. Our boy is running. iShots still in the area. Waiting for a clear path though. Our boy being the marker and iShots will follow through.
Straps. Pre-cooked nade. Might be swapping with Parjing, but Parjing angles is way better. But got pushed down a bit. Chuangzi making sure he got the space for the team here. Open up the angles and spreading up the view. Stone might be the next target for Chuangzi, but he just managed to negate those damage away in an instant. But Tony K on the ground. Can they save him?
Oh, Tony K. Will there be enough time because it goes through Nate? Okay. Switches off the weapon. Tony K, unfortunately, in a position that will not be able to be picked up by his teammates. Vampire Esports, they're not leaving this instead. They want to take the fight against SLD. They are trying to surround, but SLD, they want to win this fight too. Kwang Ji right in front of Schweppes. Schweppes on the other side. Now shots fired out the Schweppes, but Kwang Ji didn't being gunned down.
Stone need to toss that now! A bit too late! Cooking too long. Almost over 4 seconds at that. Strap slither of health remains. He needs to flee. There's no way he can save the rest of the teammate. He's the last player alive. Barely make it in. Got the last first aid. Trying to find for more. But at the same time, they will not give him any sort of comeback here. Gosu coming in. Gosu. When Gosu comes, you need to worry.
Well, when 7-9 comes, Shrubs needs to worry. And our boy, we're taking up Origin from afar. Oh, M249 gameplay again. Long distance. And somehow he still survives. Okay, but okay, I spoke too soon. That's it for Vampire for today.
SLD split into 2-2 just now and got caught off guard behind Team Secret, tailing them from behind very closely. Now they have to make a move. They realize that it's a bit too far off when it comes to 2-2 formation, having a hard time to visualize amongst themselves. The rest of the other teams, on the other hand, Picardo will be a couple of teams passing through. BTR just going to cut across from the southern side, straight into the center of Graveyard. But we do have SLD having a back stab back to a side of Secret. You pick the fight before you reap what you sow. Team Secret living out the only 2 men left.
Yep, make that no man left. As Team Secret goes out with 1 point. So they will end the day again with another 20th spot. PB is still alive, so they can go. They can climb up onto Vampire. So another disappointing day for Team Secret. A slight improvement with iShots in the fray, but I guess they just need to find that rhythm now with iShots starting day 1.
They need to find the confidence. That's it. But on the side of BTR, Yuhai going to be devastated. We even got himself a DMR, Mini 14 to just see on through the side of SLD. SLD, they were angry against Team Secret just now, who been trying to get themselves from the back. And SLD make a turn around and just finish off Team Secret, but they're not doing the same case for BTR. Due to how they know for a fact they might be outnumbered, they're only down with 2 men here. For SLD, it's best to just think about the survival for now. Box having a 4. Lurking to the side of Alter Ego, but PBE picking a fight over 7-9.
Okay, if they can win this fight, then they can leapfrog over Vampire, but 7-9 is no pushover. Adibs with an 8. Tossing on to the other side. PBE clumped up as a 4. 7-9, they have this opened. And now 7-9, they want this area. Cool! With the DBS gameplay will not connect, but Void! Void is helping out PBE.
Dap nowhere out from their knockdown and out to the side of Lopar Vision. Loyu just got finished a bit of trading to do with PBE and Sam9, but Void, as per usual, coming in as a housekeeping team, taking advantage. And these two teams will lose it. Sam9 down to the last players. Same as Raimon, as Monboy got only 5% HP left. Raimon wants to finish off the job without picking out. Trying to toss the nade, but Void making it difficult. Sam9 Loyu taking an exchange fight with Void. Finish off Maxis. It's going to be Raimon. Now they just reap what they say for the side of Void. Tasting their own medicine after the one that actually indoors fighting back. But PBE winning the fight over Sam9. That was huge.
Oh, PBE, they just need one more elimination point and they will be above Vampire Esports. It's going to be interesting for PBE. No pressure there. But not from us, but from the circle as they need to move. The high ground on the right side of Power Grid is still one of the key areas. Presija was there, Bacon Times there, GE just need to move up north, but they got Box Gaming to deal with.
Picardo, GE and Box having exchange of fire. There's going to be one more team. I think it's going to be Bilma Alter Ego behind their backs there. 3 teams not inside. On top of Picardo. Got the rim of a circle nearby, but Bob decided to push in, but West prepared. But is it prepared enough? He still got 2 trade for the 1. It's going to be more than enough. Can GE wrap things around? Smart trying to finish off, but he got knocked by Winnie instead.
That's
Where's
the thing about the M249.
Box one by one giving away their body, throwing to the side of GE, but GE is doing the same thing.
Probably the pressure from the blue as well, or from the zone, because they are still on the outside. They're kind of forced to move. But GE M249 gameplay from afar, not the highest damage of weapon. Yes, it does have a lot of bullets, but yeah, if you want to take down your opponent fast, not the best of weapons. Star West in a position that is going to be hard for him to be picked up, and the rest of GE they can exit through behind, but another team's waiting, so they are watching this with anticipation whether they can steal the eliminations away.
Oh man, but time is not on their side. We're talking about both teams. The moment they step into the zone, there's going to be another team waiting out. Nos definitely heard the audio cue from Zion. The steps will give it away. They might try to toss the nade here. Levy already cooked it up. Smart on the other end. Easier from this angle to stall. All they can do is stall. There's no way they can execute because both sides are being crowded. And Capone just happened to be dropping himself right across. But the angles make it difficult. It's too steep for GE to spot out the rest of Box Gaming. But the moment they're trying to turn things around, there's going to be another team shooting from behind. Where to go? GE, they are stuck.
Yeah, they are sandwiched between 2 teams. 3 teams in fact. The nade almost landed on the side. Zai is the defender's ground. He's all alone. Smiles on the other side. Boss Gaming moving in its 4. They're pressured by the blue. So right now, Zai and GE, they have the zone, but they don't have the numbers against Box Gaming.
Alter Ego climbing up as well. Box going for 3-1 formation with one Winnie going for the flank. Trying to swing it over with a Scar L as well. Zai trying to play as quiet as possible. Not getting a good away, but they spotted out Smile. Down to Zai. Zai definitely standing up right now. He's paranoid. He knows for a fact there are too many footsteps around. And Zai cannot be quiet. He's worried. He's panicking. But he just need to keep it calm. Zai He's waiting for any head to pop, but Alter Ego exchange with Erangel and BTR at the same time. On the other end, just beside this mountain. And Alter Ego too close right now towards the teammate behind them somewhere. PBE taking on Void. Eliminated again, Void. Not a great day.
Oh, yeah, and PBE will overtake Vampire Esports in the overall charts now. Possibly they could catch up to Void now that they eliminated them. Boss Gaming, they're distracted with other teams around. So right now, Zai is praying that they don't put attention to him as Yuhai will be eliminated by Junos. Again, another round that we don't see the best of Yuhai just yet.
This is really difficult terrain to play around for the teams here. We're talking about multi-level terrains. The middle ground is not really in the middle. Rosemary knocked down. Junos easily knocked one by one. Bacon time taking on Satar. And that's just it. The BBS cannot clip through those stone and rocks. Next, BTR eliminated and down as well for another team, if I'm not mistaken, very soon enough. We're having lack when it comes to manpower. GE still biding their time. PBE taking on Boom. Box still eyeing out to his Alter Ego, trying to pin them down as hard as they can without giving them any way to pick up or even hike up this mountain. But all of these teams need to leave. We're talking about not inside of a circle. And the blue shrinks now.
Oh, and look at this. Zai is still alive somehow, but because his health is not increasing, I guess he's out of utilities to heal himself. So, it's a tough situation for Zai. Plus, stage 5 zone, he won't last that long. And not that he can move. He might want to consider denying himself. But, speaking about Zai, this is his position compromise.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end. He only needs to buy more time. That's it. He knows Forfeit doesn't have too much on him as well. But for the side of Alter Ego, they need to get over this mountain, no matter what it takes. They have to think about how to cut across. Box winning, not willing to give away just yet. They're still lurking around. They're trying to stop Alter Ego from crossing over. Bacon time taken over by Box again. They're taking as much time they can with what have left. With the blues that start to shrink, they're trying to gather as much elimination. 7 right now. They managed to secure it, but can they get more from these high grounds?
Alter Ego should be able to get across now, as long as they allow Boss Gaming to be at the front. So they need to be dependent. They're depending on their audio cues just to know that, okay, Boss Gaming is in front. Let them be there. Okay, we're slowly starting to the circle. Plus they're a duo, so they don't want to make too much noise. But the vehicle gave them away as Winnie takes advantage of it, taking a potato, probably getting a second one as well.
Oh no, That's it. He has no clue. The way he drive himself into where Winnie was is exactly just shown. Alter Ego have no intel whatsoever where Winnie was. Box got himself almost 10, if I'm not mistaken. Make it 9 right now, if I'm not mistaken with the calculations. Procedure Eve was spotted out Capone. Will this be the falling of Box? The moment they got themselves the momentum as Procedure now starts to hunt people down.
Oh, this is time for Procedure. They want to try to extend the lead as much as possible because Space Time will be playing tomorrow. Now they're going to do it against Boss Gaming. Trying to find a good angle. Bacon time as well. They got 2 teams they can pick off from.
Luxy holding this angle. And Lavi trying to climb up. RQ still having a go with PBE. I think that's one of the longest fights for PBE. Non-stop on the kill feed. Showing off PBE names popping up there. They're still alive. San Martin it is for the next circle. And the circle just happens to be so many terrains in between. Talking about rock and valleys. And it's uneven ground to have an ending. That's going to be a difficult run for these guys to pick and choose the best possible spot that's available.
Zaxi with the stage. Bacon time managed to evade that, but they're not going to evade the shot coming in from Zaxi with the UMP. Situation on to round 4, and that is it for Bacon time. Procedure Evos opening their account this time.
Tron got himself grenade eliminations. I think Box got 9. They're definitely close to getting those double digit. PBE living with only 1 man, but 7 in the stack. When it comes to their kills, their eliminations, quite a number. Same goes for SLD. The one that actually playing this a bit quiet, Procedure Evos just managed to get a 2. They're trying to focus on the positions and also the terrain first. But DX splitting into 3 or triangle right now. The audio could come up from Procedure. I don't think Lynx know exactly where they stand.
I happen to notice that on the overall charts on the right, it's a white, gray, white, gray, white, gray. It just so happened. Yeah, fun fact. And now for Boss Gaming, the circle seems to be pulling away from them every time the circle shifts. It's just so unfortunate for Boss Gaming.
Lambo finish off. Lynx definitely no clue that he's staring all this while. Keep an eye out to the side of Red Face next. Lamborghini have so much information on the players of Procedure EVOS. Luxy and Zuxy working as a duo, just focusing on what's in front. No way they can have the support fight from the backline right now. A bit too much on the table of Procedure EVOS. They have to deal so much, 2 teams at a time, but for RRQ trying to finish against PBE. And now SLD taking advantage. They saw ranking early on. This is going to be the last member of PBE, but still got 1-2-1 trade. That was a fast response from Ranked.
Wow.
Why?
Okay, he got some help from RRQ because RRQ took down Gosu. So Ranked got that 1 point, but hey, he'll definitely take it. Top 6 right now for Ranked.
Duke. A split it for DX right now. Everywhere it's a fight for them. Each of them holding a different angle. Rabies keeping an eye out to the side of Arkin. And Peko exchanged Nate with Rabies for now. But I feel like Peko might drop this one out. Rabies have to be extra careful. I'm not sure where the nades are from. I didn't clip him just yet. But RQ repositioned himself, taking over the flank for a bit more. Playing around the slopes of a hill. Lamborghini coming up from afar. It's 2-1-1 formation coming from DX. Slowly pushing to the side of RQ. Well, RQ do have a full squad on their side too. Hill, where are they? Now, there you go. They take it on box.
Ooh, okay. But RRQ managed to get across on the other side. So now D-Xavier has them to deal with. 4v4 is going to be a fair matchup here. So that D-Xavier got to be careful of their back, but it should be manageable. But Rapis now at the forefront. Just need to be careful not to be knocked out. But Procedure EVOS, ooh, high ground against Boss Gaming. And Boss Gaming not in the best of position as Hale will take down another one for Boss Gaming. But they still managed to get 9 eliminations.
Feel like Hale might actually hit it with that triple chicken in a day here. They might actually close things up. Nobody giving them enough attention. We're talking about DS is way too tunneling down about PBE or even the other team RIQ from the other side. DX from the northern side. It's going to be an RRQ. They're taking a fight against PBE. Ranked clutch by his own self just now 2v1. Can they do it again with a small shack? But that nade and Molly will actually burn him alive. Procedure going against DX. Lambo and Frankie. Here comes Duke. Giving support fire from the flank. Reposition himself. Rabies too far. Suxy holding this ground by himself.
Where's the other one? Okay, behind him. So a little bit of a cover fire from an off angle it seems, but both of them on the outside. Now shots fired on by Zuxy onto D-Xavier. D-Xavier full squad. They try to counter fire on the Procedure EVOS. Procedure EVOS held down by D-Xavier.
Duke and the rest of DX have to make way into the circle. PB finally finished off Ranked. Valiant effort. What a play by that one guy just now. But the game keeps going on. RRQ down to 14 here. 3 as a squad. Zuxy. It's going to be the end of it. Living only last player of Procedure EVOS. It's going to be 1/2 in Luxy. Luxy have to play this quietly. Nobody spot him out just yet. But I feel like Nepeko see that buggy. He knows exactly there's somebody in there.
Oh, yeah. That gave away his position. But Luxy, oh, okay. They kind of let him go. All right. But probably because he's like in a position that it's not easy for them to pick him out, and they switch their focus onto RRQ instead. RRQ just came into the circle, but look at the opening by Hale Esports. They are going around, and Luxy can be in trouble, but Duke focusing onto RRQ, almost shot down. Lucky he managed to retreat.
Here comes a nade coming from Nepeko. Can it be the opening for the team again? That nade means everything. He got it. Now they can go for the rush. RQ got the space. All they need is to push in because Hill is eyeing out RQ on the other end as well. 2 knocks on the side of DX. But RQ, if the Hill is firing on the side of Luxy, they have the opportunity to push into DX. Thanks to Procedure and Hill on the other end. But Luxy exchanged it with Tiger. Lucky enough that Molly didn't actually get into the small window, but RQ just compressed Rabies. The Blues ain't kicking in. I feel bad for DX, but they are making it really rough for DX. No way out, surrounded, and in the trap.
Yeah, DX surrounded. At the same time, they're on the outside of the circle. RRQ is closing it, but look at the spread here by Payload Esports. They're taking use of their manpower advantage. Precision Esports will be the next one to go out. 4v4v4. Xavier may lose Rabbit. It'll make them play as a 3. But now Frankie will go down, so Xavier up position to be in.
He just managed to get himself a bit of a reset, but not enough time to replenish the resources. But he'll finish off two-way war. They splitted themselves into 2-2 formation. That was ingenious. Closing wrap around a flawless one coming from Hill when it matters. When it comes a four people, full squad war between these guys, I have to give it. Hill has it better when it comes to team comms. They're so organized by doing splitting 2-2 formation to deal with whatever needs to be done.
Wow, it's looking at their reaction. It feels like some of the Hill players like didn't even know that, oh, we got a chicken dinner? Wait, seriously? Because it happens that fast. We didn't even see like how that final shot was taken. Get slow. Wow. Every time they got a chicken dinner, he gets the MVP. He's definitely not getting slow. This guy's getting fast.
I mean, at Gatslow, you do have to remember when he actually guarded over that warehouse against Team Secret before, was 1v2 just now. He managed to obliterate the entire team. Was it Team Secret or the other team? Sorry for that. But definitely Gatslow was the one actually clutching out for the team. But when it comes to Hill, they are all-rounded team. We're talking about, yeah, Gatslow gets the MVP, but at the same time, everybody playing their role so well. They're supporting each other. They have trust. And the bond is so strong between them. We're talking about how much trust they gave out for each of the pair. Now, Gatslow and Sky, Tiger S and Flash, definitely everybody having them sort of damage dished out. We talk about, look at, the standard is 250 and over for each of the damage output.
Oh, and this is the second time today we see a 0 damage taken. So Gatslow is the man of the hour. Not much of a travel distance, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They still managed to get that number of elimination points. It's not that they stay put, not doing anything, just based on placement points, they still get a decent number. We get a confirmation later on exactly how many did they get. But at least this time around, PBE comes in as the team to watch. Overall, an okay round for them. At least they end the day on a high.
Not just that, they ended the week 2 on a high. This is the first team to get triple chicken in a day. 2 back-to-back and finish off strong as the last map as well. Even though they have a bit of a break in between when it comes to the first Miramar, having a rough time, being eliminated early. But you know what? They're coming back strong after those mistakes done. And they got another chicken. The only team with triple chicken in a day.
Yeah, setting the record now. 3 chicken dinners in a day for Hill Esports. Wow. Okay. And just when we thought that the Thai teams were missing after the first 2 rounds, Hill Esports, they showed that nope, we ain't missing, we're still here. And every time they do an interview, what I like about the Thai teams is that they always say that support all the Thai teams. It's like they send their energy to each other. But wow, okay, that's a very high jump in that highlight.
This is the time when Octa, you know, for a fact, have no clue where Winnie was. Vox Gaming on the other have been very aggressive this round. I want to see how much they eliminated, because the last time we saw it's around 7 or 8. And Vox, even though they've been running and gun, even though they didn't actually have that much of rank points, but eliminations plays a big part this time. You know that for a fact. This time I have to give it to Hale. They know exactly where to stand, and that's not much contest coming up from where they stand, which is going to be the southern part of the circle just now, and they control it so well with that 2-2 formation.
Okay, just look at the reaction again. He's like, wait, we got a chicken? Wait, seriously? Yeah, it happened that fast, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, 10 elimination points for Hill. So, it's going to be 20 points for them in this round. RRQ, 12 points. We got a good number of double digit there. PBE doing well. Box Gaming, D Xavier with that swap in. So, 10 points in total for them too. But I hate to look at the other end of the table, right? So, Team Secret, again, 1 point. Yep. It's another tough day for Team Secret.
For GE on the then, it's 0-0 for them back-to-back here when it comes to Miramar. Definitely they have to revise their Miramar map. They haven't scored any in Miramar for today. But Procedure Evos now standing at number 1. Hill pushing FaZe down here with Boom very closely by the end of today. Now this is going to be interesting because we want to see how FaZe going to respond tomorrow, because they will be playing tomorrow.
Oh yeah, 30 points difference. So this is going to be interesting tomorrow. Procedure Evos, look at the overall, right? No chicken, no problem for them. No chicken, but they got the number 1 spot, opening up a little bit of a gap there. So doing well for Procedure Evos overall. Hill Esports with 4 chicken dinners climb up to a number 2 spot. This is basically the comeback day for them. 3 chicken dinners out of the 4 is today, but no one overtook Tony K till now.
Rosemary. I mean, like, Beast Mary. I agree. This guy is just a different tier of play. If you compare him with the times, I mean, this guy is something else, okay? I'm sorry. But hate it or believe it, Rosemary is a different beast, entirely on his own level. Mela, we haven't seen him in quite a number the past few days. No flashy plays coming up from Mela, but Tony K, if he couldn't make it in for any elimination damage, you know what? I'm here to assist this time.
I also think that Yummy is not too far away from any of these names. Obviously, we know the graphic for like number 2, number 3, and so on and so forth. But if there's that number 2, number 3, I think Yummy will be up there. So Yummy will be trailing behind those. So players like Tony K, who has had an off day for the past few days, you gotta be careful. Yummy will be coming for one of those stats.
Yeah, he's very close. We do know for a fact there's also Ghost. I'm looking for Ghost's performance when it comes tomorrow. But I do notice one thing when it comes to the top 5, right? Most of the team playing in top 5 already finished all their 18 matches. The only team that actually got pushed down to 3rd place with 12 matches is only FaZe. Now, I have a feeling FaZe will come back stronger, or they just leave it be. But at the same time, if they happen to do that, you know what? They have lesser games than the other teams. They have higher chances to finish off 2nd week strong.
Yeah, they're just 30 points away from the number 1 spot. So 30 points, 6 games tomorrow. FaZe Clan, well, they definitely can do it. But we did see like how the break did impact how the teams. They did fall a little bit after that 1-day break. So let's see if that momentum is still carry over from for FaZe Clan despite them having this break today.
But we do have an interview after this. I have a feeling we might head into Hill, since they are the first team to break the record in PMSL only, okay? They got themselves triple chicken in a day. So I'm looking for, will anybody try to get 4 chickens or maybe even 6? We haven't got that. I think different regions do have that, 6 chickens in a day. I've heard that before, 5. But when it comes to interview, I have a feeling it's going to be Hill. Who do you think it will be, Cloud?
I have a feeling it's going to be Hill as well, because so far we've been seeing like if you really perform, like the interview will be prioritized to you. So I think no other team than Hill today.
Yep, I agree. And speaking of the interview, cannot wait and see and how they respond to the interview. I feel like it's going to be a very political answer, as always. Very kind. Well, we didn't change anything. We just did our best. We're just going to go for it. It's always the same thing as always, right? So I'm willing to bet on it. And trust me, it's going to happen. And when it comes to the players, if there's any sort of difference when it comes to Hill, very different coming up from last week. Last week, they were a bit quiet. They are still in the middle bracket. They got the balance between eliminations and the rank. But if you compare last week and this week for Hill, there's more to its eliminations compared to last week.
Yeah, in fact, last week they weren't too bad. They got the top 5. Let's not forget about that. And this week, they are still up there. They're still up there. So in average, if you think about it, Hill is arguably the better performing team of all.
I agree, but let's not waste any more time. We do have the interview prepping up for you guys to see who will get interviewed here with our beloved host, Kyril. Yep, you know what, Kyril, just take it away.
Hello everyone, it's the last interview session of the day, and here with me right now we have a player from Persija Evos, which is Lynx, and Luxi as the translator. Isn't that amazing? And on my left side we have Boom Esports, Coach Ken. Just now he became the translator, now he's becoming the coach again. Okay, starting off with the first question for Persija Evos. first of all, congratulations on topping the list today. Could you share with us, is there any secret that you guys can manage to get the number one without a winner-winner chicken dinner today?
Apa rahasianya untuk mendapatkan top tim?
Mungkin latihan aja sih. Kan kita kayak kemarin-kemarin dari hari Senin Selasa itu udah kayak FT full dari sampai midnight juga. Kayak hari Rabu Kamis juga kita pulang dari PMSL FT midnight lanjut. Itu aja sih.
He says we just doing our best and we just have a scrim. After we going back from this PMSL, we had a little scrim and then we slept until the tournament over.
All right, so looks like a lot of preparation and trainings for Persija Evoz to get the number one spot without a winner-winner chicken dinner. That's a fact for you guys. And second of all, last week we know that Voin couldn't handle the first place position until the end of the week. Do you have the confidence to maintain your position until week 2 ends?
Kita tahu kan Voin lagi bad perform kan, dan kamu percaya nggak buat mempertahankan posisi kita untuk menjadi top tim?
Pastinya percaya banget lah sama pokoknya pasti kita sampai di hari terakhir pasti di posisi 1.
He says we are really confident to become the top one.
All right. Very confident right there from Links. And to keep your ranking until the end of this week, will you make any adjustment maybe to the lineup or the gameplay to keep up your team performance?
Probably I can answer this. Coach can answer these questions. I can answer the questions.
All right. Okay. Looks like the coach keeping the secret, and only him that can reveal the secret. All right. So last but not least, anything you wanted to say to your fans out there who is watching right now?
Terus dukung kami Persija Evoz sampai final, sampai week terakhir, pokoknya terus dukung kami.
Keep supporting us until the final, and then don't ever stop supporting us.
All right, keep on supporting Persija Evoz. And now we're moving on to our left side of this interview. We have Boom Esports Coach Ken. Can you handle the mic to him? All right, thank you so much. So, Coach Ken.
Yes, sir.
This is not your first time here.
Yes, sir.
I know you're very capable of speaking English very well.
I guess.
All right, continuing this conversation. So, congratulations on getting two, not one, but two winner-winner chicken dinner for today. That's exciting for you guys, that's for sure. So, could you share with us, how do you feel right now?
It feels great, of course. Yeah, right. Like 2 chickens, but like at the end of the day, we're not number 1 yet. So, gotta stay hungry, right?
Oh, gotta stay hungry for the games remaining for week 2 for sure. So, which team do you clash with the most, and why do you think this happens to you guys?
Most of them are Thai teams, but I don't know. Persija Evoz looks like someone we could handle. Today.
Oh, a bit of taunting here. I like it. I like the heat that is going on. So, do you have any words for the other team that is currently below your position?
Any message?
Yeah, message for the teams below your position.
Just do all the best, man. Keep doing what you guys doing. Hopefully, you guys gonna stay behind us.
Oh, stay behind Boom. Looks like Luxi is not agreeing with it.
I saw him dancing.
This guy is
all right. Okay. So, final question. Is there anything you want to say to your family and fans?
Yeah, to everyone who's supporting us, not just for me, but also everyone in our team, part of our team, the coaches, the manager, the whole part of the team. Thank you for always supporting us and always be behind us. And shout out to my family. I just lost my mom like a couple months ago, so yeah. Hopefully we can win this tournament for you, Mom.
All right. All the best. All the best to you guys. Thank you so much for joining this interview. That sums up our day 3 of week 2 PMSL. And back to you at the caster's desk. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Karo, for an amazing interview. Well, we didn't get Hill, but at least we get the twins, one of the twin. And if you have problem to separate the twin, it's easy. I'm gonna give you a bit of pointer. Saxy is the one always smiling. Luxy is the one who's always super grumpy. You can see he's serious. He's always a fun guy. It's just his expression is very different from Zaxi.
You know what? I kind of thought that he might as well just take the interview rather than be the translator, right? It was the same scenario with Boom earlier on when the coach was the translator. I was like, the coach can answer everything, right? Might as well, and he doesn't need to translate.
Maybe it's just a bit of a love being shown by these guys to speak their own native language. You know, that showing that appreciation towards all the fans and all the supporters out there. I mean, like, that's great. We get to see all the new faces coming in. If not, we're gonna have the same person talking over the interview.
Yeah, it's nice to see that variety. You know, Coach Ken has been taking a lot of interviews, loving him as well. I like the way how he delivers it. He's like spicy but smiley at the same time. It's like sinister. Yeah, that's the right word.
Sinister is a bit too strong, but I think he's being very feisty about it. Sassy is the perfect word for me. But speaking of Boom coach just now, I'm loving how he just tossed around, like, do whatever you guys do, keep it going, just stay behind us. That's the golden statement of the week. But I think we're ending our show here for today. Gonna have a wrap. Thank you so much, Clap, for today. Again, you guys been sticking with us, keep supporting, but we have more to go with 2 more days left when it comes to week 2. Stay tuned for tomorrow. See you guys. Bye.
Watch out!